the world through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry. RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
Hello from the Euro circuit in the Netherlands. We're here for RallyX, of course. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge.
Hello, mate.
You wouldn't believe the discussion we had. Is it the Netherlands or Holland? Is it Valkenswaard or the Euro? Hal knows because he's been here before, but it's my first time here. It's a wicked little place, isn't it?
Awesome old school rallycross venue. We go to some brilliant tracks in the rallycross world, especially in RallyX, and from Montalegre last time out to another one of the traditional venues, and it's a proper old school, low grip, high wall track, and we're going to see some action this weekend.
We are, and it is also King's Day here in Holland, which means it's a celebration of the coronation of their king. We got home to our hotel last night and then doom, 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 went round the corner. There's a massive marquee in the town square. Everyone was getting bang on it.
But nothing else. It was all dead, and then we came around the corner and a huge party.
I was like, that sounds like it's outdoors, and it was. But and then this morning there were people marching through the street with banners and trombones and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, it's a party weekend here in Holland, and I think everyone's going to have a good time. We certainly are. Here's the studio. This is where we're based. We are. Oh, look at this. I didn't see that in Portugal. Is that new? Is that sign new?
It was in Portugal.
Oh, right, okay, it was in Portugal. There we go. I'm unobservant. That's your first lesson for the day. The FC1 and the FC5 are in there. They are the opposite ends of the spectrum. The FC5 is the new cross car, which is specifically designed for RallyX in Americas, right up to the FC1, which you'll be familiar with, Nitrocross. Who's driving that this weekand? Do we know? Kevin, do you reckon? Ollie?
Undecided, I think.
Hal Ridge, maybe?
Risky around here, mate.
Actually, yeah, I don't want to drive it here. Our Jamaican friends are here, Peter and Stephanie McConnell. In the background, you got Ollie Eriksson, Kevin Eriksson, Fraser. They came on the Eurostar, as did we. They're pretty fascinated by the Eurostar. It's a concept which, the old train under the sea thing is not that well known around the rest of the world, is it? But good to see Fraz back among a pretty strong entry again in FC2.
Yeah, open four-wheel drive is going to be very competitive, and I think actually this is the first time we're going to see the FC2 and the traditional supercars be very equal on pace, certainly around the circuit. Ollie Eriksson was fastest in the first practice session this morning. Victor Franks, who's new to supercar and RallyX this weekend, was quickest in FP2, and there's not much to choose between them, so it's going to be fascinating at the top.
Kevin said to us in Portugal that he felt this circuit was more suited to the FC2 than maybe Portugal, because of the, Portugal's got that big long straight with a big stop and then another big accelerate. Now these cars are still quick, but they're lacking, say, 100, 150 horsepower compared to a supercar. Why is this place more in their favour, if you like?
Well, we don't have those big decelerations and big accelerations. The slowest point on the track is turn 3, very loose on the gravel into the braking area. It's not quite the same as coming out the first corner in Montalegre with that big climb back up the hill, which you can't really see on TV. It was on this the big climb up the hill, wasn't it, where this man had that massive accident a few weeks ago.
So this was Casper Jansen had the absolutely huge crash, which I'm sure you've seen on social media, where our drone pilot Vigo admitted that he was extremely lucky not to get taken out as a tyre went up over the top of the drone. Massive crash. Saw Casper yesterday. He said he was fine. And actually they've repaired most of the panels, which is a cost-saving measure, but the number of hours is enormous to get the car repaired.
Huge. Where you gain with the supercar lights as it was, and now the FC2 is there. It's a space frame and all of the bits are interchangeable, so it's not like a steel-bodied car where the damage would have been almost unrepairable, I guess, with that sort of accident. They did go back to Sweden, so most of this infrastructure came straight to Holland, but some cars, including some of the open two-wheel drives, but certainly Casper's car, went back to Sweden to be repaired.
Tommy Howman's here as well. Tommy! So Tommy went out this morning. I don't think he's been here before. This is your first time at this track, isn't it?
Yeah.
So how was it this morning?
crazy. Concrete jungle.
There is not much. So Hal's raced here before. I've never been here before. We went out in the hire car yesterday, and there's just no runoff anywhere. It's like, well, you tell us.
Yeah, and I mean, with these cars, it's quite fast. So it's a bit scary.
That's brilliant. Tommy Howland, very experienced, very good rallycross driver. Hal, it's a bit scary. You've competed here. Is it scary?
Well, that's also hilarious from someone who's been racing in America over those massive jumps and through those huge berms and come to an old school venue that's all slow and technical and no
runoff.
There can be big damage very quickly, can't there, mate?
Yeah, I mean, after the turn 1 under the bridge, we are 5th gear. Like
5th?
Yeah, so it's easily 130, I think, towards the gravel. And no room to do any mistakes.
The gravel here is spectacularly unforgiving. It's so deep and soft that if you stick a wheel in there, it's going south quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, and also the last corner we are sideways from the beginning till the end, and it's a long one, the last corner.
Tommy, thanks, mate. Good luck this weekend. I am so excited. Just that immediately makes me smile. There's a concrete jungle, terrifying, etc. And the last corner too. Peter McGarry's just coming in. Let's head over this side quickly. Other Peter Hellman, come and have a look in here. So this man is back. Here he is. Look at this. Oh, he's got new cards. Look, Hal, new cards because he's in a new car. So this is Victor Franks'. But where is he? Go. There he is. Victor, come out here.
So this is.
We're very bossy, aren't we?
Formerly a Jansen Peugeot by Manis owned car, now run by Hedgestrom Motorsport. Victor, you were saying earlier this is your first experience of anti-lag.
Yeah, finally I have an anti-lag button. It goes in the end.
And how is that?
So cool.
You went testing with it, didn't you? Did you test it up at Nissenbahnen?
Yeah. Nissenbahnen.
Yeah. So how was that with those first runs?
You know, the first run I did without ALS, I was like, oh, this car is so slow. And then they put the ALS on, I was like, oh, holy shit.
Brilliant. So you're loving it?
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. Yeah, it's a great feeling. Also at my home track, I know so many people here. I know the small tricks here also, so I know where I can gain advantage. And it's working so far, so all good, yeah.
You've been out of the seat a while. How is it being back here, especially at home and in a new car?
Yeah, it's getting used to. It's it's been 6 months in my last professional race, and now finally back in a car, back in the pressure. But I'm loving it at the moment. Yeah.
How is the pressure of racing at home in a car capable of winning?
Well, if I'm winning, there's not much pressure. But it's when I'm not winning, then the pressure will come. So at the moment, it's all good. Oh, fancy!
Looking fancy.
King's Day.
Yeah, it's King's Day. Yeah.
Is that why?
Delivery for it.
Okay. Oh, really? No. Indeed. Have a good one. We'll see you in a little while. Good to see you again. How nice to see Victor back. It's good, isn't it?
Hardest working man on the paddock.
I know.
Kevin
Yeah.
Eriksson. There's his brother Ollie who does the driving. JC Race Technique, Carl Svedland had an up and down weekend, didn't he, as the highest place or the most competitive returning driver.
Was it P3 and a P1, was it?
Yeah, but had some battling in traffic.
Yeah.
And,
I think could have won both, couldn't he, basically, but it didn't happen on the one day. Yillalami's back. We're starting to see some of the regulars coming back, and I suspect we'll see more of them as we get further up north, as it were, back into the heartland of the series. How do you think orange suits us, Hal?
Well, I can't see myself.
How do I look?
I'll tell you later.
Okay, I'm going to take these off for now. But thank you, Victor. And definitely very appropriate for King's Day here. So somebody
Maybe
else.
That's why Simon Tiger's car.
He's
been waiting for this for years.
Special King's Day livery for Simon. Where is he? Is he about? Because they rebuilt the engine this week. So we didn't spot it in the broadcast, but Simon reposted some footage from him crossing the finish line, and the car was, I was going to say something there which is not appropriate for television, dropping all its fluid onto the circuit, and obviously a big mess.
Yeah, a big mess. And they didn't take the car back to Sweden like some of the teams. They've taken advantage of the first corner Omercy logistics, so they went home, sorted an engine out, and then came back this week to fit it. Big commitment from these teams to do these further away events, and I actually think it's so important for Simon and for Victor Jansen to be here, because they're our reference, aren't they? There's a lot of really, really quick local drivers here this weekend, but you can't tell how quick they are unless you've got the benchmark from RallyX here, and so it's so important that these guys are here and competing.
So we were looking at the times this morning from FP1, and we were like scrolling, where is Simon, like who's normally at the top, and literally, Hal, it was just a list of drivers who, like Victor said, they know all the little tricks at this circuit.
And when it's so technical and so low grip that you need to know all of that those little intricacies of the venue. And I think today, certainly in the first day of the doubleheader, it's going to be tough to take on the locals. I think as you get to know the circuit through the course of today, tomorrow might be a little bit easier for the regulars.
There he is. Let's have a word with the man himself. Always good to interview Victor in his natural habitat. Morning, mate. What's going on?
I'm having some electrical motor trouble, so we need to get everything out.
So this is not convenient?
No, not at the time. we had some troubles in pre-practice too. The electric engine gave up, so...
And how much difference does that make to you in terms of pace? A lot?
Maybe not really a lot on this track, but I set up, all the setup is for the extra power, so the start now was totally bad. And,
All right, go on, crack on, lads, good luck. So interesting, yeah, Victor saying, as you heard, how like the whole car's set up for it, particularly the start. They've got to try and get that change, and the start here is absolutely crucial. Yeah, very difficult to overtake around here. I think your best opportunity is into the first corner, if not the Joker strategy, but the Joker's halfway through the lap, so if you lose out in the first corner, you immediately start hemorrhaging time before you can gain back. So yeah, start is super critical. Thomas Merstad, front runner in cross car now for several seasons, an absolute sender. Thankfully for me and Hal has got some blue bits on the car, because there was a point where there were a lot of red cross cars and it was very hard to tell them apart. We saw cross cars, we came in, turn one, out to that loose bit, seeing someone right on the edge and putting a wheel just before the gravel. It's a pretty epic commitment. Huge commitment, that's exactly the word that came to mind when you were just describing the first corner there. It's all about mitigating the risk, isn't it? And here you have to be so hard, the corners are so long and you have to be so committed on the way in to maximise your mid-corner speed. A lot of the corners also tighten and then open again, so it's almost three-dimensional, although typically for the Netherlands it's all very flat as well. He was here a minute ago, Derek Tohill, and he's disappeared. I reckon he's seen us walking up. Do you want to go and hunt him down, Hal, or are we going to leave him in peace? How are we doing for time, Peter? 5 minutes, no, so we'll just have a shimmy on down to the circuit to have a quick look. Yeah, we will do. Okay, Derek, last weekend, Hal, you were at Lydden Hill for British Rallycross, and he was out in his new car there. Yeah, so he's bought a Peugeot 208, Sebastian Loeb Racing built car that he raced in the British Rallycross Championship last weekend. A really difficult thing to do. I think it's special. Derek's not the youngest driver in the paddock, and I think when you're a young rising star, it's somewhat easier to jump between front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. But I think as you become more accustomed to being a supercar driver, as Derek has been for the last decade, it's getting away from him. It's tricky to switch the mindset between different cars for different weekends. He spent a whole weekend in a supercar. He did one day in Portugal in the rear-wheel drive car. Now he's got to get back into rear-wheel drive mode, having driven one of the very best supercars, open four-wheel drive cars you can drive. I think it'll be tough for him this weekend, and I also wonder if maybe we'll see him in a four-wheel drive car later in the year, because the lack of a front diff could be reasonably frustrating. He's been frustrated with the lack of a front diff for a couple of seasons, hasn't he, on his outings? Not to take anything away from Derek, and they've been working on the development of that car. I just think it is really hard to shift the mindset when you've spent all weekend looking at the data with the engineers on a certain concept, especially he goes to work every day. You know, he's been working all week, and now he's got to get the rear-wheel drive head on. Yeah. Tough, really difficult. But when you're an enthusiastic kid, it's a different thing altogether, isn't it? So we are now down here at turn 3. So this is the end of the gravel straight. They're having a little bit of a regrade at the minute, so I don't think we're going to see any cars on track. Or are they dragging somebody out, Hal? Maybe we are. Safety cars out the way, so we're hoping. Let's have a little look through the fence, Peter, while we're down here, because we. And this is a braking zone, Hal, to a super tight right-hander. Yeah. It's really, really loose gravel. You can see actually where the circuit vehicles are driving that the gravel is very loose. It will clean a lot through the course of the weekend. Look how much dirt there is on the tyre wall on the outside already. So when we drove the track yesterday, the track team have put in a massive effort to host the biggest event they've had here since 2012, and it was all beautifully prepared. Now most of that gravel's embedded in the bank on the outside, so it will evolve a lot, but it's so loose in the braking here. This is one of my, ludicrously, because it's not really high commitment, but this is one of my favourite corners from my driving career, because the car's so unsettled. You've got to get the rotation done, and you've really got to be tidy on the way in to maximise the exit. It's a challenging corner, but a lot of fun. Can we see the Joker entry here? Maybe. Yes, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on camera or not, but we'll go and have a look anyway. No, I think we're going to be behind banners, but okay, we'll describe it to you. It's fine. Where are you, Peter? There he is. That's it. We make life very hard for him by speeding up and slowing down and not having a plan before we start. So they come out of this corner here, Hal, and this is where the Joker is. Now, they've moved the Joker location from where it originally was, and this is one of the oldest circuits, isn't it? We're talking, Lydden Hill was first, I think Estering was second, and this isn't far behind. Yeah,
arguably the original, the Rallycross venue, purpose-built, and the layout is basically as it was. There's a few changes, but the Joker does bring a different element to it.
They're coming now, here we go.
Supercar lights, by the sounds of it, in their opening qualifier. Julian Mounier in the lead.
Vitals is back.
Yeah, and Larson in the Linneman machine.
And they've all gone standard lap. So the standard lap is on the inside and is on tarmac, and then on the outside is kind of a gravel. Was it camber, off camber, or this one?
It's fairly flat.
Yeah,
the camber's slight.
Sorry, it's the next corner.
The biggest camber is in the final
in the merge, which is amazing. So the Joker has the inside line and is low. You got this big gravel banking up the outside. Yeah, it's wicked. I can't wait. I mean, so I do think we are going to see a bit of carnage, and that's not what I want to see. But I think because of the way the circuit is and the fact some people haven't been in, it's inevitable.
And I think what we always forget is that cars, even production-based cars, are much bigger than they ever were. This track was built in the 70s, and things have changed shape, haven't they? So yeah, it's maybe not quite as big as some of the other circuits we go to, and yeah, bring on the action.
Yeah, which is why we were saying we don't fancy driving the SC1 round here. I mean, if you want us to, Andreas, we'll have a go, but it's maybe not the right place for it. So, how long have we got, Peter? 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. Hal, what's your predictions? Plain. Do you know that line? It's Rocky, I think.
No.
Okay.
Classic reference I've got no idea about. It's going to be great, isn't it? I think we're going to see loads of variables that we don't not often see in RallyX with the local drivers, certainly new drivers to the front in RallyX, and plenty of action.
We're so easily distracted by a bit of rallycross, aren't we? It's like...
It baffles me that people follow into the Joker when you've got 3 cars and 3 laps.
We can't help but commentate. No. Just straight away. I'll tell you what, look, we are going to get stuck into a brilliant day's racing. So Hal sat down earlier on with Fraser McConnell, who of course is brand new to this circuit, and they've taken a look at the intricacies, easy for me to say, of what makes up the Euro circuit at Valkenswaard.
So here with Fraser McConnell, your first laps of this Euro circuit. Let's have a look, Fraz.
All right, so here we have the launch, second gear, get the right settings, get the clutch to get third gear in. So the standard lap would be right, but for the start we're going straight to the first corner here. Peereklund corner. Need to make sure you don't get too wide. There's some very deep gravel on the left hand side. And this is a very fast right-hander transitioning onto the dirt. Then we get the hairpin, super slippery on the braking.
Such a great corner that, isn't it, where the car's unloaded on the brakes and you've got to get it really slowed down, and then into this second part of the lap you're into the Joker here.
Now we're into the Joker. It's gravel, the standard line is tarmac, so the delta won't be huge, but it's going to be something, and then we have a banked long gravel corner that transitions into the tarmac.
And so slippery here. I remember from when I last drove here 2012, there's no grip at all in that final corner.
And here you see now we go into the standard lap chicane. We would avoid this in the start, but in the normal lines that's when we enter the chicane.
How is this track overall for you, coming here for the very first time? One of the most traditional rallycross venues. You've been all over the world, but what's the Euro circuit like?
It's very short, quite narrow. It feels very narrow in the car.
Well, out of shape
big moment. Well. Trying to go for it, but it's great fun. The fans are already starting to come out here. But yeah, typical traditional European rallycross track, and flying the Jamaican colours all the way.
Very different to what you've been doing in America lately as well, isn't it? So you have to have a really broad skill set, especially in these low grip tarmac corners, to find the ultimate lap time.
Definitely, really bring the speed down, but not too much, but enough to be able to get the car planted and have a good exit, because that's what it's all about.
Fantastic. Thank you, Fraz. We're going to take a look back at the highlights from Q2 in Crosscar and Crosscar Junior.
Junior Crosscar has been out already. We've got a couple of the drivers who were with us in Portugal, Alex Antila, Carl Svedland. We've had a couple of the Spanish drivers come up, Oscar Fuertes Hernandez as well, and some local drivers. We've got a couple of drivers from the Netherlands, so great to see full representation of the countries with the kids.
Absolutely, and we saw Carl Svedland had a bit of a turbulent weekend, didn't we? last time out in Portugal in a difficult Q2 again there. You saw Svedlin losing pace.
He won Q1 luckily, so he remains in P3 overall, but yet had a problem and a DNF. It does show, doesn't it? If you have that win, the DNF is not the end of the world. So here are the standings. Antila leading from Jonas Hegeland Nielsen, and then Carl Svedlin in P3, Carl Snack in P4. 8 drivers and junior cross car here with us in the Netherlands. Right, cross car's been out as well. We saw these guys absolutely on the limit as they appeared into turn 1 as we walked into the circuit this morning. That's turn 1, and it doesn't look that committed there, but when you stood trackside, my goodness me, it is committed. That's then down at the far end. This is the joke around the outside with the standard lap on the inside. We'll run you around the various bits of the track once we get things underway. Thomas Eekmerstad, who you saw then in the preview as we went through, is your current leader with 2 wins from the 2 sessions. As Gilles Lamy out front here, look at him backing it in down into that tight
showing the importance of a good launch there as well. Gilles Lamy from the inside. It's so difficult to overtake here in Valkenswaard. The start is massively critical.
Yeah, this is the run down to that first corner. Oh, look at it, it's narrow. Like, we went round in a high car last night. I was saying, Hal's raced here, I've never been here, and I was like, this place is narrow, but it's the type of narrow. It's not narrow with big runoff, it's narrow with then deep gravel and no runoff. That's what happens. Barrier clattering with some broken steering, cars being pulled off the side of the circuit, so expect to see some exciting stuff. Here's Eekmerstad on the inside, so he won Q1, this was his run into Q2.
With Kobe Powers, who had a really difficult weekend given the level he operates at, Kobe in Montalegre, and doing much better here, 2nd and 4th across the first 2 sessions so far here. One is basically his home circuit, might not be Dutch, but Belgium and Holland are so close together that a home event for the Belgians.
Vettel and Vettel are equal on points, but it was Eekmerstad who took Q2, and we've got Jari van Hoof, as you can see, in P4 in the standings here, which is great to see because that means we've got a local driver who is in amongst the regulars. But Eekmerstad so far undefeated in qualifying. Well, hey, it's King's Day here in the Netherlands, and we thought we'd celebrate.
Could you tell?
Good God, I'll take those off.
I can't see a thing, but that's fine.
I mean, they are quite. If we'll keep this get up on tonight, I reckon we'll get away with being locals, mate. What do you think?
I particularly like the makeup.
I know, it's good, isn't it?
Bear in mind that we've been.
We did this in the last
donned
90,
in this
90
attire.
seconds. Literally, we were still getting dressed.
I do like your tee. I'd wear that at home.
Yeah, I was quite
Mine's just a big flag, but yours has got a bit of.
I might keep
something going on.
Well, no, I'm going to keep it. No one else is going to want it, lads. All right. There they are. It's King's Day. Look,
they're also
got
in
the
orange
on as well. Everything's gold. Everything orange.
Golden.
Happy King's Day. Is that what we say? Is it Happy? What do we say? Do we say Happy King's Day? Yeah. Yeah. All right, there you go. That man said, so if it's wrong, you can blame him. Happy King's Day, Netherlands.
And if you believe the Irish team in the paddock, the party in the town last night was...
Valkenswaard was pretty epic, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's still ongoing and will continue on into tonight as well. Of course, we wouldn't get involved in that sort of thing.
We had there was a bit of a party in our hometown last night, but luckily it stopped at 12:45. So we both had windows open and we messaged each other going, "My goodness me, the music's loud." Is that a sign that we're old? We were going to join in, but we thought Friday night was dangerous. It's a long weekend. Now we, of course, are not the only orange thing in the paddock. There are several teams which are orange. The Kong team is one of those, and unfortunately they had another kind of orange on the way home from Portugal, which they did not need.
Christina, we had everyone got a fantastic event in Portugal last month. It was an enjoyable weekend for everyone, but something happened on your way back to Denmark. Can you explain us what happened on your way back to home?
When we were almost in Paris, our race trailer started burning. So we had to run out and try to stop the fire, but we couldn't. We had another family from the race, Familien Snack, driving in front of us, and they stopped right away and tried to help us, but there was nothing to do.
It was a terrible moment for sure, but something really magic happened in this. Can you tell us what, how much the rallycross community instantly, directly just helps you to be here in Holland?
We had so many offers in just a few hours after the fire started for people who said you can come and borrow our cross cart, so Patrick can compete for the next race. And a lot of people has been helping with trying to build what we could of a new trailer and collect driving equipment for Patrick, so we were able to be here.
How do you feel to be here this weekend? Because I guess it's a lot of emotion, and it's a really special weekend for the whole family and for the whole team and all the Danish around you who just help you and so on. Robin Grana also from Norway, who just been a regular driver in RallyX, just offered the opportunity to Patrick to continue the season. How do you feel? It's a strange feeling, no?
It's quite emotional. It's quite emotional to be in a situation where you think you lost everything and you lost your chance to be here, and then people just rise up and help and offers everything. And just to try and get past the experience. It's easier when you can just continue what you were doing. It's a bit chaotic, and we're not expecting everything to go perfect, but just to be here is great.
Are you surprised by the support of the Rallycross community and the RallyX community?
I don't know if I'm surprised, because there's always been a lot of support to collect from everybody, but this is bigger than everything I've ever imagined. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, shocking scenes. Nobody wants to see that. Obviously, great that the paddocks come together. Hallen got them back in the race. Now, they weren't the only people who had a bit of a shocker in Portugal. This was actually at the track, though. You'll remember, if you're watching, Casper Jansen had an absolutely massive shunt. So take a look at this.
Casper, you had a fantastic event in Portugal last time. You have been able to score 51 points. It was the highest score of the weekend, but the last final of the day was just a terrible moment for you. Can you explain us what happened?
Yeah, so we had a really good weekend in Portugal without the last final. Then we did a pretty good launch in the start, so we started from third and was up in P1, and then was a little bit of accident in first turn, and then we slide out of a little bit out the line, so too tight in the second corner. Then we got a huge crash and rolled the car. So wasn't that good. So.
It was a huge disappointment for sure, but it seems that the last couple of weeks helped you to find the motivation back, and the car looks brand new. Explain us what you have made on the car during the last few weeks.
Yeah, exactly. So the plastic was quite bad, so we did a lot of plastic to fix the most you can to keep the budget down and not just put new parts on. So yeah, we fixed a lot of plastic, so that was good. But it has been a lot of hours to fix the car. So, but now it looks great again. So a little bit of new livery also. So.
You're looking for a revenge this weekend, because it was so fantastic in Portugal that maybe you were expecting another conclusion, no?
Yeah, of course. We will do everything this weekend, and I think we have the key to do something here also. We have really good launches in Portugal, so yeah, that's looking good for now. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So yeah, lots of work for a few different people in the paddock, unfortunately, but good to see Casper back, and obviously most importantly, good to see that he's okay. I've just had a message from Ronald Spaldings, which is basically a monkey with the hands over the face and about 38 crying smileys. Ronald, good to hear from you, mate. We'll see you next time in Latvia, I hope. I know you're not racing anymore, but come and have a beer with us or something, you legend. What else have we got in here? Racing, yes, Hal, yes. We'll have a look at that in a moment. Marvellous. Right, so this is on the inside Slavomir Wallach, and on the outside is Nick Nayens. I think we've got two DNS, Nick Snoys and Jenthe Quick sneeze. That is loud. I'm just going to turn that down a bit, and we're away, Hal.
So Snoyers, for those that haven't seen on social media or what have you, has had a massive accident in Q1 earlier on. Hit the wall on the inside of turn 2. We went to see the car. Those who watched Portugal a few weeks ago remember that Nick had a massive fire, and there was a load of work done overnight on his Peugeot 208 Super 600 machine, RX3 as it's called these days, to get it repaired. And yeah, difficult for them there. And again, they've got a lot of damage, but they're keen to get the car fixed for tomorrow. I don't actually know why Wallach's so far down the order here with his wonderful BMW M3. We haven't seen Slab so far this weekend, but run by the Automax team, something clearly happened to have a DNF in Q1 earlier on, because that car ought to be much higher up the order this weekend. Having said that, the order is going to be absolutely on its head, isn't it, Andrew? Because there's so much local talent here. Even the regulars like Simon Tiger, Victor Jansen are not at the top of the standings, and it's going to be fascinating to see who comes out on top once the regular Rally X's get to learn the track.
Yeah, and you saw just into the wall with the Mark II Escort. Hopefully not damaged. Need to get that reversed out there. But really, the point is how it's the unique characteristics of this circuit. We've had a couple of local drivers say to us, I know all the tricks. It's just one of those places, isn't it? Look at Tommy Hellman in the preview. Well, it's a concrete jungle. It's scary.
Well, I spoke to Tommy again since Q1, and he's still totally blown away by it. But that's because his experiences from Scandinavia and America, where the circuits are very, very different. Now, it's also a case that there hasn't been a massive event here for quite some time, and people get to know the tracks they're used to racing on, don't they? 2012 was the last European Championship event here, so I'm sure they get up to speed. All of the tracks, as you go through the course of the weekend, you're learning all the time.
Listen to that, sounds absolutely epic. That's the banked long right-hander which heads up towards the last corner, and that's the corner which Tommy said it's sideways the whole way through from the moment you turn in until the exit onto the straight. And of course, you still need that good exit speed onto the straight. So Wallach takes that first race. Apparently King's Day is quite the celebration, we're hearing from various different messages that we're getting, so thanks for that. Yeah, epic.
So Wallach's just done a 2:14.4. For reference, Mayanix, who we saw last year in Estering, went quickest in Q1 on a 2:10.2, so that is a significant way off. A 2:14.4 would have been 7th overall.
Yeah,
40, same as Steve Alders, who we saw in Montalegre. So
I was quite surprised Nian stopped there, Hal, because it was only a tiny contact with the barrier.
If you got the wheel, if you got the steering open, it could easily have broken the steering arm or something. The wheel is at a bit of an angle.
Or your thumb. Tape. I need some tape, Hal. I'm going to tape that crown to the front of the desk. Where's the tape gone? They always leave us tape and then take it away just when we need it. Hal's going to find tape. Look. Can't help but engineer stuff. There were 2 rolls, weren't there? There it is. Oh no, I wanted the other tape. I mean, that'll do. I was going to use the black tape. This is really the one. Should we try it? Riveting TV. Aye. So they've just wheeled out the FC5 behind us. That's to get access to the FC1. I'm not quite sure. We still haven't ascertained who's driving that. We'll have to find out.
I've just been handed a €2 coin. So
yeah, so it was on the floor behind the car.
That is my salary for this weekend. Yeah, thank you, mate. just double my rate.
How did they know? There we go. Right, there we go. Let's tape the crown to the desk. Oh, I'm feeling pretty stoked about this now. Mega. Peter's come round to this. What do you think, Peter? Do you approve? But thumbs up. Thumbs up from the boss. That's good. I need to get rid of the tape now. There it is. Right. Right. Okay, good. Cars on the grid. Sorry. Wow. Stop getting distracted, Andrew. This is Michel Colligin from the Netherlands, Stanley Lutjen from Belgium, Bart Bell from the Netherlands, and Tom Geenen from Belgium. Geenen on the outside in the Volvo, and Michael Colligin on the inside in the Toyota Yaris. So we do have a mixture of front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive machinery. The 2 cars on the inside here are front-wheel drive, the Toyota and the Ford car. Normally it's the rear-wheel drives that get the best launch, as you would have seen if you watched Montalegre. good start from row 2 for Danny Luton, but blown away by the real drives on the run to turn 1. Bart Bell leads. And slotting into P2, Tom Geenan. So let's have a look around this track, Hal. So that's turn 1, which you've raced here. You can't really see through any of it, can you? Then from the tarmac onto the loose. And that transition, the car's still loaded up, isn't it? Then you can use that the whole way down the straight to get yourself into turn 3.
Yeah, you can see they've done a lot of work on the circuit with the lunch break. So the lunch break in RallyX works between the cross car and cross car junior Q2 session and then ahead of open two-wheel drive. So they've done a lot of work to manipulate the loose, drag some of the looser surface back onto the racing line, because as we saw in the opener, a lot of that gravel was getting pushed to the outside. This final corner, when I last drove here, which was a good while ago now, 13 years ago actually, depressingly, but that last corner was super slippery, very, 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 very ice-like, and
because the dirt gets dragged onto all the shiny tarmac as well.
A bit of both. I think the tarmac's pretty old, and what happens on a rallycross track quite often, when it's not road tarmac, when it's race tarmac, and then it has all of that gravel, as that gravel gets manipulated into the surface, it kind of crosses it up. So that corner's always very slippery, apparently. It's very much the same again. You've got this banked right-hander past the lake, over the second of the track crossings and into the final turn, which is oh so slippery. As we finish, lap to go.
So that's the chicane in which they skip at the start. So it's it's not confusing really, but you come off the start and you skip the chicane in lap 1.
I think people have been confused. I've seen several times over the years in European Championship events where debutant will come here and not do the chicane at any point.
Right, and then go, wow, my lap times were amazing. And then, oh dear, look at the stewards. There's the Joker split in the background. So this is the front shot of the Joker going in, and then you can see coming out there.
Bell on a flyer. He's also out of position really. When we've got 6 open two-wheel drive races, you would expect him to be much higher up based on his previous form. So he'll be looking for a good run, of course.
So Bart Bell takes it to 12.6. That's a bit more
right in the mix now, isn't it? That would have been 4th quickest in
third
in Q1.
3rd quickest, head of Blesdale. Nice.
Yes, you're right. Remarkably correct. 2:12.
I was all warm now. I need to put.
It's gone very
it's
cold
gone cold, isn't it? Yes, King's Day celebrations are over. Stephanie McConnell's looking at us as slightly concerned as to
they look quite cold, the McConnells, don't they?
Yeah, the McConnells are cold everywhere. It's just nowhere is quite like Jamaica. There we go. Bart Bell, Tom Geenan, Luton and Coley.
Tom Geenan's birthday. Tom Geenan's a rallycross driver who's been around a long time. Back now in open two-wheel drive. How fantastic is it to see such a strong entry from the open two-wheel drive brigade? And this is a grid that really typifies that. We've got a range of drivetrains in there, front and rear wheel drive, and that's what it's all about.
So you've got Dries Brosmans on the inside, then Bert Thinis, Steve Otzer, Fabian Verbucht and Derek Tohill on the outside. So we've actually got rear-wheel drive cars on the inside and the outside. So the BMW Z3 and Derek's Ford Fiesta rear-wheel drive, and then the middle of the grid you got the Yaris, the C2 and the Ford Fiesta.
Tohill made a brilliant start in the last one and then stalled the car in the hairpin and lost a load of time. So I think, as we were talking about in the preview, that was...
Oh, it's a better start from the Super 1600 car in the middle of the grid, but look at that. Tohill's gone straight to the chicane. That's exactly how what we talked about. He's gone from whole shot to the chicane and back out into P5.
Derek is not a new driver here, and yeah, that's...
He'd be annoyed with that.
Yeah, he'd be frustrated with
that. Especially after such a great start. He killed them off the start line.
Well, he was always good, wasn't he, in the real drive against the RX3, the Super 600 machines. But it was here last time around in Q1 where he stalled the engine. I think quite well possibly pulled the handbrake and didn't dip the clutch. Whereas in the Supercar he was racing last weekend, you've got a diff release where you pull the handbrake as much as you want. It doesn't affect the drive. So a bit of relearning to do for Derek. Bit of a mistake there in the final corner. But it's Bossman's up front in the Z3. I love the BMW Z3. Bit of a Marmite car, isn't it, the BMW Z3? But I think
well, in terms of looks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about it, really. Yes, I suppose, yes, actually. The trouble is, Hal, I'm a big fan of Super 1600 cars. So like when the front wheel drive cars are in with the rear wheel drive cars, I'm really torn because I was a front wheel drive man, and I know just that rally era of F2, if we ever mentioned that, I still do like a front wheel drive car. Oh, Derek, look at that merge. It is so close. The speed differential from inside and outside, the Joker's got the low line, but you're coming across the banking and dipping down. So it's Bert Thinis who pulled in front of Derek Toyle for a P3 and P4 at the moment. And Fabian Verboot has just crossed the line as well. Derek looking to the outside line and then to the inside, but trying to find a bit more traction, but he's sideways on the exit. I don't think he'll get it done there. Now Derek looks to the inside again as they get back onto the tarmac section. Here is our low camera on the barrier on the exit, and then over. Finish line checker flag out, and it's Bosmans who takes it with the 2:14.8, so not as quick as the previous heat went with Bart Bell in the 2:12s. Taking a look back at the action from that one from the drone.
The lap time was there, 43.2 for Bosmans, matched that of Bell in the previous run, but just the overall time that little bit off, as you correctly stated.
So Bosmans takes it 2:14.8 from Otsa, Thinis, Tohill and Verbucht. Next 5 cars on the line already.
Right, I've gone for a laptop change, and now we've got some YouTube comments, so that's progress.
And this is different than we've got on our paper grid, so there's been a change. Christoph Becks is not in this one. Simon Tiger is instead.
There were some penalties.
Right.
Quite a lot of penalties.
Then the rest of it is correct. Yeah, McGarry, Van der Warrenbel, Layson and Johansson. So your grid on screen is correct. It's our one here which is missing Simon Tiger. So Simon Tiger, as you will know, is a multiple champion of the open two-wheel drive category, but he's currently sitting in P10 after only one session, admittedly. So what can Tiger do away from the line this time? Johansson on the outside as well. Johansson's got the best start. Tiger would have the inside line but can't get down there. That to me, Hal, says that Victor Johansson finished fitting the electric motor, because I just don't think he'd have got away like that if he hadn't.
Totally agree, yeah. While he's got the race engine back in the car for this year that he had all the problems with last season, the electric motor really helps with traction off the line. Johansson so on the outside as well here, and got the job done.
Yeah, tidily done as well. Now, what's the motor worth? Isn't it about 100 horsepower?
Yeah, exactly 100 horsepower. Yeah. McGarry's the Joker for the first time of asking Davy Layson as well, following in the Z3 Coupe.
It looks slow, doesn't it, the Joker, when you see it from the drone? Yeah.
Last time I raced here, it was absolutely hooning down with rain. Was that 2011? I think it was, and we used gravel rally tyres actually that I had in the van, because the loose gets so slippery here. Like you say, the Joker looks slow in the dry, doesn't it? But the loose here gets so dug up, and it's like a sandy, muddy surface, so you really struggle for traction.
I love seeing them how when they come off the tarmac there onto the dirt. Literally, they're just coming onto the dirt. You know, with a bit of transition in the car, they jump on the brakes, and you're holding that angle the whole way down the braking zone. Simon Tiger's gone Joker and comes back out, so loses a position on track. Through the chicane. Look at look at the rotation on Johansson's car in turn 1. That thing just turns in. Look, Johansson's car looks epic, Hal. It looks absolutely brilliant. It looks so well balanced. Here it is, look, over onto the loose. He keeps his car relatively straight. If you watch Simon Tiger here, watch Tiger. Look, there's angle in the car the whole way down the straight on the brakes, just a little bit of different brake bias. Sorry, we believe some of you might be having a few audio issues. issues, so we're sorry for that, and we have got the technical team looking into that right now, so we'll see what we can do to get that fixed. Thank you for your messages on YouTube. Obviously we only see what we're seeing at this end. You guys are watching the broadcast at home, and we will get to work on that. Well, me and Hal won't, because we're not allowed to touch anything.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say we're busy. Actually, we're just incompetent.
Yeah, there's no way. There's a big box on the floor
in front of me that say you.
Yeah, yeah. There's so Derek Tohal's been given a black flag. Wow, that's for taking the wrong route on the first lap. As if you need.
I think that was inevitable. There's a lot of chat in the YouTube. Wake up, Derek, says Eklund 1984. Yeah, Derek's been here a lot of times, so it's a tough
break.
A tough one.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be wearing orange today, I have to say, or to have the Dutch flag on my face, but there we go.
What a day to watch some rallycross. Victor Hansen fastest overall so far in Q2 for open two-wheel drive, 2:11.2.
Yeah, it's only a second off Mainix's time from the first session.
All you need is a bit of contact in the next one, a bit of time lost, and all of a sudden that could put you right to the top of the order, because we've only got a couple of races still to go.
Yeah, Tiger's out of this one, so where is Nick's? Not sure. Well, let's just work on the basis of what we can see, shall we? Blesdale, Nee, Volders, Klaassen and De Haas. Now, Blesdale had some great results in Montalegre, Hal, and you saw them in the British Rallycross paddock. Let's get the start underway. Good start by Blesdale on the inside line. Keeps in the white lines on the run to the first corner. As long as he holds that line, he'll get the run through turn one. Oh, Volder's trying to go round the outside of him, but Blesdale just nudges him towards the gravel. Blesdale holds on. Volders might lose another place, just gets around the outside and does hold his position. So good start, and then Blesdale backs the whole pack up. Yeah, Hal, they loved it. They loved Portugal.
So Jason and his father and a mechanic came down to Portugal. Jason's dad drove the truck down. Jason drove back in a single hit to get back to the UK, which was a fair old effort, because of course, like so many competitors in this sport, he had work to go to as soon as possible, so he got back. And then Darren, Jason's brother, rang me and said, how can I sort an entry for Holland, actually? And it shows the flexibility of this championship that, they've got the entry sorted. There was capacity for him to come, and got the entry sorted, even though it was a last-minute decision. So brilliant to have both of them here, and I think this circuit really will suit Jason and Darren's VX220s rather better than Montalegre did, because the little Vauxhall looked a bit out of place against the massive curves. And this is a billiard smooth circuit, more akin to what they used to.
Yeah, now you can see Volders trying to get round the outside. I'm not sure I would have jokered there if I were Blesdale. He's dropping himself back into the pack, and that now means Volders surely has the advantage. Blesdale's in the pack. Hal, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, tactically that's not the right thing to do. You don't want to end up in a fight though, do you? And
no,
sometimes
absolutely.
If you're having a moment and the car's heading that way, the experienced driver will let the car run out wide and go into the Joker, rather than risking what happened to me in Estering one year. I hit the barrier in between the Joker and the standard lap, because there was a lot of indecision and moments going on.
That's a lot of indecision, mate.
So you're often better just to take the path of least resistance and not hemorrhage the time.
So maybe Blesdale has an issue with the car, or maybe made a little mistake in that corner and decided to let it run wide anyway. But
what is impressive, talking about the Blesdales as we are, is that Jason's in arguably the better car. This is the second evolution of the cars they've built. The previous one was an ex-Peter McGarry car that Darren now drives, and Darren's been flying so far. We'll see him in the next race. So they're doing great this weekend. Volders
2:13.7. It's good enough for P3. Just trying to see what the times are like. Obviously the track changes every time. Yeah, it would have been good enough for P5 in Q1.
What we have seen though is that the track's much cleaner now than it was earlier, because for Q1 of open two-wheel drive, there was 2 free practice sessions with a small track maintenance break, and then all of the Q1 for the cross car machines, whereas we've had a gap now, and these are the first cars on track. So this is what frustrates me talking about lap time. Yes, it's relevant today and in these scenarios, but really lap time's only relevant when you're within a single session.
Yeah.
And people get excited about overall lap time. Yes, a lap record is a lap record, but the track's never the same twice. It's a bit like a stage record. You know, Petter Solberg's on Empoyer record is amazing, and it's a lovely story, but
you can't recreate it.
It's not a Formula 1 track. You can't recreate those same scenarios, as you say.
No, you can't recreate it. But it's always interesting to see as well what way the track goes, isn't it? And particularly with watering, we know, for instance, we just had the lunch break, so these guys have got a wetter track than actually they're likely to have in the following session, because Crosscar Junior will get the wet as Hal sort of stands outside the tent. Hal, there was some talk of rain, but we haven't seen any so far.
I'd take some rain, not for the fans or the event, because really you want a nice dry weekend, but just to mix things up. And we've got a jump start.
Who was it?
It will be delayed.
Lane 2, it's Verhoeven.
I think it was Verhoeven that moved. Predictably, I looked up at the timing screen just at the wrong moment, but I'm sure it was Verhoeven, the yellow BMW.
Christoph Bex is in this one, so I reckon must have had either a penalty taken away, Hal, or penalties were given to somebody else, because Bex was down in race 4 and is in this top race, which is what's put one person down from each of the races in between.
Sure, yeah.
Then it's Darren Blesdale, Arjan van Lommel, and Yorick Mainix on the inside. Now, what I love about Yorick is that if you look at the car, it's a Volvo, and it just doesn't look like the car that's going to go fastest out there. But
it was ever thus in Supernational. Then that's why they were so endearing.
Norway, they were just. I remember being at Hell, and they were just the Nationals would be there, and it's just hundreds of Volvos with massive rear wings.
Resident Volvo expert Sean Hassett into the commentary box a bit later in the weekend, because
he loves a Volvo.
Some machines,
yeah. So watch on the inside then. Mainix on the run to the first corner. Look at that, decent traction away from the line. There's nothing spectacular about that whatsoever. It's like driving away from the line with the perfect level of traction and just going thanks very much. And that, of course, is the total opposite. That's not what you want. That is Bex being spun round.
Just that little tap in the rear as well. It wasn't even that hard, but because all of the weight is being transferred to the left-hand side of the car, as you say, the car's over there, a bit of a bump in the rear, and around you go. And when you've got all that power over the rear wheels, or through the rear wheels, she's going round.
Interesting looking at the line as well. When they come onto that tarmac section on the standard lap, they really don't let the car run. They don't run the kind of a car's width wide and then straighten up across the apex, don't they?
Do you know what I'm finding interesting here is the camera angles. So the last time a big event was held here, like I said, was in 2012. We didn't have drones then. We didn't have these different modern technologies.
We didn't have drones. How mad is that?
And so we're coming and looking at this track that was built in the 70s, the first purpose-built rallycross track ever. And we're seeing it from a totally new angle, and I absolutely love that, because this is a place I've been to so many times, as many people in the paddock will have been, and you feel like you know it, and now you're seeing it in a whole new perspective.
We say that about instants, don't we? That you look at an instant, you can blame one driver completely, and then you see it from the drone and you go, oh no, it definitely wasn't his fault. I thought Estering was the first. Obviously Liddon Hill was the first, but that was already a race circuit before it became a rallycross track. Was Estering?
It was within the World Championship calendar at that stage, whereas this was the first, arguably the first purpose-built venue. Holland was or the Netherlands as we now call it. It was the second home of rallycross initially. This is where Eklund and Blomqvist, hence the corner names here, came and battled it out in Saab V4s against the Duroys. The Duroys, such a famous name
for Dakar guys.
For Dakar, but also for rallycross back in the day with their crazy DAF machines. There's a lot of history for rallycross here, and fantastic to have a big event back.
It is indeed. Someone said to me earlier 71, and then I said, really, 71? He goes, well, I don't know, maybe not 71. So I was like, okay, should we just say around 71? He goes, yeah, that's fine. A little bit like our confirmation of what King's Day is all about.
Well, it was April 71, yeah, so we're exactly on the anniversary.
208.1 has just destroyed everybody else in the session. That is 3.1 seconds quicker than Jansen went. Yeah, I know we just talked about not comparing it, of course.
No, we can't compare it within the session, 100%. And I think
3.1 is wild, isn't it?
Clearly right up there with the most competitive. The track's clean through the session. Amazing time, brilliant job. I'm not saying we can't compare the times within this session. What I find difficult is comparing times between sessions when the track's totally different. That is a mega time.
Isn't it just?
But wasn't he quick when we were in Estering last year and had all of that contact and problems into the first corner, never really got to show it against the regulars?
I'm keen to see the next. So who's going to be in with him in the next session? Simon Tighe? No, he won't. Will he? He's not showing. No, he's not showing our overall screen yet, unfortunately. So I can't tell you. I think he'll be in. Definitely, Victor Johansson will be in with him. And Victor, now he's got the motor sorted. If he can beat him off the start, he might be beatable. But I'll tell you what, if he wins the start, my money's on Mainix already. Right, on to Supercar lights. We can hear the anti-lag, I think, of Victor Vranks in the background behind us. He's here in a 208 Supercar this weekend. You are looking at Robert Svitol's, Mads Larsen and Kevin Darbach. Oh, jump start in the middle, surely. So Mads Larsen from Denmark, as is Darbach. And Hal, I think you said that Larsen is kind of a little bit of a protege of Linneman.
Yeah, definitely a protege of Ulrich as part of the Linneman promotion team. He's won titles at home in Rallycross and in Folk Race, and this is a great opportunity to get in a Supercar lights. We know how many amazing drivers have come through that category in the history of recent Rallycross at least, and great proving ground. They weren't actually going to come here, they were going to start later in the season, but as Ulrich was coming with his own usual tale of up and down and sleepless nights, that yeah, great opportunity to get racing.
So there's the look from the grid down towards turn 1. Off to the right hand side is that chicane that you don't take on the first lap, sorry. Flag is waved, then comes the ready to race. Now watch that board, that will go out, and there's a random gap before then it turns green. And away from the line. Good start by Vitols on the inside. Runs down to the first corner with the whole shot nicely done from Larsen.
Solid start from Vitols. That really claimed the first corner, the Latvian driver. We've seen Roberts in all sorts of cars in the last few years, haven't we? In
Darbach gets through. Yeah, Darbach, and then immediately goes Joker, Hal.
Sensible, I think, to get out of that scrum as Larsen had been pushed wide. We know that Kevin Darbach's got great pace, though, don't we? And
yeah, I might have stayed out there.
I just think in the battle when there's cars everywhere, you've got to not keep losing the time.
He was in front, though. I would have stayed out.
I think that's the right decision.
Going in?
Yeah, no, to stay out. But I also think that they're always trying stuff, aren't they?
There's only 3 cars too. Yeah, there's only 3
what
cars.
I think is
look at the pace differential through there between him and Larsen.
What I think is sacrilegious to not commit to the joke strategy when no one jokes on the first lap, because when there's 3 opportunities.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so okay, Larsen goes now, and you'll see Darbach get back through. So actually, I would say he held up a tiny bit on that lap when you look at his pace from the gravel through to the tar. And then into the chicane, so there it is. Look at that, it is really flat through there, isn't it?
Apologies for my mumbling, we've got all sorts of audio stuff going on, just talking to the engineers, but Vitols doing a great job out front. He carries so much speed into turn 3 right to the outside of the gravel section. Could have won the British Rallycross Championship a couple of years ago, or 4 years ago now, in Pat Duran, Citroen C4, couldn't quite get it done. He's in the Joker this time around, and Darbach's going to get it done around the outside. It's not, though. Bit of contact forced wide. Really should have opened the corner up Darbach there and taken the high line.
And then puts himself up into the loops on the outside. Come on, pull it back on. Don't end up over there. That is an absolute disaster for Darbach.
Crossed the line now, I think.
Has he crossed the line? Let's look at timing. Yeah, no, it hasn't triggered it.
Oh, it has.
It has now. It has now. Why is it showing him ahead of Larsen? Larsen is, sorry.
That's
wrong.
That's an absolute nightmare for the timekeepers, because he's gone outside the loop.
I wonder if it's loop, isn't it? Rather than, I wonder if he'd knocked over.
No, the loop will just be under the tarmac.
Yeah, but the backup system. But it looks like it's up on the grass. Do you see the camera up on the right?
He's below it. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
he's got outside of the timing parameters.
Exactly. He's outside the loop, underneath the camera, isn't it? It's an absolute nightmare. Now
Also stuck in the car.
That's
something
how deep the gravel
there.
is. So one of the lads was saying that. Yesterday that his kiddie had jumped into the gravel, and then when he came out, both his shoes were gone because the sand is so deep that both his trainers were pulled off his feet. So
scruffy race, really, but I think Darbach definitely had some damage on that final lap. I really thought he was going to get it done around the outside, and nearly did, but just didn't open up the corner enough. This was the start. Vittles did a great. Sorry, Andrew. Vittles did a great job to get to the inside there, and then
this is Darback, isn't it? Look up the inside. So he runs into the back of Vittles, and that's what runs him wide. Darback gets through.
So you don't actually know. So you're so unsighted.
Now I see why he's gone Joker. He had no choice. He was outside Vittles. I didn't realise that.
But I
also
also
from the
think
first
you're
shot.
so unsighted there when you're side by side. Is you don't with a hands device on. We were talking about this yesterday about the Joker merge, weren't we? When you've got a hands device on, which is so important to the safety of drivers, it's so difficult to turn your head and see exactly where you are. So yeah.
You think something broke there, maybe?
I think from the contact.
Look, but then he's gunning the throttle, four-wheel drive, 300 odd horsepower, and it's not enough to get it out of that gravel trap. It is deep. Right, we'll leave you with this recovery for a minute. We're just going to twiddle some technical stuff at this end.
Race 2 of Supercar Lights here at the Euro Circuit. Tobias Darback, Julian Meunier and Lucas Anderson, 3 very accomplished Supercar Lights drivers here. This will be interesting because Lucas Anderson did not have the weekend he wanted in Montalegre, but makes a brilliant start around the outside of Meunier towards the first corner. Can he get to the inside? Yes, he can. Moves across one place, just feeling his way in, feels his way in hard into the side of Darback.
Darback won Q1 and Hal side by side there, but Anderson up the inside. Darback's in danger of losing out, slams the door in Meunier's face. Meunier's going to go wide. Darback's defensive Meunier beautifully turns the car in early, but he can't get alongside Darback, so surely if Darback doesn't go Joker, he will. Darback does, so Meunier should go standard lap, and he does too.
From Meunier as well in turn 2 to come out the throttle and not get forced to the inside. But Lucas Anderson had done the hard work, hadn't he? Came across initially and then slammed the door on Darback. But as we were saying, very hard to see in your peripheral vision when you're side by side like that. That curb looks like absolutely nothing now in a modern car. When we were here previously, over a decade ago, a supercar would clip that curb and be right up on 2 wheels, but now suspension technology has moved on to such a degree that it's barely even a curb.
These are Supercar Lights, aren't they? And they just drive over it like it's nothing.
Still with the latest R53 dampers though, which the tech is just incredible.
We discussed this before, how damper technology, as Meunier goes Joker, has kind of ruined it, hasn't it, really? For me, from the point of view that you used to have to hustle a car, and now with the dampers they can drive straight over everything, and you just see that, you know, the fastest way is the smooth, I know, straight braking, straight exit.
Boring.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. If you follow me on Instagram, I regularly repost 90s rally reels. Yes, Bastos Racing are posting some mega stuff recently of loud anti-lag and people just getting cars by the scruff of the neck and throwing them around. But I get it, you know, technology marches on, you've got to suck it up. Everyone's got a favourite era. And unfortunately, I'm old enough that my favourite era might be a while ago now. What are you going to do?
Horse and carts.
Thanks, Harridge.
Anderson in the Joker. Darback's on the inside, going to get this done unlike his brother, is he? Is he going to shut the door?
I think he's got him round the outside. Here it is. No, he runs wide. Anderson inside there, side by side as they come to the line. This will come down to the transponders on the car. Anderson, Darback gets it by 0.034. The timing screen flicked around at the last split second. 0.4 of a second over the 3 cars. Wow.
All of them go quicker than Roberts Vittles in the previous race as well, so the race time was there for all of them, even for Meunier, who didn't...
It was clever scrapping. You know what I mean? So, like you said here, watch this. Hal, talk us through this about how Meunier was clever.
Well, initially, Anderson was clever, gave all the room, didn't he? And then shut the door hard on Darback. And this is what we're looking at, Meunier, if we see it into turn 2. I don't know if we will. He's already in the brakes with the left foot, in the brakes again. We don't see him into that corner, but he was very careful to get out of the throttle and not have a big crash. This is the Joker merge that we were looking at. Darbeck gets around the right side. Oh, and he clips the wall, actually. We missed that in the race. Anderson gets back up the inside. Great job from the young Swede, and they're running neck and neck. Good drive out the corner, actually, given how sideways he was.
He would have been banging that down the cogs, running to try and get that into the right gear and ready to go. So Tobias Darbeck takes it from Lucas Anderson and Julian Meunier. Right, we're getting on to open four-wheel drive here in Holland. The four-wheel drive cars, of course, qualifying for later on today. We've got a double header from Valkenswaard, one of the oldest rallycross tracks in the world. And it's going to give us some fantastic action. This one, Van den Heuvel, Christensen, Verkingen and Svensson on the outside. So Svensson had a problem in the first session in the FC2. Svensson gets away well, going to try and get down to turn one, but it's Van den Heuvel on his inside in the Polo. Svensson trying to go all the way around the outside in the FC2. There won't be room. He might end up giving up another place here. If you lose that exit speed, Svensson gets turned around again. That is a disaster for Elias Svensson. Second time turned around up the inside. I think it's Christensen who goes through in the FC2. Poor old Elias.
Unnecessary and scrappy.
Yeah. Agree.
Just frustrating, isn't it? But good awareness from Victor Christensen on his debut this weekend in the FC2. We saw him a couple of times in the Supercar lights last year with JC Racetech, didn't we? And he drove the Audi S1. His father was driving as well in a couple of tests. But good for him to get through that bit of carnage. Tom van der Heuvel there, let's have a quick chat about him as he's leading up front, because he was involved in all the action, wasn't he, in Montalegre a few weeks ago. Svenssen's off as well now.
Oh,
that's when he's tried to turn the car around, isn't it?
So he broke Svensson in the first race, ran a little bit wider than Joker, and Fraser McConnell got up the inside, and he ended up with broken steering from a tiny bit of contact. I would have said that move was on. Unfortunately here, Hal, someone who's 3/4 of the way behind has not lifted off the throttle when there isn't any way to go through, and in my opinion just turned him around.
Yeah, but I think there'll be a penalty coming for for Johnny in that, unfortunately, because you've got to give the space, haven't you? In Fernando Alonso style, you've always got to leave the space, but you do, unless you're side by side, you can't just go harpooning people. Which brings me back to Van der Heuvel, because there was a lot of chat about the Dutch driver, wasn't there, in the accident that claimed Casper Jansen in the FC2 in Portugal that we heard about in the opener. And I actually don't think Tom did a whole lot wrong because of what happened in that incident. He wasn't penalised for it. But
well, also, there were 3 cars wide, you couldn't see through the middle car.
Also in that weekend, he was incredibly gracious enough to offer his entire car to Jurek Linnemann, who'd lost his engine on the second day.
Isn't it?
And that's a real mark of a person, isn't it? When they're just starting out their rallycross career. And what a great job his team have done to repair the car with all that damage, to get back out for his home event this weekend. And a solid run as well for Christensen here. Finishes the race 10 seconds off, but did come to a stop and have to get around that mess.
So just quickly, Hal, 201.7, admittedly, again, between sessions. Van den Heuvel, that would have put him about halfway up the field, but we have seen that this session is a bit quicker on the basis of what happened in two-wheel drive. Right, let's have a look at the start here. So watch for Svensson on the outside, who was, say, retired, unfortunately, from Q1 after contact. Here he's on the outside, leaves enough room for Van den Heuvel on the inside.
Using all his experience there, Elias, just to leave enough room.
Rolls off, and now this corner here. So look where Svensson is. He's admittedly comes across quite quickly.
But he's on the racing line.
He's on the line. Yeah.
The gap was there. It was an ever-decreasing gap, and I think you're
not going to go through it from 90% behind, are you?
You're also not going to win the final by taking a lunge in Q2 on Saturday afternoon, are you? So tricky one.
Luckily for Svensson, there are 12 cars, so he will make the semis of whichever category, but of course he might not make the FC2 final. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 7. He could still, if somebody else has problems. So there we are. Van den Heuvel takes it 201.7. Svensson is in the gravel. Right, Fraser McConnell lines up in this one with Casper Jansen inside him, Simon Olofsson in the blue colour car from Back 40 Motorsport, and Nathan Ottink on the outside. Ottink won one of the pro finals in Portugal just a few weeks ago, but admittedly that was after a bit of carnage. So this should be a fantastic race between Jansen, McConnell and Olofsson. And Ottink, of course, in the supercar will cause them problems if he can get away from the line quick enough. The FC2 round here, we know it's got pace. Ollie Eriksson was quickest in the first practice session this morning. And in the previous qualifying, Ollie Eriksson was the fastest car in Q1 as well from Howman. So 2 FC2s at the top of the table. With a little rescue going on, will be a few moments before we get this one underway. Right, recovery done. Here we go then. Open four-wheel drive qualifying continues on the inside. Casper Jansen, then it's Fraser McConnell, Simon Olofsson and Nathan Ottink. Ottink with the supercar should have the advantage. Fraser McConnell gets a little bit too much wheel spin. Ottink does indeed out-drag them down to turn one. Ollie Eriksson gets off the throttle and onto the brake. Fraser McConnell recovers one position up to P3 and it's Ottink in the supercar who leads. Sorry, it's Casper Jansen, Hal. Yes, you're right. It's not Eriksson at all. He fooled me with his exact same livery that Eriksson had in Nitro.
Great awareness from Casper there to get out the throttle. McConnell had a lot of wheel spin last time around and had exactly the same problem here. So they'll be working on his start strategy, I'm sure of that. Olofsson follows into the Joker. I think that's probably sensible from the back of the pack, given that Jansen was that little bit further up the road. But this is all about a young rising star competing at home with this amazing supercar opportunity handed to him by Bart Bell this year, and what an experience to be leading such an accomplished field of drivers at your home circuit.
And of course he won in Portugal, Hal, but I think he would admit it himself. Obviously Eriksson retired on the grid with a broken drive shaft, didn't he? Or broken drive shaft nut or sideways from Casper Jansen. Oh, Jansen taps the wall. Olofsson taps the outside wall. One on the inside, one on the outside. Jansen with a different livery, Hal, and I suspect that's probably because just the amount they repaired a lot of the plastics, and they were very open about it, was to save money.
And he also loves a livery change, doesn't he? He's had a few liveries in the last few years, Casper, and why not? Makes our life a lot more difficult, but
he had a red
he's not bothered about that.
Red one side of the Atlantic, a blue one the other side, and now, yeah, he appears to have gone for Ollie Eriksson's thing, but that's entirely my fault, so I've got to take it on the chin sometimes. Come on, Coley, wakey, wakey. Oh, Fraser McConnell in the background, using all the gravel as well as the deep stuff around the outside. That's brilliant by the Jamaican. Absolutely flying. Going to follow Ottink in, of course, because this is the last lap. But Fraser there showing signs of the pace he's got. Jansen on the outside, McConnell on the inside.
Look at Fraser open up the car. They got some rotation in it, and that without any contact, just covered off Jansen. Great move from Fraser McConnell.
Yeah, brilliant. Ottink takes it, but Fraz on that last lap was absolutely lit.
Great awareness to be able to move the car around like that, to be able to hold somebody back when no one wants the contact, but just to it's a you're not coming through sunshine type of move, isn't it? Just to make your car as wide as possible. Sounds ridiculous, but that is what's going on. Great awareness there from Casper Jansen, as I said, to come out the throttle. I thought he backed out
too early, but he didn't, because if he hadn't, he'd have been in the wall immediately.
But I also think if you back out early, you can get back in the throttle and take the line you want to, rather than backing out late and being compromised on the inside. Then you risk someone coming around the outside.
Place, or even on the insides we've seen already, haven't we? So Ottink takes it from Fraser McConnell, Casper Jansen, Simon Olofsson. And those times are quicker than the cars that went before them, so they will go top 3 at least. Okay then, this time Eriksson is in it. So Eriksson on the inside, Howman, Vranks and Linneman. So Vranks and Linneman on the outside in supercars. This is of course Victor's debut in supercar, isn't it? In the Peugeot 208, run by Hedströms. Linneman in the car that he did so well in Portugal in, and has sorted the engine for in time for here. Howman on the inside of Franks on the run to the first corner. Howman dips the brakes super late. Linneman goes round the outside. Franks is sideways in the 208 but holds on to it. Howman slots in, Linneman slots into P3, so Howman keeping the door closed. Look how early he brought it in. Now he gets on the handbrake. He's so good there at parking it, coming in hot, but still parking it on the apex and forcing Linneman to probably, I was going to say Linneman to go joker, and in fact Howman's gone joker on the first lap. Ericsson is now P2 and Howman slots back out into P3. So Linneman there wanted to go joker, didn't he, ahead of Howman, and Howman's gone in with him.
Howman getting out of the traffic in the concrete jungle, he described it as this morning, didn't he? We saw earlier on in Q1 when we were watching trackside that Franks was all out of shape through turn 1 and turn 2. That gave the opportunity to Howman to get stuck in and lead the race, but it was ultimately Ollie Eriksson who came out on top and won. Franks is well on top of this Peugeot, isn't he? Moving it around on the brakes. Ollie Eriksson gets 2 sideways at the bottom of the hill, kicks the clutch, runs wide.
Howman's got him, and also through goes Linneman. So Eriksson with a half spin after winning Q1. This one isn't going his way. This is now a battle between Victor Franks and Tommy Howman. Tommy Howman is an absolute weapon in the FC2, but he is about 100 to 150 horsepower down on Victor Franks. Franks looks to me like he's loving the 208 Hal, but he's got that typical first time in a supercar attitude of get it in sideways, get it out sideways everywhere, and I think you'll see him tidy it up.
That is absolutely the most fun way to drive a supercar, but you're right, he has to tidy it up, because when you're competing against Ollie Eriksson and Tommy Howman, they are so precise. Okay, Ollie made a small mistake last time around, but you cannot afford to be out of shape all the time. Runs that little bit wide, does Victor, but so does Tommy. This is going to be so close at the Joker merge.
Round the outside, I reckon Victor's actually got this tied up.
He's done a great job there on that early part of that final lap, Andrew. We don't have the splits later in the race, but Victor's done a brilliant job to pull that gap.
Franks is going to take this then. Checker flag will fall for the orange-coloured 208. P2 goes to Tommy Howman, and then Linneman gets P3. Eriksson does continue. Here comes Eriksson, the winner of Q1, comes around. He's going to drop a few places there, unfortunately. So I'm looking at the positions here.
I thought that was going to be much closer at the Joker merge, but I think Franks has done a great job, didn't he? Did a great job in the early part of the lap and then executed the
I thought
he
made a mistake in turn 3, but then Howman also ran slightly deep in turn 3, didn't he? What's that? Look, is that windows or under trays? It's a lot of pieces of a lot of rallycross cars. So Victor Franks takes it, 157.1 is 6/10 quicker than Ottink went, so Franks takes the session as well. Fraser McConnell's just walked into the studio because we've got a dirty, great big timing screen that he can see the positions on. So Franks, Howman, Linneman, Eriksson. And ahead of the next one, we'll bring up where everybody sits in that session. Right, straight through today. Very, very quick track maintenance. Bit of water out, and the juniors are good to go. Right on the outside, it's Pim Klaassen who got the best start. Then Svedlund, though, out dragging down to turn 1 in the black buggy, which you'll be familiar with. But Svedlund's gone out wide. And look at that, super aware, leaves just a cross-kart's width on the inside line. And Svedlund manages to get through into the lead. Nicely done. There's that wet breaking zone, but the juniors are so good at dealing with the changing track conditions. Fantastic performance. Look at this, straight on, no problem. Bit slipperier than it was in the first session. No worries, I'm 12, but this is easy. That's not fair because they're not all 12, but I tell you what, it's quite the learning curve, it really is.
Someone in the YouTube comments says it's a lot tamer than it used to be. And while I'd agree with that, I think the sport's just evolved.
What's that, rallycross or the track?
No, I think the nature of the racing in qualifying. But as we saw in Portugal, these days it's all the old school Kenneth Hansen approach of making it through qualifying and then pulling the pin and sending in the hand grenade in the semis and finals. And I promise you, it will get more lively later on. This is all about making it through. It's not all about getting the ultimate grip position. Yes, you want to be as high up as you can in the semi-finals, but it's about surviving the day and then going for it later on. And I think that's where the sport's evolved quite a lot, for better or worse, but that's certainly how it is at the moment.
I think it's for better. I know everybody wants to watch everybody drive into each other all day long, but I promise you, if you're out there and you're paying for the parts, you can't be coming home with 10,000 euros worth of damage every weekend. As you say, there's a time and a place. So in qualifying, get the job done tactically. Look at the drivers who are super aware and back out of an incident because they know it's going to cost them, and they'll make it, and then they go for it in the semis. How many times have we seen in any of the top level championships, this one included, the semi-finals are often better than the final, because that's the point at which you go, I'm all in. If I don't make the final, I'm dead. So you go all in at the semis.
And a lovely analogy that I always reference, or I think it's lovely at least, is that a rallycross car is at its worst when you need it the most, because the turnaround time between semi and final, as you say, semis is often the bun fight, isn't it, to make it through. The car, maybe the tracking's not exactly right, or it's not perfect, and then you need it most for the final. Carl Svedlund makes up for the issues he had earlier on, having been quickest, I think, in Q1 from memory.
Yeah, he was, but then he had the DNF, so I don't think he'll out-qualify Antilla.
But great job. All he can do in that situation
is win.
With a wet track is to maximise, and that's exactly what he's done.
And looking at that, would have been quick enough to win Q1. Now, we're comparing track conditions here only because they've just watered the track. Would they have done that in Q2? And trying to think when the track clean was, because it was prior to lunch. It's a good time, is what we're saying. So Svedlund, can he win Q3? And that, of course, depends on what happens with these next 4 drivers. Antilla being the current pole sitter, the current top qualifier. You can see Antilla on this side of your screen from the drone. I think we've got 2 drones up today, looking at it. I think we've got a high and wide, and then we've got the chase drone as well. So Antilla on the inside with a good start. Just got to hold that inside line all the way down to turn 1. Hegel and Nielsen slots into P2. Oh, look at that. Hegel and Nielsen taking a wild ride over the gravel. Drops from P2 to P4. Oh, contact again. The door gets shut. Not quite enough room. Everybody's got away with it. And in fact, look at that. Onto the back of the pack. Hegel and Nielsen in the yellow-coloured 334 buggy, the speed car. Is already there despite the problem in turn 2, so good recovery. But it's Alex Antilla in the Edge machine out front, who is your current top qualifier with a P3 and a P1. I say with Justin Carl Svedlund win his race. He had a P1 in Q1 but a DNF in Q2. So he did actually only came actually P7 because also in Q2 Pim Klaassen was disqualified. So I would suggest that might have been in the same incident as the DNF, because that's the only DNF out there. But we didn't see it. We were filming the start of the show at that point. It is a small team, and everybody works as hard as they can to bring you guys coverage at home. Hope you're enjoying it. I know Hal will be across the YouTube comments. He's also printing things right now because he's a legend.
You're always nice when you want something, aren't you?
Yes, mate. I want
getting all the abuse
grits
later
and results. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, mate. Perfect. Have you got results of cross car after Q2, Hal?
Yes.
You have, thank you. I need one of those. No, I haven't got it, unfortunately. There we are. We're just sorting paperwork out. It's very unusual if you haven't figured out from the sudden stop to go straight from Q2 to Q3. Thank you, Hal. Perfect.
I've sacrificed my own there because you've lost yours in this.
Well, I haven't lost it. I mean, I'm looking on the floor to see if it's blown away, but it hasn't even blown away. It's although we're all surrounded by lots of orange outfits and things, aren't we? Yeah, Hal's slowly taking it. It's the makeup. If I smeared my makeup, I think I have.
I've definitely smeared
you
mine.
have, yeah,
You've got some on your forehead.
It's all, really, it's all over my hands. So I'm kind of like, I realised when I looked down a minute ago, I was like, yes. And when we say smear our makeup, if you've only just joined the broadcast, we're both, we've been adorned with Dutch flags.
And Tila takes the race win.
Yeah, what is it, a 2:12.7? It's 2/10 from Svedland. So yeah, Antilla will be your TQ. Look at this start on the inside line.
Here's a YouTube comment I've just noticed. Nick Cardano, watching all the way from Japan, want to give a shout out to all the officials of the Euro Circuit, mainly my dad. What a great message.
That's wicked. Hello to your dad. That's awesome.
Rallycross in Japan, that's what we need.
I know, I'd love to see that. I even identified a venue at one point. Halo's Fuji. There's a couple of drift tracks at Fuji and a couple of manufacturer test tracks with a lot of elevation change around the side, sort of inside the old banking. And I was out there and I was like, oh, this would be a great place to go. It was a number of years ago again. Right, cross car juniors done. See ya. On to cross car. Right, Pasi Penttinen, Axel Schnack, Jonathan Hoffman and Romet Cerner. We've got quick drivers in this one, so I'm assuming problems for Cerner and on the inside Penttinen, and it is Cerner who shuts the door. Contact, wheels up. Cerner's hooked up on the run. He can't leave that buggy on the back. The two of them are just going to drop time as they come down, and they're now both caught on the inside.
That'll have to be a red flag if they can't get removed out of that. Of course, they don't have reverse. And
Penttinen goes round, so yellow down in the hairpin. All over the place. What are they going to do with this then? Red flag in the background. It is a red flag. We thought it might be. Well, we'll get them lined up and we'll come back to you. Red flag on that one just from contact in the start. Okay. So I'm assuming they're going to run race 1 again shortly, because this is race 2. And if you were just watching, race 1 got red flagged because 2 cars got hooked up on the run into the first corner. Romet Cerner, who slid across and shut the door. I didn't actually see whether it was Schnack or Hoffman that he was hooked up on. Penton and Span Schnack. In the... It was Schnack, was it? Yeah, Penton and Span then up in turn 3. So I think there's 3 out of the 4 drivers. Hal will be very relieved that that one's going to get rerun. But will the red flag drivers be allowed to restart?
Up to the race director or the clerk of the course as to who was the cause of the red flag.
Tricky, because I think it's a racing incident, so maybe they'll let them all restart. I hope so. Right. Peters, Kong, Gonzalez, Vlasak and Hendricks. It's Vlasak and more contact off the start. Spun to the inside line. Goes Patrick Kong. And I think this Patrick, who's running the borrowed cross car this weekend, dropping a wheel off in the dirt there is dangerous, but you've got to use every inch of this track if you want to get the lap times done. Look at this. Look how physical the cars are, Hal. Again, you can just see the drivers and the number of inputs. We love cross car for this. And tell you what, they say you can't pass it, you can in a cross car, and that's one of the beauties of this category, isn't it? Is where the track's only 2 or 3 normal cars wide, it's 4 cross cars wide.
Need to see that first corner, or not even first corner, they never made it that far, that start line incident again, but I think there'll be someone to blame for that, because you cannot move away from the start line like that.
Oh, look at that, look at the physicality again over the curbs. Wonderful stuff. Watch the transition here when you come around this next right-hander from tarmac to dirt. Watch the inputs from the cars that you come in, you're still leaning on it, then you've got to get it straight on the brakes. Balance, balance, balance.
A lot of local knowledge at play here in this race, isn't there? And you see that by just dropping the outside wheel into the gravel on the outside of turn 2. Knowing how far you can push the boundaries of the circuit without getting dug in and rolled over is a very fine margin indeed, and these guys race here often.
So Sam Peters is top 3 for local drivers. Peters, Hendricks and Vlasak. But Peters is the only driver to have jokered. Little correction there, and he's all over the back look already. No, Martinez Gonzalez has got through in the joker on that last lap. So Martinez Gonzalez has got through. And that's going to spoil plans for trying to almost contact again on the brakes, going around the outside, the whole way around the outside. Martinez Gonzalez gets,
a move.
That is outrageously
good. What a brilliant overtake that was.
Wonderful.
Such composure when the traction's so low as well. Oh, and a spin in the joker lap as well.
Oh, that's going to cause carnage at the merge. Oh, they're trying to avoid the slower car in front. There is a lot going on in this one. Out front, though, over the line, it's Martinez Gonzalez who gets it.
What brilliant composure from Gonzalez to deliver that result.
So it must have been Vlasak, Hal, that spun in the joker when we were watching the move. In the background, there's bits of car in the track, and in fact, Kong did come back in. So Kong ended up some 8.6 off the leader, 5.4 off the previous car. Here's the start. Kong in the orange buggy in P2 on the grid. So comes off the line, look. Nobody. I think the car in lane 1 pulled out into lane 2.
Yeah, I agree. This will be
watching the drone. You're watching cars. Yeah, he's crossed the white lines immediately.
Penalty.
100%.
No doubt
shame.
whatsoever.
That's just such a.
You cannot do that. That's where Morten Bermegard had the horrendous accident in 2008 that rallycross fans of that era will remember well, and it was a bad one. The cars got picked up, and his Citroen Zara got spat to one side.
Look at this. Look at this. Sorry to interrupt, but that's the pass of the day so far. That might be the pass of the weekend. To come in at that speed, but then also to use the deep gravel that's on the outside of the corner to slow the car enough, and then on the drone there you saw the spin as well in the joker. Absolutely brilliant by Martinez Gonzalez. Pim Vlasak gets P2, Sam Peters P3. Freak Hendricks P4 and Patrick Kong P5 after getting turned around off the start, but I think there'll be a penalty in there, almost certainly for Freak Hendricks.
Be interesting to see where that time ends up at the end of the session, because that time would have been good enough for top 5 in Q1, but nowhere near top 5 in Q2. So let's see how the circuit's evolving.
We're going back to race 1 now. So race 1 was red flagged after that contact between Cerner and Schnack. And we're just, all 4 cars are back on the grid, so it looks like Rainis Nitish, or as Hal said, the stewards have decided that it was a racing incident, and therefore there's no need to penalise the person with it, or are they? Is that still under discussion? Is that why the 3rd car isn't quite on the grid yet?
No, I think Rainis would have made a decision by now. could be. Hoffman wasn't involved anyway.
No, true.
He was out front, as far as my very poor memory serves.
They're still waiting to get Hoffman onto the grid. There can't be any discussion about positions unless... Well, no, there won't be. The grid is as it was because it's a restart on the first lap. Yeah, now the marshal calls him forward to P3. So the marshals in front there have a stick which the car pulls up in front of, and then there's a certain distance to the jump start sensor. So the jump start sensor is either a beam or it is a stick which is on a switch in the track. And at that point, if you flick the switch, effectively it's a physical stick that you drive over, and the switch drops to the floor. It can be that, or it can be a beam, as I say. And if it's the beam, then obviously the beam tells you there's been a jump start, and you have to manually check to see who it was by looking back at the footage. Penttinen inside, Cerner outside, Schnack and Hoffman in the middle. Take two on this. Last time it was Penttinen and Cerner who got the best starts. And this time it is again Cerner who's a little bit slower to come across, but not much. Squeezes it out from P4 on the grid, and after what happened on start number 1, that is ballsy to say the least.
Schnack goes to the inside, looks for a way through, but loses that little bit of momentum. It's Penttinen who looks to the inside of Cerner at the bottom of the long run down to turn 3, and Cerner's really made that work by opening up the corner. Fair play. This looks like a really aggressive drive from the Pace Motorsport driver. Not defensive at all, and clearly with a poor time earlier on. Where was Cerner? Yeah, DNF in Q2, so needs to make some hay while he can, especially with this strong cross-car field, and that's the attitude in the car, isn't it? That he's on an absolute mission. 41.5 on that opening lap.
I love it when people are on a mission. That is what we like to see, when you know you need that one result to get yourself back up there. Where is he at the minute? Cerner was sitting overall, Hal, in
a lot of
P14.
rotation in the car for Schnack on the way down to turn 3. Had to open it back up. It's hard in a rear-wheel drive car when you get over-rotating, because you've got to get out the throttle and wait for the front to come back. It's not like a four-wheel drive car where you can just live on the throttle to try and drag the nose back in. We'll see the lap time of Cerner as he splits the beam. It's a 39.2 for reference. Gonzalez at a 39.3 in the previous race, but Schnack's gone quick on a 39.1. The pace is really hot.
Lock stops there as well, and just cocking a wheel. So we think only 2 semi-finals today in cross-car. Helen, at the minute, Romet Cerner was outside in P14.
And that's
so
why
it's critical, isn't it?
All of these drivers on a mission, and we could quite easily see all of these guys in a final at another round, so they have the pace, and that's why they're all on a bit of a mission push. Train.
Out the front, Cerner's coming through the final corner. You can see they're all close enough. So here comes Cerner to take the checkered flag, and the time is a 2:01.7. And that would have been enough to win either of those. So it would have been enough to win Q1, but not Q2. And I say track conditions constantly changing, but it suggests he is right up there with that, and that will drag him up into the semis for sure, I think.
A statistician's nightmare here, isn't it? Because you only have one, unless you joker on lap 1, you've only got one indication of lap time, because the start lap is so slow because it's a different route as well.
Yeah.
You then have a flying lap and then a joker if you joker at the end. So the reference on lap time is difficult.
The baseline's not there, is it?
Because you haven't got multiple references.
So basically, you have a situation where all three, if you joker on lap 1, you can do 2 laps the same time.
Yeah, so I'd like everyone to joker on lap 1 really, so
then we've got 2 laps to compare. Yeah, as you see.
Poor Nicholas Dubenard's head's fried because there isn't enough relevant data, especially with only one split in the lap for the joker. So yeah, difficult to work out the pace.
It is indeed. Right. So the fans are spread all around the circuit here. The busiest place is definitely turn 1 on the run into and out of. They can see the chicane from there, and you can see through the corner of the exit. Ugar, Gotherson, Lindqvist, Comte and Van der Wever. Oh, brilliant start by Gotherson in the yellow and black bubby, getting out dragged by Lindqvist down to turn 1. Lindqvist going to go round the outside. I wonder if there was contact there. It looked like it between Gotherson and Ugar. Ugar looking up to the inside line. Coming into the right-hander. Ugar is tucked up behind Gotherson. Oh, look at this. They could not be close. And he runs up. Ugar runs up over the barrier on the inside line, puts the wheel up, but doesn't get turned around. He gets away with it. Super close.
You couldn't be closer, could it, out of turn 3? And a bit of a nightmare in any sort of machine when you get the nose picked up and hit the barrier like that.
You see Gotherson there, Hal, offline in the deep gravel, then on the tar, and really struggling to hold on to the line and hold on to the pace through the corner. You've got to keep on that green part of the track. So it's Van der Vivre in the 16.
Was on the podium last weekend in the British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, the new Motorsport UK Cross Car Championship actually at Linden Hill, so and that would make a big difference, having that 2 days of competition under your belt, being race fit, coming here to your home event this weekend.
How do you feel about cross car in the UK now and the health of it? It's taken us a little while, hasn't it? We've had RX 150 for a long time, but suddenly
growing rapidly. And Motorsport UK, the British ASN has sanctioned the championship this year. Ocean Price, former British Rally champion, was driving just like that when he won the opening round at Blighton Park last month. And yeah, I think cross car is in rude health everywhere, and it's only growing, isn't it?
Well, it's affordable, isn't it? We always say no motorsport is cheap, but cross car is cheaper as Ugar puts the car sideways up the inside. Oh, and he just gets it done. So that's great stuff by Ugar and Van der Vivre. In the background, they're still together. They're not going to get Gotherson. Gotherson comes out the joker on the inside line. Ugar looks to the outside, then looks to the inside. Through the right-hander, Ugar's up the inside in the background.
Oh!
Contact between them. Gotherson goes over and is in the wall. Ugar comes through, but will surely be in trouble for that. There is Gotherson.
Immediate red flag for that, I've no doubt.
That's the end of the race, isn't it? Yeah, it was the end of the race anyway, but it's whether or not he'll get... Did you mean black flag or red flag? So we need to see if Gotherson is okay. Contact in that last corner. We'll probably see it from the drone.
I was so excited, I thought we had a lap to go, but that was a massive one.
Yeah, it was a big old off. He's landed, luckily, wheels into the barrier. Lindqvist takes it. Gotherson a DNF. Gotherson was right there. And they're sending out the rescue vehicles now. So that is the most important thing, is that Gotherson is okay. We'll bring you news on that just as soon as we can. But contact between him and Ugar after the Joker merge. Ugar made that pass on... he's climbing out. Okay, Gotherson's climbing out the car. That's great news. There he is, out of the top. And to be honest, how sometimes it can just be that it's almost impossible to get out of the car when the car's at that angle. You know, there's a lot of forces involved. You're undoing your belts. He doesn't look very happy.
He's a big lad as well, isn't he?
He's taller than us by a good 2 or 3 inches, and we're both 6'2", aren't we? Or he's 6'3".
I just hunched. It's not even sweating, is he? Wow. But yeah, and also you're a bit discombobulated when you've been over like that. I've rolled a rallycross car, and
it's where are you? Which way are you facing?
And that was a big accident. That went over a couple of times. Has landed in the bank. Let's have a look at it then.
So Ugar, Gotherson's in front. Look, Gotherson on the low line. It's Ugar with Van der Vivre. So Ugar looks inside. I don't know about that one. That's tough. That spent a long time sliding along its roof, Hal. I hope they haven't gone through one of the roll cage tubes, because if he has, it'll be weekend over. There is a plastic cowling, isn't there, over the top, which will protect it to a certain... It wasn't a particularly hard impact, was it? Look in the background now. It kind of falls over onto the roof.
I wonder if we can see that reverse angle again, if we've got time in Stockholm to show us the replay again, because...
Oi, look at that.
The problem, I think, there is that it's run on its roof for a long time, hasn't it? That's when you start worrying. Let's look at this angle then. So, Ugar's come to the inside here. And Gotherson's just run that bit wide. Ugar's got to the inside.
And has Gotherson turned in on him?
But he doesn't necessarily know he's there.
No, of course, but Ugar likewise can't
that's a racing, for me, that's a racing incident.
I think
because
it is too.
The gap was there and then it's closed, but I don't think either of them was wholly at fault. It was a bit clumsy.
We didn't see Ugar move, did you, from his line, if you see what I mean? You saw Gotherson come in. Now, if there wasn't... No, I think that, well, I say, it will depend. We think it's going to depend how much of the roof and, in theory, the roll cage has been ground away. So, we'll see. Alex Lindqvist takes it. Van der Vivre gets P2, Ugar P3 after contact in that last corner with Gotherson, who's a DNS, and Compter gets P4. Right, we were going to try and have a chat with our race director, Rainis Nitish, but we're not sure if he's got comms to us or not.
He could be busy also, which would be fair enough.
I suspect he is quite busy. We think he can hear us. Rainis, can you hear us up in the tower?
Press the square button with a red light on it, mate.
Coley to Rainis Nitish. There
Hello.
he is. Hey. Rainis, how are we doing?
It's quite busy. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, mate. We can hear you. Yeah, I mean, we did think when we came here that it's narrow and that there would be some incidents, but have you had more than you were expecting? Oh, we can't hear you now, whatever you're pressing. You must be pressing a different button.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, now we hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think the day is getting hotter, and Q1 was very good, but now the drivers are pushing more and more, and then we see much more accidents. But yeah, we have to set them back and give some penalties. Otherwise, we cannot continue like this. But also, like we saw just now, for me it was race incident for open wheel category, and yeah, I feel sorry for the guy who rolled, but yeah.
Thanks, Rainis. Much appreciated, mate. We'll leave you to it because I think we've got another set of cars on the line from the sounds. I think it's ready to go. Always good to talk to Rainis Nitish. Top rallycross driver who is a top steward as well, in my opinion. How race director, isn't he? Good decisions. Hard, good decisions. Fair, consistent.
And a real reference. I've been at some other rallycross events lately where, I've been singing his praises because the way he operates is very, very good.
Right, Eek Merstad, Vettel Tree, Yulalami, Kobe Powles and Jari van Hoof, the local driver on the outside. Should be a banger. Here we go. Oh, it's a great start by Van Hoof on the outside line, but he's got a long way round to try and get around the outside of that grid. Yulalami from the middle of the grid, but inside it's Eek Merstad who banks it in full-on Eek Merstad style. Yulalami trying to get the inside line on him as they come around onto the gravel section, but he doesn't, so Yulalami has to slot into P2, backs it in the whole way down the straight. Yulalami runs a little bit deep, but holds on to P2.
I could watch Thomas Eek Merstad pitch the car into the first corner all day long. Whoa, the attitude there. Was that Tree in the background going into the... No, there's Tree, so I don't know who was in the... must have been Kobe Powles. I think it was Kobe Powles into the Joker for the first time of asking. Yes, it was. He absolutely sent it, Kobe, into the alternative extra route, which is 55 metres longer here in the Euro circuit, and this is where we're seeing the cream of the crop in cross car. Absolutely on it, and I can't wait to see a replay of turn 1.
No, absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? It was so equal on the run down. It's only when you see it from the drone as well that you realise the straight's heading left, and with turn 1 heading right, if you are on the outside of the grid, you need a perfect start to get in. It makes you realise that the drivers who have been getting from the outside to the inside have done a hell of a job.
Look how clean it is on the corner inside the Joker. That's turn 4 effectively, where all the dirt's getting brushed onto the outside. You cannot afford to run wide there.
And that right-hander where a moment ago we saw Gotherson run a little bit wide, because look at that, look at the commitment to the throttle, it just sits down, doesn't it? Merstad has won both the sessions so far. I don't think there's any other category that's been that clearly decided, he says, as he looks through and realises Mainix is doing exactly the same in open single drive. Well done, Coley. But Eek Merstad here is absolutely throwing down. Everybody going into the Joker. Behind him, he's going to come out clearly in front. Up from P4 to P2. I think that's Kobe Powles who jokered on lap 1 and has managed to slot back in, I think, into P2. Hard to tell from the drone shot, but look at that. Eek Merstad over the line to get it. And it was indeed Kobe Powles. So Eek Merstad, your TQ with 3 wins from 3.
1:58.7 for Eek Merstad. Alex Lindqvist had done a 2-minute dead. That
so
is
1.3 seconds quicker.
Some run.
I think the fact you've also got to look at the fact that Kobe Powles was also on a 2-minute dead, Hal. He's 1.3 seconds quicker than anyone.
This. Look at the attitude in the car. Bang. Jumps on the brakes, gets its rotated in. There'll be a gear change down as well to help unsettle the chassis.
hands up if you want to see him drive a Group A Impreza, because that's the way McRae used to turn things in. That's what we want to see. Get that man in a Group A Impreza or an Evo 6.
But do you remember Lars Svensson's first outing in a supercar?
Yeah, it was wicked.
Because he was just driving it like a cross car. Sadly, he's tidied it all up a bit, because I would love to see them all drive.
It's like when Fraz first appeared in ARX, it was just wildly sideways everywhere, and it was brilliant. And then they go, I need to be a professional driver and get all boring on us.
I need to go quicker.
Stephanie's here laughing. Yeah, she knows. Stephanie knows. Fraz's mum is here agreeing that we need more sideways in our lives. Brilliant performance from Thomas Ekmerstad, who wins all 3 sessions here at Valkenswaard to take the top qualifier spot today in cross car. Right. So as I said a moment ago, I'm not sure anyone's doing such a good job. Yes, they are. In open 2-wheel drive, Yorick Maininks is. And you're not going to see him until the last race because he's won both of the qualifying sessions so far. How you doing? So he should be on the grid in this one. We've got Verboot, Neyens and Derek Tohill on the outside. Tohill gets a great start, and this time Hal remembers not to go into the chicane on the first lap. He's coming under a bit of pressure, but joining us in commentary is Nick Snoys. And Nick, I mean, first of all, the fire in Portugal, and you managed to get the car fixed there, the boys did, which was an incredible job. And now you've had a shocker here as well.
Yeah, it's not going our way this year.
Tell us what happened.
Yeah, in Portugal we had actually a pretty good day. We were pretty competitive with the big cars, everything. So, but in the semi-final we had a huge fire. It was a connector of the fuel rail that just snapped, and everything out of fuel. And I think with the exhaust and everything is hot. And,
it looked pretty scary, mate. Yeah, it looked pretty scary from where we were sitting.
Yeah, it was from my place where I was sitting. It was scary as well.
Yeah, I'll bet. And then this morning, obviously, you've come here. This is home track really for you, isn't it? And you were hoping for a good result, and you had an incident in was it the first corner?
Second corner. Yeah.
Go on, talk us through it.
Yeah, we were actually the morning was pretty good. We were 2 times P1 in the front wheel drive, and I think the first time we were even P6 overall in the free practice. And then the time practice we were struggling a bit, find some traction, but we were P12. And at the start in the first heat we were just I think 4th of the start, something like that. And I tried to pass another competitor in the second turn, and the gap was small, but I thought it would fit, but it wasn't. So I clicked the barrier on the inside.
Going to be close here. Just excuse us for a second. And Nick Neyens does get Derek Tohill, so 1.9. And he looks wide. So 1.9 is not quite enough, but Tohill gets the position back, and he's going to take the checker flag here. Neyens has got a problem actually, Hal. So that's why Neyens is on a ghost line in the background. So yeah, Nick, who's in the commentary box with us, not Nick Neyens, Nick Snoys. So basically, you had contact with the wall, trying to make the pass, and you had a corner off the car, haven't you?
Yeah, it ripped everything from the front suspension on the right side. Everything was.
It was a lot of damage when me and Hal came and saw.
Yeah, it was really a lot because everything that's supposed to be there was gone. The damper, the drive shaft, everything. There was completely ripped off, so everything.
And it wasn't just the parts broken, was it? It's actually pulled the damp. Shows how hard that wall is in turn 2. I wonder if we'll see it in the replay package here. We're not going to, but it's that hard wall on the inside that has the conveyor belt. Yeah. It's pulled the bottom arm, the uniball's actually come apart, hasn't it? It's still in the chassis. Yeah. It's pulled the subframe apart. It's ripped the top mount out of the shell. So you cannot imagine how much force is going through a body shell for that to happen. So a lot of work for your guys to do.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I don't understand where the guys keep getting the motivation, the motivation and energy to. Because there's nobody doubts. Everybody just okay, we're gonna try to fix it and start tomorrow. And it's unbelievable. After Portugal, it was the same. Nobody doubts. It was just no. try to fix it, we drive. So I'm really shout out to my team. It's unbelievable.
The boys are working hard.
Yeah,
aren't they?
it's unbelievable.
Is that in theory easier when you're nearer to home? You can potentially go and source some parts, or you can bring some things here rather than being all the way down in Portugal, or does it not make so much difference to your guys?
Yeah, if we really need something, it's easier to get some parts now here. But yeah, like in Portugal, it was also because everybody in the paddock tried to help, and everybody, if you need something, just ask, and if we can help you. So that's really a nice,
amazing atmosphere.
Part of the Rallycross family.
It's a real community, isn't it? And people are very willing to
fantastic
help, especially when you've travelled so far. Everyone appreciates that.
For sure.
So Danny Leuten is showing us a DNS on our timing screen already. Who would be left of your picture? Then you've got Michel Collin in the Toyota Yaris, Christoph Becks in the Volvo S40, and Darren Bleasdale in the Vauxhall 2 VX220. And that was Nick Nahan's Mark II Escort you saw being taken back to the paddock on the forklift of doom.
We missed what happened to Bleasdale in the last one, but that was a shocking time, wasn't it? A 23rd overall compared to his 4th in the Q1.
Yeah. Gets a great start this time, but inside in Christoph Becks has got a good start as well. Becks holding the inside line on the run to the first corner. Bleasdale trying for the outside, then backs off, and now will look inside on the exit. Gets some traction, but not quite close enough.
Becks, of course, running out of position as well, having been spun in turn number 1 in Q2. Normally would be much higher up the order. Nick, while you're with us in commentary, such a strong field of drivers here from the Dutch and Belgian contingent. We know who's quick, we know who. Well, I know who's regularly at front, but who do you think can spring a surprise this weekend against the regulars?
Yeah, we know that and we saw already today, like Becks is really fast, Mining's also really fast. So, yeah, I think those two have a good chance to come first on the finish. So yeah.
And brilliant, they can take the fight and be so much quicker at the moment, at least, than Victor Johansson, Simon Tiger, who have been so dominant in open two-wheel drive. I know you watch this championship a lot when not competing, and they really are the benchmark. So fantastic for the local drivers to go against them.
Yeah.
While you're here, mate, you can give us a lesson on pronunciation. So, Danny
Leuten.
Okay, that was good. Okay, Michel Collin.
Colin. Yes, Colin.
Damn it, Hal, I thought we were doing okay. Right, Christoph Becks, I'm pretty confident on that.
That's
Darren
a good one.
Bleasdale, I mean, he's a local for us. We get okay, right. Peter McGarry. Okay, here we go. Bert Thunis. What? This is when we realised how terrible.
People here in Belgium and Netherlands.
This is how we realised. Say again, this one is?
Teunissen. Yeah.
Teunissen. Verhoeven. Leisen. Bleasdale, De Haas. Nee. Swedish, we'll go for that. Otzer. Geenen.
Yeah.
Tiger, Bosmans. Van Lommel.
Yeah.
Klaassen, Van der Warrenberg. Okay, that's fine.
Meinings, yes.
Johansson, Bell, Volders and Wallach.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it was just this one here that we're absolutely terrible at, which is
Teunissen.
Okay, we'll try and remember that for the next race. In the meantime, Christoph Becks has taken that with a 2:02.2. Hal, we've got to take these opportunities for a lesson in languages, haven't we?
Yeah, as Englishmen, we're
terrible.
Poor at that.
Can I point out as well that our Swedish producer has painted the flags the wrong way up on our faces, Hal?
I mean,
I've only noticed because the graphics are the right way up, Hal. When I looked here, and Michel Collin has got it the right way up.
Exactly 0.8 seconds to do it, and he was very excited, Peter, when he found out the makeup.
We're gonna have to either stand on our heads or have that repainted.
He's getting a massive one on his forehead, surely.
Yeah, he is.
He's having a very important meeting at the moment. We can see him in the back of the studio.
People look quite stressed, don't they, in the background over there? That's fine. We couldn't see them last time. Do you remember? The screens were in the way of the people behind the scenes. Now, when they're panicking, we can see.
I think Nicholas Dubenard needs a Dutch flag on his head as well.
So now I realise why they're having why they look slightly concerned, Hal, is they have a couple of technical issues which they're looking to fix right now. So we've put the lights on in the studio so you can come and see how stressed Nick Snoys really is. He's actually smiling quite a lot. Did you? Okay. They can't come to the studio. That's the technical issue they've got in Stockholm. Is right now we can't get between the cameras.
So for those that don't know, this production is done very differently to most broadcasts you'll watch, in that almost all of it is remote. So there's a couple of engineers on site here. There's the cameraman, obviously. We've got an on-site producer. Oh, there we are.
There we go.
And we're here, but what we would normally have as the outside broadcast truck,
the gallery,
is actually in Stockholm, and it's done to save costs and be more environmentally friendly. But that does come with some complications in that you can't run around and fix something because it's all done remotely, but they'll be sorted very quickly, I'm sure.
It will. They're on it. The team are on it.
It's an amazing broadcast.
We've broken some stuff as well, Nick. It's,
usually the printer, which lives down here. The secret printer.
I'm afraid I broke more stuff than you did. You guys.
Based on your current luck, you can get out.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's
Maybe
Nick's fault.
it's him that broke it. He's just turned up and broken stuff straight away.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing this season, I think.
Yeah.
Break stuff.
Break stuff.
I'm sure tomorrow will be better.
Make sure that the team has a lot to do.
Yeah, the poor lads.
Yeah.
So, in all seriousness, are they in for an all-nighter? What do you think?
They did a quite good job now. So there's already a temper back on the car, and then they welded the subframe, everything. So they're mounting all the parts together now once again. So we need to do a lot of stuff. We need to make some brake lines, everything, it will be okay tomorrow, I hope.
Good, and we hope we'll see you here, mate. Definitely.
Yeah.
We're about ready to go on this next one. So it's Peter McGarry. What's this one? Tunisia. Sorry, Bert Tunisia, and the Toyota Yaris. We will do our best. Then it's Verhoeven and Leysen. Oh, good start by McGarry. Holds that inside line, but around the outside, just beautifully done. Roll Verhoeven making a move.
Bert has been racing that Yaris for quite some time, even when I was racing in a Peugeot 205 here in 2007, I think he was in that car. So
he has the car a long time, yeah, for sure.
And still beautifully presented as well. You don't have to have the general concept that a national rallycross car is always rough. It always annoys me a lot because people put a lot of effort into presenting beautiful cars, and that's certainly one of them.
Yeah, nicely done. Right, so McGarry getting passed in turn one by Verhoeven. McGarry knowing coming under a bit of pressure from Davey Leysen in the Z3 Coupe. 30 open two-wheel drives here. How do you fancy the front-wheel drive chances, Nick, here compared to Montalegre?
I think in Montalegre we had a better chance to be because there's almost no space to overtake here, and in lap times I think it's not the huge difference, but we can never win the start, so that's But the same problem like in Portugal, but in Portugal you have the loose gravel, and then the front wheel drives were actually a bit faster in that section.
That's what we thought, certainly the twisty bit from the Joker merge on day two, basically on the gravel. Once you get to the gravel, it seemed like the front wheel drives had a decent advantage.
There's not so much gravel like in Portugal here, so I think for now the rear wheel drives has more advanced than in Portugal.
McGarry there, you could see trying to get on the gas to force the car into oversteer, but it was just understeer in mid-corner, Hal.
It cleans a lot here as well, doesn't it, as we go through the sessions? I know they maintain the track in between, but certainly around this penultimate corner and turn 3, the loose washes off, and that really helps the rear-wheel drives.
Yeah, for sure. It's almost tarmac now, so...
Verhoeven stops the clock on a 2:07.9. In comparison to Beck's, that is nowhere near the pace. That's just slightly slower than Darren Blesdale. So third overall. Shows what a great job Beck's did running out of position earlier on. McGarry had a great launch there, didn't he, from pole?
And I thought he would hold on, Hal, but just late and a bit more speed in round the outside.
Where will that put McGarry? The timing screen's switched over. So McGarry,
P4.
Oh, 2 temps quicker than teammate Derek Towell.
Right, up to 5-car grids now. Jason Blesdale on the inside from Louis de Haas, John Nee, Steve Otzer and Tom Geenan are your line-up for this one. That is Race Control's tower. Reminds me of Hell's old tower, Hell, which is like, we need another shed, build it up another level. It was a pretty epic construction at Hell, wasn't it? They've got a brand new Race Control there now, but I do enjoy an old school Race Control tower.
Yeah, likewise. Nice to be use your initiative. And indicative here of the massive voluntary effort of the local crew who put so much effort into making the venue ready for this weekend.
If you're wondering, it's Davey Leeson who is reversing into his garage with 8,000 RPM.
Why not when it sounds that good?
Oh, and you might as well, mightn't you? Ah, the sweet smell of race fuel as well. Right, here we go. Blesdale inside in the Vauxhall, needs to get a good start. We've got all rear-wheel drives in this one, and he does. Got an absolutely fantastic start, has blown everyone away. Jason Blesdale, how that was perfect.
So often we've seen that in the British Championship where he absolutely hooks it up, finds the traction and disappears. They've had to change the setup of that car a lot because it's running 17-inch front wheels rather than the 16s he was running in the last couple of years, but clearly this circuit suiting him well.
Spin in the background, just holds on. We have, got two front-wheel drives, of course, the Super 1600 car and the Opel Corsa as well. Oh, and there's a pass in the background with contact too. Almost into the wall. Blesdale still holds on, having jokered immediately.
Nee got great traction out of turn 4 and then was a missile towards the rear of the cars ahead.
I'll tell you what, tactically, Hal, that's worked out brilliantly for Blesdale as long as he keeps the pace up, doesn't let Geenan get away. Geenan has just done the fastest lap, but will have done because, of course, the driver's behind.
Something looks wrong with Blesdale. The car looks very nervous through turn 1 and turn 2, I think. Has he got a puncture or is something broken? Because the car just didn't look like it was fully under him on those tarmac sections where we would usually see him very, very composed. Gets a good run out of turn 3, though, finds the traction in the little Vauxhall and pulls away there.
Sorry, Hal, I told you, I had a message after the first event from someone in America saying, what is that car? And it is quite unusual. It was only around for a few years in terms of a road car.
Yeah, very much similar to a Lotus Elise, isn't it? All based on the same chassis, but I quite like them. And there's been some debate over time as to whether they're actually a Super National car or whether they're more of a sports car, a coupe, or whatever sector they fall into. But within open two-wheel drive, anything goes, and fantastic that Jason and Darren are able to be here with their VX220s.
Right, let's see whether or not then Jason can get the better of Geenan, and he can. Great traction through the tarmac section, nicely executed. And the lap 1 joker has paid off for Jason Blesdale. Brilliant start, straight to the hole shot, straight to the joker when there was carnage behind him, takes the checker flag. It's a 2:09.3, so that'll put him P4 in the session.
With a great last lap as well on a 40.296.
Do you think, Nick, we're going to see a local win, or do you think we're going to see one of the regulars win? Jansen or Tiger, or do you think that Mainix is going to make it too difficult for them? He's looking very strong at the minute.
Yeah, I think there's a big chance for a local winner.
And do you think is it all about the start? Obviously there's some tactics. If they can beat him off the start, that's going to make life difficult, but his start in the last session was unreal.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how fast these cars are in the start. But yeah, like Simon Tiger is also really fast in the start.
And Jansen.
Yeah, Jansen as well. So yeah, I think we need to see. I think yeah.
There's that pass. Super 1600 C2.
They were both lucky to get away with that, and that was largely thanks to the body shape of the C2, where you can ride up the rear arch.
The very wide arches, yeah. Good job by Blesdale. Right, we're going to see some of those drivers that we spoke about just a few moments ago. Simon Tiger on the inside, Dries Bosmans, Ariane van Lommel, Melvin Klaassen and Niels van der Warrenberg.
So Tiger struggled in Q1, couldn't work out where the pace had gone, said the car felt slow and he was underpowered, and that's not a feeling he often has. When he got back into the paddock, they found that one of the rear brake discs had shattered, and they think it had overheated, so the rear brakes have been dragging. And obviously that has an effect on your output, and the brake disc was collateral damage in that, so it must have got rather hot, but they've solved that problem, and I think that's why we're seeing Simon climb back up the order this afternoon.
Yeah, he's in P5 currently with an 11th and then a 6th. Will we see him back to his usual position of being near the front? He's inside to the left of your screen, gets a brilliant start, and he's going to hold that short all the way down to turn 1. Back down and move up the inside. Oh, and Simon Tiger gets nerfed in the door and run out wide. Brilliant once again. Okay, what's your take, Hal? I'm putting you on the spot there, I know. Sorry, mate.
No, I was thinking about what my take is, and I think that I was surprised at how wide Tiger was on the way into the first corner. Really opened up the corner to take the ideal racing line. You do risk someone coming up the inside of you, which is exactly what happened. And then Simon's moved across on the run to 2. Is that knowing he needs to defend the position, or wanting to defend the position if someone's there? It's very difficult to say from this point of view, but it shows his experience that he came out of it and didn't force the issue. The car's broken, isn't it, for Tiger?
I mean, Klaassen came from a long way back, Hal, but it was a good start by Klaassen. You know, maybe not the initial launch that Simon had.
Maybe Tiger's isn't broken and he just ran that bit wide and had a bit of a moment, but the car doesn't look as under him as it might. But yeah, you can't force someone into the wall on the inside, because that's exactly where Nick had his damage earlier on. But clearly Simon didn't force the issue that much, but he was definitely trying to shut the door, wasn't he? I don't think anything will happen with either of those, but certainly clumsy. And I think indicative of the fact that Simon's racing in the traffic and needs to get his head down, try and get back to the front where he normally resides.
He's lucky that everybody behind him has jokered on the last 2 laps. That's kind of left Klaassen out front in the C30 and Tiger in P2. Now 1.9 was not enough earlier, but 2. Of course, last lap anyway. He's going to have to follow him in, isn't he?
We didn't see the best of Klaassen, did we? In Portugal, had all of that damage. Rear axle went out of the car. Difficult weekend for that team. So great to be having a better run here at their home event. Into the Joker for both of them. Klaassen will be easily out in front. This is all about Simon Tiger and whether he can maintain second, and he does comfortably. You can hear it bouncing off the limiter through the slippery Joker section.
Klaassen's going to take the checkered flag. There it is. Simon Tiger gets P2. And we'll take another look at that start in a moment, which might give us a better idea of what we think. Maybe might have the drone shot, you never know. Oh, Simon Tiger's closing up on Klaassen. He's not happy. Not happy at all, because that's contact on the way into the paddock. So Simon Tiger is not happy. He wasn't very happy either when he got past in Portugal, Hal, but let's see what we think about this one. So look, Tiger on the right-hand side of the grid, and then on the left-hand side, Klaassen.
So Tiger's come over to the left. We're looking at it from the back. We're looking at the orange car at the front and the blue and yellow Volvo on the inside. Tricky. I think Klaassen has forced the issue a bit there, but Tiger's also come back towards the wall. It's double apex corner.
Cool. He got back into him, didn't he, Simon?
That is what I was talking about on the way into 2. That's Tiger.
Here it is. Look how late he is late on the brakes. He's halfway up the inside.
Our good friend and former British Touring Car champion Andrew Jordan would say you cannot expect a car to disappear in the inside, and I think coming to the inside at that point is high risk from where Simon was on the track. Well, I think if there's an issue in this race, it's probably for what happened after the line, because that gets frowned upon, doesn't it?
You know, when the checker flags fall and they don't really like it, do they?
No.
When you do it after the line. But there we are.
But let's see. I think there was nothing penalty worthy within the race.
But maybe afterwards. Okay, Yorick Mainings, Victor Johansson, Bart Bell, Steve Folders, and Slavomir Wallach in this one. This is some serious horsepower. These are all rear-wheel drive. So far, Mainings on the inside has been undefeated, won both the qualifying sessions. This time, though, Victor Johansson has the electric power in the big Merc. Should get a better start, but he doesn't. Victor Johansson gets squeezed and has to immediately move out to the middle, and it's not a great start for Mainings either. Volders has come right the way around the outside, and now Mainings has his work cut out on the outside of him. Victor Johansson puts a squeeze, but there isn't any room, and Mainings just stays in the throttle and gets himself through into P3. He's got to work for it this time, Hal.
That was tough, wasn't it, for Victor Johansson in turn 1? Just didn't have the opening. Stuck on the outside. Wallach came out the throttle early. Mainings in the Joker, followed by Wallach, and this is to get some clear air for Mainings, who has been fasted so far twice today. Is it going to work? Oh, touches the wall on the exit.
So he's coming up behind now. He went 2.3 seconds quicker than anyone, didn't he, in Q2? But he's in behind Victor Johansson. Victor is no slouch, of course. Look at that. Look how sorted that car looks through there. It's ridiculous.
If ever you were going to have a car. Oh, and there's a problem for Bart Bell on the outside. Bell has stopped at the first corner. Bell had great awareness in the way into turn 1. off the start line to cover the inside. Mainix looks to the inside of Jansen. I think Jansen might joker this time around just to get the free air and not risk the battle. No, of course he doesn't. Cheers for that. Victor
Volders jokers and comes back out into the lead. Victor Jansen is in between them, so Jansen playing rear gunner. And look at this, you can see Mainix looks like he has more pace through that long right hander out.
But he proved that so far today.
Can't execute it.
But also playing the patient game, and that's how you win events, isn't it? Don't get caught up in the battle.
Surely looks inside in turn one. He backs it in. Victor Jansen sees him and gives him just enough room. But that is local knowledge, brilliant traction, and Mainix slots up the inside. Can he bang one up the inside of Volders as well on this lap? Volders holding on. I don't think there's enough time left. Mainix flames from the rear of the car into the left-hander now. Volders through the long left. So Mainix, see how quick this is. He's going to be the TQ anyway. He's been sensible, but that was a great pass through the right-hander. Volders is going to get the checker flag. What's the time going to be? It's a 2:02.2 is what they got to beat, and I think they will. No, they don't. 2:03.3. So Mainix will end up about P3 in this one. Oh, Volders, how far back? No, he's 24 points back. So look at this, how Volders had an 8th and a 4th, and that was good enough for 2nd overall. So everybody else has had such random results.
Been turbulent, hasn't it? Mainix did a 39.3 in that race as well. This is Barbell closing the inside. I have to say that move by Mainix on Jansen is my move of the day so far. I know the cross-car move was good. Was it Yugar earlier on?
Outside, it was pretty sick.
This was set up from a long way back. You've got to really get the rotation in the car early. Making a move in a slow-speed corner with a lunge is one thing. Making a calculated, precise move like that in quite a high-speed technical corner is very, very difficult, and that was perfectly executed from the local driver. Open two-wheel drive.
Wow. Right, Nick Noyes, thanks so much for joining us, mate. We're going to move on to Supercar Lights once this little recovery's done. There's a bit of work to do back at your tent. You better stop playing around at television and go get stuck in with the lads.
Hopefully we don't see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully.
Let's hope tomorrow will be better.
Yeah, want to see you on track, mate, not in here. Good luck, mate.
We will do our very best.
Cheers, dude. See you later.
Bye, guys.
Nice to have Nick join us, local driver, doing a great job, and unfortunately just having not a great run this year. So can he break his run of bad luck? Or can he come back to television tomorrow and break our television stuff again?
Well, at least it'll be better now he's leaving the studio.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's our problem solved. Right, we'll get this car back on track, and then we'll be back for Supercar Lights. Stay with us. Supercar Lights is up next. Tobias Darbach is your current top qualifier with 2 session wins from 2. Lucas Anderson is P2, Julian Munier is P3, and you'll see those 3 drivers in the second heat. So this is Vitol's, Larsen and Darbach. The other Darbach, Kevin. Vitol's would like to hold on to P4 because that'll see him on the second row. If we know, straight to the final, I reckon, Hal, so they won't do semis. So actually, yeah, we would still see him on the second row in the final. So, oh dear, Darbach left on the line, but was the car taken there? Didn't he come back on a rope earlier? So I wonder if maybe they've got an issue, but they didn't want a DNS. They did not start to get the car. Either way, he's not left the line.
You've got to get to the start under your own power, though. So
yeah, so unless he's gone there on the starter. Unlikely, but you never know. He's out of the car. Look how tall he is as well. Goodness me.
That wasn't planned. He doesn't like it, does he?
It's like watching Marcus Gronholm get out of the 206, isn't it? Or Richard Burns. Yeah, back in the day, those boys were so tall to sit in that car. Always saying that they needed a bit more leg room than they could have. Right, so then, at the moment, it's a big old lead for Vitols ahead of Larsen. Now, Vitols, how we saw earlier Pete Gwynn, who runs the Suzuki Swift Championship in the UK, and of course Vitols is another driver who came up through that, and there've been quite a few. Yeah, started in the Junior Rallycross Championship, as so many drivers did in the UK. Kevin Hansen, for example, Patrick O'Donovan, Ole Henry Steinshall, Andrew Jordan from back in the day, and many drivers as well. The Swift Championship very strong in the UK, and Roberts has graduated to race at all sorts of different levels. Nearly won the British Rallycross Championship in Supercar, like I say, a couple of years ago, to about 2021 that was. He's done quite a bit in RX2E at different times, had some great pace, and yeah, now they've bought their own Supercar lights, and they're going to see out most of the rest of this year, I believe. So great to have a regular Latvian driver in Supercar lights, another nationality for this category, and yeah, clearly they want to do well. Very hard to jump into this class though and be competitive immediately when these other drivers are so specialist. Although he's probably helped somewhat by the likes of Olofsson moving on. You know, Olofsson's now in the FC2, and Olofsson was the most experienced driver in the category, so to have him move up sort of opens the door for a bit of hope. But all the other drivers did a lot of driving in Montenegro just a few weeks ago, so I think it's a big ask, but fantastic to have him here. Now, we mentioned the Suzuki Swift thing, and that's because there's actually a little bit of a tie-up as well between first corner, isn't there, and the Suzuki Swift Championship, so the winner will get a test. Yeah, so the winner of the Swift Rallycross Championship, which is for the adult category, will get a test in a Supercar Lights for the end of the season. So that's a fantastic initiative between Sarah and Pete from the Swift Championship, and of course from Andreas and Kevin and everyone here at First Corner and OMSE to get that done. And it's all about trying to not only give these drivers opportunities, but to keep them in the sport, because we want to keep all these amazing drivers within Rallycross, because it's so appealing to go and do other things. And I think Rallycross is the best motorsport on the planet. That's why I've been part of this for so long, and yeah, brilliant to give these drivers these opportunities. Yeah, absolutely agree, and agree we need them to stay, Hal, because unfortunately recent years people haven't seen it as quite such a career path. You know, when the manufacturers were in the World Championship, drivers wanted to get up there, didn't they? They saw a career path, and everybody hoping that might come back. You need the top to be strong, don't you? Because that's what makes the bottom an attractive place to be, because there's a dream, isn't there? It thrives. There's somewhere you want to be. Right, Tobias Darbach, Lucas Anderson, Julian Munier. Tobias at the moment with the TQ spot. Nicely done on the run to the first corner. Look at that, just super clean. Munier trying around the outside, and Anderson will be looking to get up Munier's inside, but not going to. Had to back off on that inside line. And the 3 drivers coming down in a very tidy line. Oh, Darbach comes in hot. They're coming in there, aren't they? Hard on the throttle. Munier almost clipping the tyres on the inside line. Munier goes joker. Anderson now gets up underneath Darbach. Look how clean it is through this right-hander now. If we see this front camera shot, it's basically tarmac on the inside. That's really changed from earlier on today. Anderson gets so sideways through the final corner. That's really cost him badly. Could also cost Munier if he gets tucked up behind the JC driver, and he can't capitalise on having taken that compulsory extra route. This could be advantage to Tobias Darbach again. If the Dane can keep his head. Munier looks to the inside of Anderson, no way through there. Lucas just touches the wall with the nose of the car. Brilliant positioning
from Andersen, who has been such a revelation. Oh, clips the wall again, does Andersen, and Meunier behind. Oh, and he's hit it again, and harder this time, rolls into the barrier, and the Joker merge. The car's on its roll, a soft roll ultimately, but...
Red flag immediately out, red flags are out.
He clipped the wall in turn 3, and then he clipped the wall again in turn 4.
Was that? I was thinking. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I was thinking. Are they going to? Can they run the flag out? But they can't. Red flag. Ambulance is straight out. Wow.
Ragged from the pair of them there, I think.
Great job, by the way, mate. Mega. Here's me looking up whether or not it's Darback's second TQ of the year or not, and Hal getting it done. Well done, mate. Brilliant. Lovely stuff. Not so lovely for Andersen. So, but
it was scruffy from the pair of them. They both. Lucas all but clipped the wall in turn 2. He clobbered the wall in 3, as did Meunier behind, and this is the margins they're working to.
He's out the car. He's out the car already. That's the most important thing. How do you think? Quite a relatively soft roll, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
All the wheels are on. Look, front. That one tyre's deflated.
This is a brilliant example of a Supercar lights, and although it's a massive pain for the JC squad, you can
rear
see
corner,
here.
Rear, but look, where is it? It's hard to see with the car this way up, isn't it?
They'll fix it. But look at the structure. So you've got the main chassis, that's the square part in the middle. You can see where the suspension is at the front and the rear, under the sump guard, under the engine at the back. Look at that black frame at the front, and that's when we see lights cars get caught together. That's what they're getting caught on generally, because it's just composite panels and then a very light steel frame that holds them together.
Which is designed, isn't it, to take impacts.
That's why they're so cost effective to run, because that if you hit something reasonably hard with a steel bodied car, there's a lot of damage, and all of the inertia gets
I'm not sure about that,
through
lads.
the car.
I'm not sure about that at all. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Somebody from health and safety's come across and said no.
This is a tricky one to recover, isn't it? Let's have a look
back
back at it. So he's got a lot of understeer on the way in, does Andersen. The rear comes around. There's a bit of handbrake up there, I'm sure. Clips the wall on the inside. Meunier clips it as well.
Yeah, they both do. That one tyre is out, isn't it? And then look at the front left, completely off where he's clipped the inside line. I would say actually that barrier
probably
slowed the roll down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that was going over 2 or 3 times. Look.
Oh, this would be brilliant from the drone there, but especially with the impact being on the bonnet area, because there's nothing really underneath that. There's the washer bottle.
Look. Front left completely off. So now at this point, it's just about to pick up momentum. Look, goes over quickly and then...
Oh, in the screen as well, so that will have pushed the screen in. Yeah, it has.
Yeah, it's a screen.
But JC will fix that. I have absolutely no doubt that JC will have that sorted.
I think they'll see that in the semi-finals. It's one corner, and that's what Hal was saying.
They're only doing a final, aren't they? So
of course, yes, so they've actually got longer. They've got loads of time. So yeah, screen. The front clamshell will probably pop back out. Even the front.
But critically, we're 20 metres from a truck that has all of the parts you could ever want for a Supercar lights, and that's why this formula has been so successful over time. Is that
and FC2 planning to do the same thing, isn't it? Is break the car.
You cannot imagine how many parts are next to us in the truck, because any of these teams in the paddock who run these cars can go and collect all the bits up and get going again, and that's why it's so successful.
Right, back in a mo. Okie dokes. Track cleared and ready to go. Ollie Eriksson, Victor Christensen, Johnny Verkingen and Elias Svensson on the outside. Svensson has had a shocker of a day. Can he get anything from it from this position? Svensson outside has got the best start, I think. No, Ollie Eriksson's beaten him to turn one. Svensson slots in, and that, Hal, is the first time today that Elias Svensson has got away sort of cleanly in the first couple of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not done yet though, is he? Because it was down here where he lost out in Q2 earlier on, but he's through it. He almost spoke too soon as he clipped that wall on the inside.
There's one tyre, isn't there, within the conveyor belt which sticks out a bit further, and the driver sits so low in the car it's on the opposite side to where they're sitting. That is hard to see.
I agree, but you also need to know the circuit you're driving on, don't you? So you've got to drive to what's around you.
We've seen a lot of people clip it, haven't we?
Yeah.
Really, a lot of people. So everyone's got to be aware of that for tomorrow. Only Verkeringen has Joker on the first lap.
Christensen gets a lot of rotation in the car early in the corner, has to straighten it out. I was just about to say that Victor's doing a great job this weekend on his FC2 debut, driving the car that Lane Michaela drove in Portugal a few weeks ago. Svensson is on an absolute mission here, sent it around turn 3 in the chase for Ollie Eriksson, who is 1.6 seconds ahead of Svensson, out of shape through the penultimate corner, has to get it back to the inside, nice and tidy through the final turn. 37.3 though for Ollie Eriksson, who's on a charge up front.
Ollie's had a P1 and a P9, how Q2 didn't go his way, as we saw, and he again, he's desperately trying to get up into that top two with Franks and Howman. He's trying hard, isn't he?
He is on a big push, Ollie Eriksson. He's well on top of this car, as he should be, having done so much of the development driving. But really, you're seeing a very accomplished driver, experienced in the car he's driving, on a big push.
Jack Joker line on the inside now is clean. The long right-handed line through the final corner is clean. Eriksson is coming around here over the line, and the time is 1:55.0. I think that's very quick indeed. It is the fastest time of the weekend by 2.1 seconds, Hal, and there is no question that that is down to track conditions, as well as a hell of a drive from Ollie. But 2.1, we saw from the drone the amount of clean lines there are, the characteristics of the track have changed.
Any dramas now for Franks and Howman in their race to come very shortly, and Ollie Eriksson could be back to the top of the order as he was after the opening session.
Yes, indeed. He'd like that, wouldn't he?
I don't know if that tyre is sticking out that much. I think people are just pushing the limits that little bit more as we get later on during the day. Oh, and talking about pushing the limits, Ollie Eriksson right to the outside of the circuit, getting all out of shape, trying to get to the line and stop the clock as quickly as possible.
We're going to rerun the Supercar Lights race in a moment. You've just seen Eriksson with a 1:55.0, quickest time of the weekend. And in this next race, we'll take some time to have a look at the track conditions, assuming, of course, it isn't absolute carnage, as it has been for a fair bit of today. It's going to be tight, isn't it? It's going to be tight. Who's out? Lucas Anderson, of course. So yes, you'd like to think these two can keep it sensible, wouldn't you?
I think they're both sensible drivers generally, aren't they?
So Anderson
and Meunier.
Anderson, Hal, was P2 in the standings, and so Meunier here is P3, and Tobias, of course, so Meunier's just got to stay out of trouble. He was on equal points with Anderson, just stay out of trouble and you're on the front row in the final. So that's fallen into his hands, and obviously Tobias is already in the top qualifier spot by some 13 points, so Meunier would like to beat him. Sensibly here, I'd say just do whatever the leader doesn't do on, Joker on that one and bang those times in.
Remember Meunier's lineage though. He comes from the French Rallycross Championship, a twice Super 1600 champion. They take no prisoners in the Stewards room in the French Championship. Any small bit of contact is harshly penalised, and you can see that clearly from the way Julian races. Absolutely the right decision. His brother Damien will be in the spotters tower, sent him into the Joker, a bit over-rotated. Now it's all about just tidying it up and getting the best possible race time. It doesn't really matter where Darback finishes, it's just about executing as well as you can for the remaining laps. And I think both of these drivers are very mature for their age, but both very experienced as well, coming from different categories, cross car and Super 600 respectively, but a lot of experience nonetheless.
Indeed, right the way out, Mounier drops one wheel off into the dirt on the outside. Top left of your screen, the little green indicator shows that Mounier's been in the Joker. They're all going in there quite hot, aren't they? And then just getting on the throttle to pull it out. Darback now in the Joker, round he comes.
I think I would have gone again.
Mounier's lap. Yeah, maybe, but then I suppose if they're watching. If we weren't actually, Hal, that's something we haven't spoken about, is actually this place is really hard for the spotters. And even the Ericssons were saying you can either see the front straight or the back where the Joker is. You can't see both. And
the stream's 30 seconds or 25 seconds delayed because of the way the broadcast works, so you can't really rely on the stream either.
No. Protest from the tyres. The Nova tyres protesting through the right-hander up at the top. Mounier goes out wide. We saw that cross-car pass here earlier. Don't think you'll get away with it in a lights car, but I tell you what, look at the exit speed. It's really strong. Puts his nose up the inside of Darback, but Darback's on the classic line, and you can see the difference in exit speed. Get it down in the tiny bit. Don't touch the wall on the inside line. Mounier sideways in the dirt in the background. Nearly goes round. Great flying there from Vigo, who spotted how sideways he was and turned it round. Vigo is very good. But Tobias Darback is the man. 2:00.5. Hal, I didn't make a note. And of course, yes, no, Vittles wins the session. So Tobias Darback, you know what, he didn't need to win the session. He was going to be TQ, wasn't he, whatever happened in this.
Actually, that moment didn't cost Mounier any positions, because you'd have been annoyed if you'd have made that mistake in the final corner. It dropped you down the order.
That doesn't make any odds. Yeah, he will be P2 in the grid. These guys are not getting semi-finals, remember, so that performance has basically shown you what your front row is going to be.
So to continue what we were talking about earlier, Joel Kristoffersen has just appeared. Team principal of JC Racetech has just appeared at the first corner MSC parts truck with basically a shopping list saying, we need all these bits, boys, we've got a car to fix. So clearly he's left the mechanics to get on with the car.
Taking the broken stuff off. He's going to get the new bits. Yeah. Shopping at first corner. Okay. Back to open four-wheel drive. Done this a couple of times today, and the reason we're doing this is there's a very strict deadline here of 6 p.m. They cannot race after it, so rather than wait, reset the grid and go again and just keep the categories in order, you rack the next race up, go, and then bring the previous race in for their rerun. Open four-wheel drive, Fraser McConnell, Casper Jansen, Tom van den Heuvel and Simon Olofsson. From P2 on the grid, Casper's got the best start. Casper does indeed get in front of Fraz. Nicely done, Fraser. Right underneath the tail of him, and at the back of the pack, Olofsson.
There was a bit of moving in the lines after the grid there, wasn't there? I wonder if Reynolds will look at that from race control and see what he thinks. Olofsson's got wide there, following Van der Heuvel into the Joker section.
Well, that's great for McConnell and Jansen, isn't it? Because now they can take alternate strategies, knowing that in theory they won't fall back into the traffic.
Yeah, so McConnell presumably will go in the next lap, unless Jansen spotter decides to send him in. Jansen spotter.
Watch Franz here, Hal. Remember the line on the gravel in the previous run where he got such amazing exit speed. He came through this tarmac corner. Again. He ran it across the dirt. Here it goes on the outside with a lot of rotation. Slightly different this time. It's Jansen who's gone in hot. Franz is all over him.
I don't think Fraser could send it in as hard as he had done previously. He sent it into the Joker this time around. He gets a bit too sideways on the way in. Compromises his exit, but he does have good pace over Van der Heuvel and does come out still in second, but I think last time around through turn 2, McConnell did send it in, but didn't have the space without collecting Jansen to get the car fully rotated into turn 3.
Yeah. Here comes Fraser McConnell now. The gap between him and Casper Jansen is 2.6. We saw earlier 1.8 wasn't enough, 2.9 was. This could be close. Franz's Joker wasn't perfect, but he did get back to that tarmac strip on the inside, which is where all the traction will be. This time he comes in with the line he used in the previous session. McConnell gets a good exit. He could maybe have been slightly tighter. Where's Casper Jansen? Casper's got it. Casper Jansen goes beautifully through the Joker. I think it's just a slightly tidier lap.
What a drive this is from Van der Heuvel as well, to be going with two of the best rallycross drivers in the world.
Casper Jansen takes the checker flag. McConnell with Van den Heuvel right behind, and Olofsson really sideways through the final corner.
Didn't feature at all, did he, Simon, that time?
1:55.5. We've still got the intermediate times for Supercar lights on the screen, so we can't compare that to the previous one.
It will update though after this. This race.
This was the start.
Maybe it'll be okay, but I think Jansen did move a bit there out of the line. see how Reynolds is feeling on that one.
Casper Jansen then with a 1:55 is not quite as fast. 1:55.5, not quite as fast as Oliver Ericsson's 1:55.0, which is the benchmark. Fraser McConnell is in P3 at the moment. But your TQ man is in this. Victor Vranckx at his home track. He's Belgian, but we're just over the border in the Netherlands. Tommy Howman is P2 in the standings, but third on this grid. Oliver Ericsson is P3 in the standings and currently at the top of the times. Ulrich Linnemann on the outside will look to make it difficult too. Tommy Howman's got a brilliant start from slot number 3 on the grid, but Vranckx will get to the first corner first. Howman trying to come round the outside. Nathan Otting looks up the inside, pushes Howman across. Howman loses a place as well to Linnemann, so Tommy Howman's lost out badly after a great start. He told us in Portugal he'd found something with the starts as we see Linnemann look inside. Howman too just right up the barrier. Otting is inside Howman. Howman must go joker surely, and he does. That's probably a result for Howman as long as he doesn't get onto the back of Otting too quickly.
Tommy Howman been absolutely hung out to dry there, hasn't he? Through no fault of his own, he's just fallen down the order. Nathan Otting did a great job through turn 1 to get up the inside and maintain that position. Linnemann, meanwhile, got all that shape in the 3. He's lost the front bodywork. Is the wheel loose?
Yes, I think the top of the struts loose.
I think it's the bottom actually, where
bouncing around in the arch. So Linnemann's going to be out of this one. That's going to put Howman up a place as long as Linnemann's not in his way, and Howman's through already.
Advantage
so Linnemann drops back. Otting hasn't jokered. Otting stalls up slightly. Surely will joker. Doesn't joker. I thought he'd go to try and cover off Howman behind, but he doesn't. So what's the gap now between...
Oh, touch the wall for the young Dutchman. Forces the car out wide. We saw a massive roll there over a decade ago for Kevin Proctor in a Ford Focus, but stays right side up this time.
They're not going to be close enough. Otting's already 3.5 off the back of Vranckx. I thought Howman should get Otting here. I think Howman with only 1.4 between them.
Otting's
but
really
Victor Vranckx is smashing it here. He's in the 208 WRX. He's going to take TQ at his home track. He'll be pleased with that, and on his Supercar debut.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the joker this time around for the young Belgian.
He's already tidied it up. He had a test up in Denmark. We said he looked a bit wild earlier. Tommy Howman slots through after a horrible start. Gets back to P2. That's a mark of how good he is. But your top qualifier is going to be Victor Vranckx. Tommy Howman comes through for P2, which I think will secure him second place in the standings, but 1:57.3. He's going to be behind McConnell and Jansen and Ericsson. Ericsson might nick it. Ericsson was only... Yes, Ericsson's going to get him because Halley was only 2 points back. So Ericsson was only 2 points back off Howman, and I think that's going to see Ericsson in front. However, they should still be on the front row of their respective semi-finals. This was Howman, look, and as you say, just lost out. Otting got inside, and then he gets a little nudge out onto the gravel on the outside, and just lost out, down to P4, after a good start.
And Linnemann just dropped it down here, I think, while the move was good, and that's where the suspension broke, isn't it, when he ran side by side with the Focus, but he dropped it on the way in and lost the momentum. Through collecting the car, had a nudge in the rear from Howman as well, who tumbled down the order, as I said, during the race. Difficult one for Tommy, but yeah, it's going to be fire, isn't it? In the semis, but especially in the finals later on this afternoon.
Results of the final race of qualifying at day 1 here at Valkenswaard in Holland. Victor Vranckx takes it from Tommy Howman, Nathan Otting and Ulrich Linnemann. We haven't seen the overall standings, actually, thinking about it, but Victor will be your top qualifier. But I think Tommy Howman might have lost out to Oliver Ericsson in that one. So we knew there would be a little bit of action here during qualifying. I think it's
up and up and up and up.
Yes,
and up,
it's delivered, and now we're getting into semi-finals time. So we're going to go straight off, get ourselves ready for that, because we don't have long. We'll be back at 15:40 local time, which is in around 17 minutes time. So join us then, semi-final time here from Valkenswaard. Welcome back to RallyX from Valkenswaard, the Euro circuit. Double header here this weekend for a bit of rallycross fun. And this is who's having the most fun in Crosscar Junior, Alex Antila, with 2 session wins and 1 P3. I've just grabbed my paperwork if you're wondering why the intonation of my voice changed there. The entire lot went to fly off the desk because it's got breezy. Carl Svedlund P2, there Jonas Hegeland Nielsen, Carl Schnack, Neil Lippelars, Sigurd Stuberup Fredriksson, Oscar Fuertes Hernandez and Pim Klaassen. Let's get down to the grid for the first semi-final. They only have 2 semis, obviously, because there's only 8 cars, so only one person won't make it from each one. But still, all to play for. Of course, if you're one of the drivers, you don't want to be missing out.
What a great job Alex Antila's done today to be fastest twice, start on pole in this opening semi. Can he deliver and take pole for the final later on this afternoon?
Especially considering he only had 1 P6 in Montenegro, didn't make the final on the second day, so didn't go according to plan, and beaten down towards the first corner this time by Jonas Hegeland Nielsen. Antila goes out wide, and in the background, it looked like it was going to be a late lunge, but it doesn't come off. Hegeland Nielsen drops 1 wheel off into the dirt. That is track limits, definitely. Seen a couple of people run out over it, and then onto the wet and slippery braking zone.
Poor juniors always get the wet track, really, don't they? And this is also the worst kind of semi-final because only one of them's not going through. Yeah, the risk is horrible, isn't it? If you go, it's not what you want, not what you want. But Alex Antila out front, say best position of P6 last time out. We haven't had all our drivers come and join us down in Portugal. It is a fair old schlep, it's safe to say, even with the help of first corner doing the logistics to get the cars down there. Oh, and again, right out as far as you can go over Hegeland Nielsen. Hegeland Nielsen is leaving it all out on track here. Alex Antila doesn't block from Fuertes Hernandez behind. And there's a little bit of contact then in the background, the barrier as well. So Hegeland Nielsen, Alex Antila out front, but problems for the cars in P3 and P4. And they drop back a little bit from that lead. So Alex Antila will really want to reclaim that position. How remember that the semi-finals are 6 laps, so there is more chance for Joker strategy, but also the kids don't have spotters. Not that spotting here is easy, because you can't see the whole track anyway. I actually think this is one of the easier tracks to spot for yourself, because certainly in 3 here you can have a little look sideways. Later in the lap you have a little bit of an opportunity as well, and while it's not like having a good old look in the mirror on a road car when you're on the motorway, it's you've certainly got more time and more opportunity here to perhaps see where you are compared to the others relative to some of the other circuits we go to. Yeah, and we did say as well that at the Joker merge, when you're coming out of the Joker, you've actually got a good line of sight. Now the cross cars are a little bit lower. Oh, look at that. Hegeland Nielsen just flicks the car through the chicane beautifully. Yeah. And Antila having Jokered is 2.7 back. Is 2.7 going to be enough is the question. Look at that. Look at the car control. Nicely done. Right, here we go. Will Hegeland Nielsen go this time or stay out? Will the gap go up or not? I think it's a response. Yeah, does go in. So Hegeland Nielsen goes in. This is to cover off Alex Antila and easily covers off Antila. So Hegeland Nielsen's done a really nice job there. So hard to keep the car on the line there now, isn't it, in the penultimate corner? Just run the rear a little bit wide and it's very, very slippery indeed. Hegeland Nielsen's had a P2, a P3 and a P4 today, Hal. But Antila's been P3, P1, P1. So to be fair, yeah, Nielsen did go quicker in Q1. But other than that, Antila's had the measure, but not in this encounter. Where are they? There they are. Coming in with all the lock into turn 4. That line isn't really wide enough for a car, is it? The clean line on the inside. It's not, and I think if you drop one wheel off it, you see that sideways moment, then it comes back to you, and it's actually really hard to deal with. It's better either. Oh, it could be closer. This for the last place in the final. Over the line.
Lepelars gets it, the local driver
Just holds
beating
on.
Fuertes Hernandez, by literally 1/10, exactly 1/10 of a second.
There was a lot to fight for there, wasn't there? Lepelars had his home event, and Hernandez, who's made the journey all the way up from Spain, having raced in Portugal a few weeks ago.
But you just said it was a shame if the local driver
Someone was always going to be
well.
disappointed in that battle.
Yeah, they'll have to try and make amends tomorrow. Fuertes Hernandez with a 7th, a 5th and a 6th, and Neil Lepelars with a 5th, a 6th and a 5th. So on pace, actually, it is Lepelars who's had the better performance. That was the flick through the chicane, which was just a lovely bit of car control.
Thomas Eekmerstad, eat your heart out.
Yeah, Miss old Sandy McSenderson as he is at the minute, isn't he, in the series? I think we'll have some more senders back when we get up to Scandinavia. Look at this. For a place in the final, 10th of a second. Hegel and Nilsson takes it from Antila, and Lepelars makes it through as well. Semi-final number 2 on the line. Svedland, who had a P1 and a P2, so would definitely have threatened Antila, but had a DNF in Q2 and still makes it to pole in Semi-2, so 2nd overall in the intermediate classification. Absolutely brilliant job considering the issues. Then Carl Schnack on the outside in the Speed Car 1, that's the white-coloured car. Sigurd Stubberat Fredriksson from Denmark in the Speed Car Extreme. That's the red car with the red colours on it in the background, and then Pim Klaassen in the Peters Cross Kart, which is the day-glow coloured car at the back. Svedland gets a clean start from the pole, just edging ahead on the run to the first corner. Then just one little roll onto the brakes, pull the weight over the nose, and look at that right the way out, just to the edge of the track.
We saw great progression, didn't we, from Svedland last year in the junior category, and really stepped up this season, I think, to be very composed. Broke the gear lever, didn't he, in Portugal, and lost all that time on the opening day. But yeah, great run on day 2. I think he won the final on the second day, and yeah, driving really well here this weekend. Had that technical problem. I don't actually know what that was earlier on in Q2, but fighting back. Was fastest in the first one, second fastest in Q3, so really probably would have been TQ. At least fighting Antila for it had he completed the second session.
You'd love to know, wouldn't you, what the difference is with what made the difference. Looking at 2023, yeah, he made the semi-finals more than not, but he never made the final once. You look at 24, and by the end of it, he's taking wins, and he's on the podium half the season. Like, that's such a huge step. It's not just, oh, he's suddenly making the final. He started making the final, I guess. Man, funny enough, he only made the final once before he started getting on the podium. So it was just a big step, isn't it?
Massive pressure here from Schnack, Carl Schnack, who, if you ever look back at your stats there, Andrew, has also progressed significantly in the last couple of years. I think it's just the experience, isn't it? And it's not just about the experience on how to operate the car, it's the experience of dealing with every scenario that comes in front of you. They can all drive well. Of course, your driving develops over time, like it does with any driver. But I think the mental side of this game is so important. It's knowing that you can deliver, knowing how to deliver, and dealing with the ups and downs of a rallycross event, because it's never plain sailing. Even if you're Johan Kristoffersson or Timmy Hansen or Andreas Backrud, it never goes perfectly, and it's the mental capacity to deal with those scenarios, I think, is what makes the difference and where you see the growth.
Pim Klaassen has just gone joker to try and cover off Stubberat Fredriksson, which is for a position in, and has done. So Pim Klaassen in the background has managed to get the joker done and hold on to P3, so that's the final spot in the final, assuming Pim can hold on to it for the rest of the race. Svedland, meanwhile, is just edging ahead of Schnack. It's only 0.6 of a second, but look at it, it looks a lot more than 0.6, doesn't it, when you see it on track like this? You plateau in any sport, don't you? But most of those plateaus are physical training, a runner or a swimmer, where you do a bunch of stuff, you set a PB, and then you can't, you're just there for ages and ages and ages, and then suddenly you go quick again. There's our big wide drone. And but plateaus in motorsport is different because it's not all about your physical training, as you say, it's about experience. Svedlin, watch him through the chicane. Look at this. Once on the brake, just rolls the car through, not flicking the car like we were seeing in the previous semi-final from Nielsen.
I also think that's the characteristics of these different chassis, of course, that Svedlin's in the Casper, and it will of course operate in a slightly different way to a Speed Car Wonder or a TN11 or whatever else you might be driving. Antila's in the Edge machine, isn't he? So it's just all about using what's underneath you, and the Casper to me does look very long compared to some of the cross cars, and that would mean, suggest you can't go for the big flick because there's all of that length in the chassis for the rotation.
So Svedlin's gone Joker and will come out in the lead. There it is. Svedlin comes around the final corner for what turned out to be an easy win in his semi-final. Carl Schnack gets P2 and Pim Klaassen does indeed get P3. So Klaassen coming up, having qualified in P8, was DQ'd in the second session, but does make it through to the final. Cross car coming up next for their semi-finals. Thomas Eek-Merstad, as you can see, with 3 session wins out of 3, and I think in the end he was the only person to do that, because yes he was, because it was open 2-wheel drive. Now let's get the cross car up. Kobe Powell's with a much better run here, up in P2, 2 P2s and a P4 in the middle. Vettel 3, Jari van Hoof, another local driver. And look, then you got the likes of Julalami, Lindqvist, Ugart, Van der Vivre, Gonzalez, Penttinen. So lots of, look at Cerner down in P12. There are lots and lots of our regular drivers in amongst some of the locals who will know the tricks, I'm sure. Take a look at the grid then. Thomas Eek-Merstad on the pole from Vettel 3. Then it's Jonathan Julalami and Martin Ugart. Then Diego Martinez Gonzalez and Valentin Comte. Dutch flag is waved on King's Day here in Holland. Valkenswaard, the Euro circuit. Watch Eek-Merstad into turn 1. Me and Howell were saying you can watch him. Oh, that's a great shot at the start, isn't it, off the line? Vettel 3 gets a good start. Eek-Merstad backed it in here earlier on, does the same again. One movement on the brakes. Julalami going around the outside of Vettel 3, puts a wheel in the dirt and tries to shut the door to the inside line. Just about gets away with it. So Julalami risked it in turn 1 and then again in turn 2 and then almost into the back of Vettel 3. Makes up all the time in one braking zone.
Julalami's on a wild ride through the first few corners.
No, Hal, sorry.
Yeah,
no. You got 6 laps. You don't joke behind a train of 3 cars.
I would argue that it's worth changing your mind there. While earlier on I said you don't risk losing the time by changing your mind, but on a track like this, it's so difficult to overtake on. I would change my mind and risk losing a bit of time to get some clear air.
But 6 laps to make the time back up. I mean, if you've out-qualified, if you're going to fancy your chances of being able to outlap them as well. But there you go, it's lap 1. It's easy for us to say it, Maria. I'll tell you right now, I've done much worse driving and much worse Joker strategy, but it's my job to call them out. So
yeah, we have to Brussels on the way here on Friday afternoon, but
what my driving
and the Joker
we had a shocker of a journey from Brussels to here. I did do a few, mate. We made a few moves, carving a few people up. The one guy I did think was going to take us out at the merge at the traffic lights, but luckily he backed out of it in time, didn't he?
Complain about it once.
Look at Eek-Merstad. Eek-Merstad is absolutely on it. Yeah, I barely mentioned it there, Hal. Hal was having a lovely relaxing time in the passenger seat. I was getting very stressed.
Eek-Merstad didn't back it in the same way in the first corner this time around, did he? At the race start,
no.
Look at him getting it turned in at the bottom of the, I was going to say hill, but it's not, the bottom of the straight. It was longer in the brakes and it was much more progressive with the inputs, because you can't risk at that stage getting totally wild into and out of the Joker nice and tightly in front of Vettel, that is a risk, isn't it, from Blesdale? I don't really know why you joke at that stage.
I might have waited another lap, but
well, it was close. The margins were close there. One small mistake and you're in trouble.
Do you know what? Then maybe just had one of those laps and his spot has gone joker option. You know, I mean, you could go if you wanted to, and he's got such a perfect lap on going in anyway.
It's also a baller move, isn't it, to go, I'm going to joker before you boys have and come back out in the lead.
And you can do whatever the hell he wants because you're not anywhere
mentally,
near.
We're talking about the mental game in the juniors. Mentally, these guys are going to be crushed by the fact that Thomas has pulled out such a margin that he's able to joker on lap 3 and come out ahead.
Yeah, just gone for it. So Yellow Army's got joker and loses a position to Ugar. So Martin Ugar with that first lap joker. I think Martin was in the first lap train, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Look at this. Blesdale's just taken he's taken a second out on that last lap. His last lap was his best lap at 38.6. That's outrageous. 8/10 off Vettel in second place. Look at it, he's just driving away from them.
So on top of the car, isn't he? Car, buggy, whatever you want to call it. It is. He looks so comfy, and this drone shot is a great example of that. Small inputs, precise inputs, hitting the apex exactly where you want to. I promise you, anyone who's never driven a cross car would not be nailing apexes like that on their first few times.
It is hard, isn't it? And to be this consistent and this, obviously, he's been in the car a while, but he smashes it. Blesdale and Martin Ugar gets up in the end to P2 with Vettel in P3. Yellow Army misses out on the final, as does Martinez Gonzalez and Valentin Comte. So Yellow Army's strategy did not pay off. We were slightly wrong in regard to... Well, actually, we weren't, because the first person to joker on the first lap was bang on. If you've lost the start and you want to go in, you might as well. Follow. But just don't follow them in. So this was the start look, and you can see Vettel Yellow Army tries to go around the outside. And I tell you what, did a good job of it. Now watching the background for Ugar trying to get through. Yellow Army holds on. So this, in the background, Ugar with the yellow and green car here, is the first of the 3 drivers to joker, and it's worked perfectly because he gets P2 at the end of the race. But the 2 drivers that follow him in, it's not the call. Having said that, to change your mind that late is tough. Look at those photographers. What a great place to be taking pictures. Wheels cocked up in the air from an incredible drive from Thomas Blesdale, who has been the first person to see the checkered flag all day long. Can he get a clean sweep with a win in the final later on today? I'm not betting against him right now. Martin Ugar and Vettel go through to the final. Yellow Army, Martinez Gonzalez and Comte are done for today. Right, this one. Semi-final number 2 for cross car on the pole. Kobe Powell's. Jari van Hoof next to him. 1 Belgian, 1 Netherlands on that front row. Then it's Alex Lindequist, Van der Vivre from Belgium on row 2. Passi Penttinen and Romet Cerner on row 3. 5 different nationalities, 2 Belgians in here. Van Hoof would love to get onto the front row in the final and gets a good start in this one alongside Kobe Powell, but Powell's got better traction. Kobe Powell's on the run to the first corner in the background. Lindequist was looking up the inside, couldn't quite make it work. Cerner is in the middle of that pack and he's going to come out of it in P4. So Cerner does a good job to stay out of trouble in the background. Cerner, will he look up the inside on Lindequist? Don't think so. Kobe Powell's is just keeping it tidy and Van Hoof is going with him. Right then, are we going to see Cerner go joker like his teammate did in the previous race? No, and I would argue he could have done.
He couldn't, because he was already on the inside of Lindqvist, so he couldn't make the decision to go right. He was tucked inside, no option to go there. Penttinen, meanwhile, had really dropped the wheel into the loose in turn 1 on the outside, and it was indeed the Finn that chose to go into the joker with that vision of what was going on ahead of him.
It's interesting, isn't it, because you could argue in the previous one, you know, if Ugar had gone in and the 2 slower drivers had not, he'd have been in all sorts of trouble, could have been held up and might not have made it through. So it is a risk, but if you're in P4, you are in the first of the places where I think you consider going joker on lap 1.
I'd argue less of a risk when it's only 2 semi-finals. It's 3 semi-finals. The pace difference is much bigger between the leaders and those behind. Oh, a mistake
a little bit
there.
Wide. Yeah, it's Cerner. Cerner's run wide into the gravelly section. Howland, loads of lost traction.
Yeah, that's going to lose him just enough time, perhaps, that will cost him big later on. As Andrew Coley pours tea all over the commentary box desk here at the Euro circuit. Alex Lindqvist on an absolute send through the first corner.
It was a bit hotter than I thought. Kobe Powell still leads from Van Hoof, 1.5 seconds between them.
This hasn't really worked out, but Benton, who's going to look, it has now, if he can get up the inside here and not lose too much time, that really worked out for Passy at the moment. Who is jokered ahead?
Lindqvist has just gone in and out. Yeah, Turner's gone in now. He made the mistake, but
so this is between Van Hoof and Penttinen, I think. Well, Turner's come out. I'm a bit confused by the time screen at the moment. It's still updating as we cross.
2.9 is between Van Hoof and Lindqvist. I think it's enough.
Yeah, okay, so it's updated now. Penttinen's in fourth between Van Hoof.
2.9. Yeah, they've all gone. So the lead car that's jokered is Lindqvist in P3 in the blue car. So the front of this lot here.
Van Hoof's safe, I think, yeah. And there is Powell's indeed into the joker this time around. Returns to the lead of the race, just as we saw Merstad do in the last one.
That's Van Hoof is in P2. This is your leader.
This is redemption, isn't it, for Kobe Powers after a really difficult weekend.
Killing it.
For the young Belgian who's won at every level. Won the RX3 Championship in Super 1600 as it was previously known in the European Championship. He's been an absolute star and won in RX2E. There's not much he hasn't excelled in when he's been in it. So much experience on a cross car, but really had a difficult weekend in Portugal.
Watch here for the merge then. This is for that P3. Into the joker, that goes Van Hoof, and going to come out in front of Lindqvist. Nicely done.
Van Hoof absolutely nailed that last time around, a 39.1 over a 39.3.
Powles takes it with the best lap on the last lap of a 38.5, so even bangs in a quick lap. Van Hoof and Lindqvist going through as well, so we've got a Belgian, a Dutchman and a Swede going through to face two Norwegians and an Estonian in the final, so it should be a good one. Can Van Hoof take the home win, or Kobe Powers with the just over the border home win? And can I throw more tea over the desk? Luckily, how mostly on the notes rather than the really expensive desk where you're not supposed to throw tea. What do you think the chances are? He's disgusted. I've lost my pen as well. It's not. Oh, there it is.
Just glad you didn't throw it at me.
Yeah. I'm glad that the microphone switched off.
Confirmation of the result. Kobe Powers, Jari Van Hoof and Alex Lindqvist progress through to the final. Romet Cerner is the first of those who we won't see again today, but we'll be back again for another instalment here in the Netherlands tomorrow.
Okay, on to Open two-wheel drive, which is our biggest entry here this weekend, which means they have got 3 semi-finals. Your TQ man, Jorik Meinings, with 2 session wins and a P3 in Q3. The winner of that was Christoph Becks with Steve Volders nicking P2. That's how come they're 2nd and 3rd in overall classification. Victor Johansson, the first of our real regulars, down in P4. And there you can see right down into P18. Tom Geenan is the last of the drivers to make it through. Here's your grid for semi-final number 1. Jorik Meinings and Victor Johansson on the front row. Row 2 is Rolf Verhoeven and Darren Bleasdale. Row 3 is Niels van den Warrenberg and Bart Bell. This could be a final lineup, Hal. This is a strong lineup for Open two-wheel drive.
I think all of the semis could be a final on a different day, couldn't they? And yeah, the top 6 that make it through for the final will really have worked for it.
So I think, as we saw earlier, if Meinings gets away well, not unbeatable, but extraordinarily hard to beat. If he gets a good start, it's going to be rough trying to get him. But Victor Johansson will try with the aid of that extra 100 horsepower from his electric motor, which is particularly useful at the start to get the better of him. It's an amazing start from the back row by Bart Bell from the outside of the back row. Has gone P6 to P3. That's just brilliant. And Victor Johansson does get into turn 1 ahead of Meinings, side by side in the background. Bart Bell loses out now down into P4, but that was a great start. Meinings slots into 2nd place, Hal.
I don't really...
spin, Bleasdale's gone round in the background.
Darren Bleasdale, that is in the first of these semi-finals. Disappointing for the British driver making his RallyX debut this weekend. Up front though, Victor Johansson did a brilliant job to get to the lead in the first couple of corners, and that's what you were talking about on the grid, Andrew, that's where it can get complicated for Meinings, who has been so fast today. So far, Meinings looking to the inside of the massive Mercedes, the hybrid Mercedes that he was stuck behind earlier on in the final part of qualifying.
Now the difference here, Hal, of course, is that they only had 3 laps in quali. It's very hard to have any strategy. You already said that you get 3 laps, which can all be different because of the alternative route, not just the Joker, but the chicane after the start line.
But the traffic, Andrew, you really rely on the drivers behind working
They're
with
going to have to wait, aren't they? He's going to have to wait.
Can't Joker yet, because you risk coming out in that traffic and you allow that your Jansen or whoever is leading the race to get the free air.
So he needs Verhoeven or Bart Bell to go. The rear 2 drivers are gone. So Van der Warrenberg and Blesdale have both gone already. Look at the places where he gains. He's on the brakes to it. Look, something inside. This is where he made the pass earlier today. He's up the inside again, and this time Victor Johansson says you're not coming through there and just squeezes the door shut. He's sideways up the inside. Done. Mainix makes the pass. Brilliant. That's from the pressure in turn 1. Another stunning move.
Oh, they've made contact again though. Had Johansson been able to get out of the throttle that little bit, he would have been able to get back, cut up the inside, just couldn't get it done. They both go onto the standard lap. That's Verhoeven in the background, got into the Joker. Bart Bell is going to move up a position, having taken his Joker earlier on.
Good move from Verhoeven, Hal. He saw everything going on in front of him. He knows they've compromised their lap time, so Verhoeven here trying to book a slot. Remember, only the top 2 go through, so Johansson now is under a bit of pressure from Verhoeven, who's gone into the Joker, and Johansson's got to get some clean laps in.
Sorry, Bell hasn't gone into the Joker. The one on the timing screen was actually for Verhoeven as he was in the Joker, so Bell also yet to Joker. Bell could be out of this after that amazing start, but did start from the very back of the grid.
It's about Johansson, isn't it, whether or not he gets the lap times in or not, and he's bogging just coming out from there. Johansson goes Joker this time, watching the background now for whether or not Verhoeven gets through, and I think Johansson's going to be tight. He's got to hold on to this position to go through to the final, and does just stay in front.
Great spotting. Brilliant spotting for Victor Johansson's team to get him in and out there and maintain track position over Verhoeven, who we know has great lap time pace around this Euro circuit venue.
And he's all over him. He's desperate to find a way through. This is for a place in that final at home on his home track. He's having a look again.
Bart Bell, meanwhile, in second. We're trying to eke the margin here to try and get ahead of the pair of them, because at the moment, if they keep it nice and tidy, both Johansson and Verhoeven will get ahead of Bell when Bell does indeed go into the Joker. He's going in this time around, Bart Bell.
They're going to get surely. They do get through, so now how these two are going to scrap it out, aren't they, on this final, 2 laps to go for the final place in. Mainix is in, it's done. Unless he has a problem, that is a done deal. He's how far up as you are. On the checker flag, sorry, no, it is the last lap. It's Mainix, and Johansson does make it. Timing screen said 5 laps, I thought we had 1 to go. What a shame, I was hoping that battle was going to go on for another lap.
Johansson drove to his strengths there, didn't he? I thought he was backing up Mainix, not in an aggressive way, but was just covering himself where he needed to. Mainix did a great job to get by, but really that was for a mistake from Victor.
After the pressure in turn 1, though, you know, Victor gave it away easily early, didn't he? It's qualifying, you don't mind doing that. But, yeah. Have you told him?
Yeah, we're back.
Sorry, you may have just heard me and Hal there. We lost pictures just for a moment. So, yeah, there we go. Wow, okay, great racing from those guys. Yorick Mainix and Victor Johansson goes through. I mean, as we said, that was a brilliant lineup anyway, but the top 2 from that have definitely made the cut. It is the front row.
A shame for Bell not to be in the final at his home event, given what he's doing for this this championship at the moment, especially with giving the opportunity to Ottink in the Supercar, but there's another day to fight tomorrow.
Right, semi-final number 2 for open 2-wheel drive. Front row, Steve Volders in the 77 and Mervyn Klaassen. Then it's Simon Tiger on the 2nd row. I'd love to look through the stats and see when that last happened. With Dries Bosmans and John Nee and Davy Layson on row 3. So Simon Tiger has work to do here if he wants to get into the final with his regular cohorts, and he's done some of that work on the run to the first corner. Is he going to get past Volders or not? Volders with the bonnet flapping. Just holds on to P2. Simon Tiger goes out wide and in tight, opens up all of the some 600 to 700 horsepower in that big old BMW. And now, Hal, it's his turn to play Joker strategy and see what he can get done in this race.
And this will be interesting because I think the pace differential is actually bigger in this race as it's slow out of the hairpin.
Yeah, agreed.
For most of the pack. Tiger definitely can't Joker at this first opportunity. I think it's absolutely crazy to Joker from the front.
Volders has gone. Volders has gone. from P2, Hal, I don't think that's the move.
No, not me, but it could prove us wrong, and fair play if he does. But
he
really,
did last time.
Yeah, you can't afford to be stuck in the traffic, can you?
No, you cannot. Yeah, Steve did prove us wrong in Portugal.
It depends what your objectives are, though, doesn't it? If you just want to make it through to the final, then yeah, sensible. If you want to try and win the race and make it through to the final in a great position, that's very different.
Volders had a P3 in Portugal at the second round. But, sideways in the background.
Volders got it done up the inside in turn 2, okay. Steve, proving us wrong yet again because he's got the job done there. Hasn't actually lost anything now by running P3 on the road.
We're going to have to eat our orange hats, I think, Hal, at this rate, aren't we?
And the T-shirt.
Yeah, definitely. Now everybody joker in the background. That's set off a chain reaction. And now Simon Tiger has the opportunity to go and try and edge Mervyn Klaassen. But at the minute, Klaassen's outpacing him anyway.
Klaassen's had a strong day compared to the Portuguese round.
Best lap on his last lap, 40.8. Mervyn Klaassen's just gone quickest, and that's some 9/10ths quicker than Simon Tiger. Is Tiger in trouble here, Hal? Because Volders is only 1.8 back.
Yep, absolutely proving us wrong, Steve Volders.
Go on, Steve.
Fair play for that. I'm all for being proven wrong by a brilliant drive.
I just did
the Joker, sorry Andrew, this time around. He's going to have enough here to come out in front of Simon Tiger. This is a big move from the
Tiger's got a problem. He's got a problem, Hal. He had a problem in the previous corner.
Steering's broken.
Whether that was prior to the going round or not, because the car was all over the place on the tarmac.
He hit the wall head on there, so I think the steering was already broken, which has forced him in.
It was very strange through the tarmac section on the inside. So Simon Tiger is out. Maybe he had a problem during the course of this one, but Klaassen has been out-Klaassen all of them. Absolutely fantastic drive. And Volders too, jokering on the first lap. And somehow, well, he needed the pass, didn't he? He's got it done.
We need to see the battle for P3 here between the two BMW Z3s, because there's little to choose between them. The two smaller machines.
I mean, only the top two are going through anyway, aren't they? But it'll be fun.
Of course, three semi-finals. Yeah. My bad.
So Tiger
terribly confused with switching between 3 and 2 semi-finals.
It doesn't take a lot, does it, to confuse either of us, really. As a team, we do well to keep ourselves roughly on the straight and narrow, don't we? I'll tell you what, Volders is now all over the back of Klaassen, and is he going to try and make it? So Volders has got the pace. Klaassen's got the fastest lap, but Volders is right there now. So maybe Klaassen's backed off. Maybe Volders is on a big push. Comes out wide in the BMW M3. Looks to the inside on the exit. Volders has got. Oh no! Volders has half spun. If
Nightmare,
Bosmans
because
can
you
get there
can't
into
drive
reverse, Bosman's going to try and come through. Volders might lose his place in the final. He loses P2. He loses P3. Volders has gone from a questionable joker to an amazing pass to get himself up to P2 to a half spin when he was pressurising the leader, and he drops out of contention. That's gutting after a brilliant run. Klaassen takes it, and it is going to be Dries Brosmans who goes through in the BMW Z3. What a shame, Hal.
Volders will be gutted. What a performance to deliver at your home event, and then just couldn't get it to the end. That bit of over-rotation, too long in the throttle, the rear came round.
He was so close.
And the nose just got too close to the wall on the inside. There's Simon Tiger. He is not pleased, is he, Simon? Let's see if we can see what happened with the...
Not having his favourite day, is he?
What happened with the damage. This is the start. Klaassen had a brilliant launch. Volders from pole didn't have the launch that he no doubt would have wanted. This is Tiger. What happens here? Does he clip the wall on the left?
Watch his line on the tarmac. Watch his line on the tarmac here. Do you see? I think it's gone already.
We haven't actually seen the
front. I think the front left's off already.
Oh, it's broken there. I think it's broken as he's gone onto the loose.
I think it broke on the tarmac, but you might be whatever. It was.
My point being is, I don't think it was broken. He hasn't hit a wall and broke the wheel off.
So he's broken it and then hit the wall. Yeah.
I more mean he has touched something and it's weakened it. Then it's broken under load, rather than it hitting the wall, breaking and then firing him off.
It fired him off, didn't it? It was broken and fired him off. He had no way.
I think it broke under the load of the braking or the transition onto the loose, rather than it being an immediate break from an impact.
Definitely had a big moment on the tarmac before. Not Simon Tiger's day. I wonder if they can have a little tweak with their settings and see if there's something they can do to make it work better tomorrow.
So that battle for P3 was significant. I just had a time machine.
We do entertain ourselves. I hope we occasionally entertain you at home as well. Hal, are they entertained today, or are they frustrated?
Are you not entertained?
No, we fired again. Well, there we go. Simon Tiger. I was going to say a long walk back, but it's not really, because the paddock's smack in the middle of the circuit, so it's not a particularly long walk from anywhere on the track, is it, if you retire?
At least.
Yeah. And he has long legs, says producer Calla, which is, he does. Simon will be back in 3 steps.
And a hop over the fence.
Yeah. Which to him is a mere skirting board to step over, isn't it? He's a tall guy. Right, stay with us. More semis coming up. Right, final semi-final for open two-wheel drive. Christoph Becks and Ariane van Lommel on the front row. Jason Blesdale and Peter McGarry on the second row. And then it's Louis de Haas and Tom Geenan on row 3. There's Simon Tiger's car coming back in on the forklift in the background. Here comes the Dutch flag. A quick nod to each of the drivers. The marshal just checks that they are paying attention, that they are ready to go. Normally that's the point you wave if you've got some sort of a problem. Otherwise it's a cursory nod and then full focus on the lights. Becks versus Van Lommel on the front row, but it's Blesdale on row 2 that's got the best start. Blesdale around the pole sitter and to the inside line. Jason Blesdale with a fantastic start in the Vauxhall VX220. That's brilliant from row 2, Hal.
Got it absolutely hooked up at the start, didn't he? Made it through that small gap in the middle, the small Vauxhall. Finding its way through, bit of a nudge in the rear from Becks. Becks goes up the inside out of turn 3. He's going to get round the outside into 4. That was a nice, tidy move and loads of traction out of the big Volvo.
No, that's now Blesdale just gets bullied off. That's shocking. Sorry, that's shocking. You can't just turn someone round on the throttle. No way. That's Van Lommel, I think, and unfortunately, I think that'll be a penalty, Hal.
I agree with you, yeah, I think...
Sorry, you've got to call it how you see it sometimes, and
yeah,
that's absolutely how I see it. That's a real shame. I get the pass, the previous pass is door-to-door, you know, a bit of argy-bargy.
Things happen. Absolutely fine, I think. Got it set up and through for Becks.
But it's put McGarry up into P2, and remember, only the top 2 go through, so it might not come down to what the stewards and what Rainis Nittish's race director say anyway. We'll see a penalty, we think, potentially. Was it Van Lommel? I think it was with the contact.
Yeah, I think it was.
And then Blesdale got collected again, Hal, and broke the steering. Just a sitting duck in the middle of the track. There he is. Is he going to wave? No waving, so he went to step over the barrier and then he realised there was cars both sides of it. Hal's looking back at the stream.
Yeah, I'm just watching the stream. You're absolutely right, Andrew. Jason had the door was slightly open. Jason got rotated around the front of the car and then there was no lifting. So
yeah,
but what a turnaround for Peter McGarry, who has not had the easiest start to his tenure with this Volkswagen Polo. Got the machine from Norway and hasn't just quite worked for him so far, but been improving all the time. Had engine failures, all sorts of little niggles, and he's holding his own here. I
was going to say that, Hal, but he was 12th, 16th and 11th today, so you know, on pace alone, if you'd looked at qualifying, you wouldn't have said he was going to do it. Now he goes into the Joker. Is this to cover off cars behind
this
or
is to
not?
cover off Geenan, isn't it? Geenan on the inside, McGarry's on the exit.
Got it, he's on that inside line and that should see the pace, and if he's lucky now, he is. The Corsa gets up the inside of Geenan.
Brilliant spotting from Peter's spotter. I don't know who's on the radio for Peter this weekend. Could well be a combination of people with Derek Toole, his teammate, not making it through to the semi-finals. This is all about trying. He can't afford to defend now. He's got to get the hammer down because he needs to close the gap on
Van Lommel.
But as you say, Andrew, there could be a penalty incoming.
I'm strongly thinking there will be, Hal, but it's not a done deal, is it? And it's front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive here. There'll be different points on the circuit. Van Lommel goes Joker. So Van Lommel is going to come out in front here. And now McGarry's going to go for the outside line. Just tucks in behind. So will they be on the radio go, you know what, we think there's a penalty? They might not even have seen it, Hal. He might be thinking he's not going to make it.
No,
of course,
you have to try and
we
make it happen on track. You have to try and get the move done.
So now McGarry applying the pressure to Van Lommel in front. We've given our opinion, fairly or not. What's going to happen here?
Rainer said to us when he was getting a coffee in the OMSE tent between the sessions that
they're getting hotter and hotter, didn't they?
They're getting hotter and they need calming down. The way you start calming people down.
Outside the course and gets through. Now up the inside, Keenan makes the pass, and now the penalty is irrelevant for the car in front. Christoph Becks takes the checkered flag and will go through. That's a real shame for Peter McGarry. Unfortunate. So Christoph Becks takes it, and around the final corner comes Ariane Van Lommel. So Van Lommel takes P2 and on track goes through to the final, with P3 going to Tom Geenan. But the question mark is over that move on lap 1 on Jansen and Blesdale. We're seeing whether or not we might be able to talk to Rainis, because I'm confident he'll be looking at that. Hal, here's a replay from the start. Watch on the second row here. Watch Blesdale start in the white VX220.
Okay, we'll go to him as soon as you can.
Up the inside and into the lead. Just gets
so
a little nudge here.
So I think this move is absolutely fine.
So
I think Becks going up the inside is no drama at all. And
Blesdale does give him a little push, to be fair, but comes out the throttle crucially. And this, Hal, need to see the front angle. We might see it from the drone. Let's see. Maybe we're being grossly unfair. Okay, so we are hearing penalty for number 78. There we go, yeah, stayed in the throttle. 213, Rainis corrects himself, 213.
Just talk us through that move then, Rainis. What is the penalty and exactly what for?
Right, we're gonna come to Rainis Nittish after the replays. Yeah, not happy. Blesdale's not happy, and I get that. Makes a shrug. Yeah, we hear you, Rainis. So what's your take on that? I mean, we try to be impartial, but there are some times when we see something and think, that's a penalty. But we're not the stewards. We're not race control. You are. So what was your take?
Yeah, for car number 78, I gave 3-second penalty for pushing and overtaking in turn 3. But didn't change much for him, as he was leading quite far. But 213, it's black flag for sure, because he touched the rear corner inside and then just pushing. So that's not how we do.
Okay, so pushing to pass, and Van Lommel then will, with a black flag, drop out of the final, and P2 Hal was Geenan, wasn't it?
Yeah, and interestingly, Rainis has given a penalty there to Becks. Let's have a look back. So he's given a penalty to Becks for the move for pushing and overtaking on Blesdale. I think that's
fair enough.
Yeah, I think that could have gone both ways though. That was a touch and go one, but this clearly isn't, and that's why Rainis has given the black flag. It's the rotation isn't the problem, because
it's
you do get the rotation.
It's
staying in the throttle and pushing the car sideways, which is
if you'd lifted anyway, because Blesdale's already sideways. If you lift and then pass, it's fine, but staying in the throttle the whole way through and finishing the job off is not allowed. Rainis, sorry, run through the pass again for the leader. What was your feelings on the pass in the hairpin then? Oh, we can't hear you, mate. Try again.
Yeah, now you hear me.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, because there was clear pushing before, or just on a braking, which you didn't see in live. I saw it on my screen. So yeah, if someone is going back on live TV and shows you the different angle, then you see that there's pushing and clear overtaking.
Thank you, Rainis. There we go. So Rainis using all the tools at his disposal, the various replays of different cameras.
There was cameras around the circuit. There's a CCTV system around the circuit that allows Rainis to look at incidents in a different way to what we see them on the broadcast, and it's for that reason that they're there.
And that's the reason that Rainis is in race control and me and Hal are in here.
You got that one right there.
Way more stressful job. There's absolutely no chance I'm doing that. So.
And if you like those inserts, don't forget to like and subscribe, because it makes a massive difference. You saw the subscribe banner come up on the screen, but yeah, there's not many championships in the world that let you go straight into race control and talk to the person that just made the decision. So yeah, like and subscribe.
So we are here in Holland on King's Day, and you're getting yourselves ready for the semi-finals of Open 4-wheel drive. So let's get the first one of those away. Victor Franks in the Peugeot 208 WRX Supercar on the pole. The TQ man, Tommy Howman, is in P2 in the FC2. Fraser McConnell on the inside of row 2. Then Ulrich Linnemann in the Supercar. And then you've got Simon Olafsson and Elias Svensson on the back. So 4 FC2s and 2 Supercars. 3 cars will go through. Remember, the FC2s have their own final 2. Great start by Franks. Linnemann's done well as well. Fraser McConnell on the inside of a line of 3. Moves across, a little bit of contact there with Simon Olafsson. Elias Svensson Svensson trying to go around the outside. McConnell runs Svensson wide. Olofsson looks up the inside. He's been hit by Fraz twice, but don't think Fraz would have seen him either time. But Victor ranks down into turn 3, runs a little bit deep, and Howman is there with him already. Tommy Howman will surely stay standard lap on this one. Round the outside, Fraser McConnell's the first driver to go joker, and Howman is up in the mix with the 2 supercars.
What a wild ride from McConnell and for Olofsson through the first couple of corners. Svensson's just split them there as they've taken the joker. This is not working out for Elias Svensson at all today, is it? Lindemann also getting stuck in with McConnell ahead of the joker for the Jamaican driver. I really thought Olofsson was gone there in the first corner, but found a lot of traction and got up the inside into turn 2. Nearly got McConnell as well, didn't he? Franks is really sideways out of 2 into 3. McConnell following in the background. Howman under massive pressure from Ulrich Lindemann.
Yeah, Howman's having to go slightly defensive, isn't he, with his driving, particularly into that corner, because he knows he might get mugged if he doesn't. With McConnell being the leading driver to have jokered, is that Svensson gone as well?
It is, yeah.
So Fraz is going to hold P4 having jokered, so we'll watch the gap from him forwards. At the minute, it's 2.1 from McConnell to Lindemann, so he needs a couple of those extra special saucy laps that he had early on today, didn't he, where he was using the gravel trap as well as the dirt. Try and get that gap down. 2.1 might be enough. Fraz has got it down to 1.7, Hal.
And this is because Lindemann and Howman are doing their fighting up front. There's a little bit more of a gap, isn't there? But Lindemann's pushing hard to try and stay in touch with the Finnish rising star. Into the joker this time around. Lindemann in the extra ring. McConnell's easily got him though on the standard lap.
Nicely done, Fraser McConnell with that early joker, Hal, after bits of contact. Fraser McConnell with the fastest lap of the race on that last one, and that's been stolen by Victor Franks now. Victor goes a few tenths quicker, but McConnell put the quick laps in when he needed it, and he got the overlap, but he's got to keep Lindemann behind him for another couple of laps.
Franks is looking very loose in the 208 WRX, isn't he? In the front of the field, not quite as crossed up this time around. McConnell also not quite as sideways because he needs to defend as well from Lindemann.
But he's only 1.9 off the back of Howman. Howman's going to go joker, is he? No, he doesn't. Stays out. So watch for Howman versus McConnell. That gap is 1.9, and as Hal said, with the defending, he may lose time now.
Lindemann and McConnell using quite different lines in the background to maximise each of the corners. Look at the way the suspension absorbs those curbs on the very latest rallycross machinery.
Howman's taken a tenth off McConnell. McConnell is suffering from that pressure of Lindemann behind him. Got to try and keep the supercar with more power behind him. Look at the difference. He just closes up a bit. Fraz is sideways, but again he squeezes the door shut. Lindemann trying to get alongside the Jamaican, gets into his door. McConnell holds on. Lindemann gets out in the loose dirt, just drops a little way back into the joker lap. Goes Howman. Howman comes back out, so Howman holds on to P2. Now Fraser McConnell's got a car in front and behind him, but it's the one behind he needs to watch out for. He's going to get it done though. Victor Franks has jokered and takes the win from Howman. McConnell with Lindemann trying to get up the inside over the line, but Fraser McConnell holds on for P3, and that will see him through to the final. Lindemann, Svensson and Olofsson miss out this time, but a dominant win for Victor Franks. 3.1 seconds up the road. Should be Hal in that machinery, and with the quality of the driver that Franks is, but still had to get it done, and Howman didn't make it easy.
So much more even though this weekend, isn't it, between the FC2 and the conventional RX1 supercars, whatever you want to call them. That was the contact between McConnell and Olofsson in the run to the first corner. Olofsson running out wide. Then as McConnell went up the inside of Svensson, Olofsson nearly got both of them. This is the move that Lindemann tried to pull on McConnell in the hairpin in turn 3. That's where Lindemann broke the steering earlier, do you remember, in one of the heats when he tried the same move, but those two ultimately just held each other up a little bit. I think had they not done that, they may, one or both of them may have got Howman in the end, but good drive from the Finn to maintain P2.
Results then of semi-final number 1. Victor Franks takes the victory from Tommy Howman and Fraser McConnell after a close battle with Ulrich Lindemann, Elias Svensson and Simon Olofsson. Semi-final number 2 for open four-wheel drive. It was a close one in the first encounter. Top 3 from this will go through. On the pole, Ollie Eriksson, and it's Casper Jansen. Outside him, Nathan Ottink, Tom van den Heuvel, Victor Christensen, and Joni Verkoenigen is a non-starter in the VW Scirocco. So only 5 in this, but only 3 will go through, and it will still be tight at the top 3 FC2s and 2 supercars. Good start by Eriksson. Ottink should get a decent start in the supercar around the outside. Casper Jansen, can he pass Eriksson or not? He'll want to stay there and not let Ottink get up the inside, but not a lot you can do from there. Ottink in the Supercar. Jansen sensibly backs out of it and will now look to try and find a way through. Ericsson uses all the road and a bit of gravel trap to get good exit speed. He wants to check out from that fight behind him. And yeah, Christensen is in the battle as well, in the mix to try and get past Ottink.
Van der Heuvel loses a bit of time in turn 3, lost a lot of momentum by running that bit deep. Casper Jansen was actually a victim of his own good start there, wasn't he? Because he was side by side with who is ostensibly his teammate in Ollie Ericsson, big part of the OMSE team. You can see the OMSE logo emblazoned on the front of Jansen's FC2. So he couldn't shut the door on Ollie. That ultimately opened the door up for Nathan to get through on the inside, but they both drove very effectively. Great job. And I have to say, well, it's not unfair to say that Ottink lucked into the pro win in Portugal, because it was a bit of a last man standing, wasn't it, after all of the contact. Doing a great job this weekend, the European autocross star, to be driving one of these amazing supercars at this level and doing such a good job here at his home circuit.
Ericsson and Ottink, the gap was 0.8 on the previous lap. It's now 0.7, so Ottink has taken a 10th off him. Look, he's really breathing down his neck now, Hal. So now it's Ericsson's turn to try and keep the door shut. With Victor Christensen having jokered, I mean, the gap's, it's big, but if these two did get stuck into each other, it gives you an opportunity.
Absolutely does, doesn't it? And I'd have to say that, well, as I was just saying, Ottink's doing a great job, but the focus doesn't look that hooked up to me either. So to be wrestling it as he is into the Joker this time around is going to drop to P3, but still comfortably through to the pro final this afternoon, barring any disasters for him in the last few laps.
Yeah, Casper Jansen in front of him now. Jansen, of course, yet to Joker. So up into P2. The gap between the leader, Ollie Ericsson, and Nathan Ottink is 2.6, Hal, and that's a doable amount, isn't it?
It is a risky strategy to get in and out the Joker when they did, but they can rely on Jansen having reasonably good pace, or very, very good pace. They just can't afford to get tucked up in any sort of battle. Will Ollie Ericsson respond?
Joker. Ericsson's gone Joker. Watch them for this merge. This is for the lead of the race. Ericsson does get through. Ottink slots back out, and it's status quo again. Casper Jansen, after the strategies plays out, drops into P3.
Brilliant job there from Ericsson to extend the margin when he knew he needed to most. Ollie, being a massive part of the development of these FC2 cars, had a torrid time in Portugal, didn't he? Just didn't work out for him in the way it might have done. But this weekend he's been quickest at different points and really driving very, very well indeed.
Yeah, he is. Ericsson holding the lead, with Ottink right in behind. Hear the popping and the banging from the anti-lags on these various machines. Cuts right over the curb. They're using the curb and the dirt behind it now.
No track limits there.
No, into the final corner. Ollie Ericsson coming through. He's done a nice job here. Ottink looked like he had the pace at times, but he doesn't have track position. Ericsson makes it through onto the front row from Ottink and Casper Jansen. That pro final later on today is going to be absolutely fantastic. Ollie Ericsson, job done. 3:11.6, and Hal, that is just 0.5 of a second slower than Victor Ranks was in the Supercar. I think the FC2 versus Supercar battle is really on this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant, isn't it? It's a shame that we've lost Linneman from the pro final, because that would have been even more exciting still. But yeah, the FC2 final is going to be a precursor to the grand final at the end of the day. Can any of them beat Franks? Franks is really looking strong, isn't that, too, isn't he? So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, should be a fun afternoon, so don't go anywhere. Oliver Ericsson wins semi-final number 2 from Nathan Ottink, Casper Jansen and Victor Christensen. King's Day here in the Netherlands, a fantastic celebration of the coronation of the King in this lovely country, which has a fantastic rallycross track or two. This is a good one. How great through qualifying and the semi-finals, just the finals to come.
Yeah, and for those in the comments who were saying it was boring, I think people say, but it wasn't very exciting. That started ramping up, hasn't it? And I think the finals are going to be take it to the next level as well, and it's brilliant to come to a different venue, one with such history, and I think the racing's getting better and better.
Yeah, this is the point at which you put it all on the line. Qualifying, you get the job done. Semi-finals, you make it to the final. In the final, let's send it time for those top steps on the podium. 16:55, we'll be back with the finals roughly around then. Come a minute early just in case. In the meantime, we'll leave you some interviews from the paddock. We'll be back shortly.
It hasn't been an easy day for you, but step by step you have shown that you closer and closer from Mainings, the leader of the category today. What's your feeling after this semi-final and this fantastic overtake?
Mainings here is a mean machine, you know. He's great at this track. I just feel that I haven't come into the track fully yet and make some few mistakes like when he passed me in the semi-final, but you know, this is the part of the category, this two-wheel drive category. I have a little bit heavier car. He managed to get closer to me in some parts, and some parts I stretched it out a little bit, but you know, we keep working. We had some troubles during pre-practice too, and with the electric system, so we got that up and running. A little bit dirty on the hands, but you know, overall, I think it's a good day. We made it to the final, and that's the goal for the race. Everything can happen there.
What is the plan now? It's just like you said, like everything can happen, or just working even better for tomorrow?
You know, I will try to, you know, win, of course, but gather some experience for tomorrow too. Hopefully, we'll get a better start and be at the top right away.
Thank you, and good luck for the final.
Thank you.
Tobias, you already have been really impressive 1 month ago in Portugal, but it seems that you are a man on a mission today, qualifying it in your pocket, and now a pole position for the final. What is your feeling now?
I have a very good feeling. I'm so glad the strategy from Portugal is keeping on here. Had some problems in Q3 after the roll with Anderson. I had two broken rims, so it was jumping like hell up at the straight. I managed to get it over the finish line and got P2, and now I'm ready for the final. Yeah.
How do you explain your domination here in Valkenswaard?
Well, I hope to just get over the finish line and do what I can and be as prepared as I can. So yeah, I hope for the best. Yeah.
The start is going to be crucial here. I guess strategy is going to play a huge role now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm using the same tires like the whole day and saving the new tires for tomorrow. So I hope that's the right decision.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
It's finals time here at the Euro Circuit Valkenswaard in the Netherlands on King's Day. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. We're still feeling celebratory about
just
the whole
realised
King's
you've
Day.
taken your silly hat off. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I took the hat off hours ago, mate.
Did you?
Yes, it's nearly as unobservant as when I thought we had a new sign and it was in Portugal. Between us, we muddle our way through, but we hope you've been enjoying it anyway. And yeah, it's King's Day, and we've got some celebrating to do, but not until we've smashed out some finals. And thanks to the madness of Andreas Eriksson and co, there's about 8,000 finals coming up. So get yourselves ready for this. We're good to go. Right, let's head down to the grid. Okay, so open two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive. You've got Louis de Haas and Bernd Tinisi on the front row. Then it's Steve Otzer and Michel Collin. And then it's Fabian Verbucht and Danny Luton in the Ford KA. So Louis de Haas has been stuck in with some of the front runners. Oh, jump starts everywhere. That's it, mega. You can go back.
That was a proper jump, wasn't it? That was like, I'm going anyway, so I'm going for the
Where are you going to do a lap? Spin it? He's off. Right, open the gate, he can go home. That's what Marcus said, wasn't it, about Niklas that time? Where's he off to? Has he not got reverse? Where are you going? Well, I've seen some jump starts in my time, Hal, but that's a good one. Oh. There we go then. So yeah, just rolling around the whole lap, and then we'll be back to the grid. So stay with us. Right, in case I forget later, Nella and Runa. Nella is 3, Hal, and Runa is 5. They came to the commentary box and they were both very sad because their favourite driver, Simon Tiger, is not through to the final. And Nella, who's 3, was looking extremely sad and explaining to me in Dutch, I think, but I'm not sure about how upset she was. And I had to get the mum or the nan to say what was going on. She said she's very, very annoyed. She said, why can't Simon win all the time? Which I thought was very astute for a 3-year-old.
He does usually, to be fair.
He does, yeah, he does. But I think that's why they're so desperately disappointed. So hello to Nella and Runa, yeah, who are 3 and 5 years old and super cute, to be fair. There's a dog here today who is only 5 months old, who's going to be coming to 2 events later this year, so I'm hoping we can do some Instagram stories about the dog growing bigger during the course of the year. That's on my Insta. You can get in touch with me or Hal on Instagram, but you can also get in touch via the comments on YouTube. We'll try and get back to a few of you. So Louis de Haas, oh, you're having a laugh, aren't you? If this is a second jump start, I'm going home.
You're having a laugh, mate.
I do my best to hide it when, you know, the misery sets in. But there are just some times... Yeah, if that's a second jump start for the same car, you've got to go home, haven't you? You can't do more than one, can you?
It depends on the reason, doesn't it? If it was a mistake with the jump
lights,
sensor or something.
P5 is disqualified. Okay. Did they jump the start the first time as well? So Fabian Verbucht is going to have to... can you hear the crowd in the background, Hal? Are they... can you hear them? Somewhere in the crowd there's a big old party. We need to look around to see where this carnage party's going on. There are people yelping and cheering. Okay. And then there were 5. How many more jumps? If we have another 5 jump starts, we'll have only taken up the same amount of time as we would have done if we'd bothered to do the final. And then we could just move on to the next one. Let's see if anyone can do it again. So Hal, why has that person been disqualified?
I don't know, Andrew.
Well, because I thought unless if Michel Collin didn't do the first jump
and
start,
responded to the light change.
responded
Which
to the jump
fair
start.
Enough. I've done that.
Yeah.
I also just jumped the start.
Everybody's under caution, we're hearing now. Okay, so what happens next? We're going to disqualify them all if there's another jump start? Oh.
That's just Rainers getting frustrated, isn't it?
Everybody is under caution. If anybody jump starts, they're disqualified, which is a new rule as far as I'm concerned. Go on, Rainers. You tell them. Okay, take number 3. Louis de Haas versus Bert Tinus on the front row. Then Steve Otzer, Michel Collin, and Danny Lutjen on the back row on the outside.
Oh, my God.
You're kidding me. Is this a joke? Well, is this some sort of April? What is it? April the what? Is this April King's Day? Is there something we don't know about? You're out, mate. Off your chop. Go on. And then there were 4. What time do we have to finish racing by? How? 6 p.m.
Well, 6, yeah.
If there's one more jump start, let's call it on the grid. Oi, oi, oi. Can you speed this up and play it with the Benny Hill music? With the cars just disappearing one by one off the back of the grid, and Randy Snitch waving his arms around in the top of the tower. Brilliant.
The drone will be out of battery soon.
I'll be out of battery soon. If we have another jump start of not commentating the final, Hal, it's your job for the whole thing. Goodness me. The cross cars are coming in. Look, they've been sent from the pre-grid. They're ready to go.
Stick them in the grid.
You might as well. Come on. Oh. Okay. Number 4. I've never, ever, in a decade of commentating rallycross, had to do 4 starts on the same final. Finally. Well done. Louis de Haas away from the line in the Opel Corsa at the inside line. Gets a good start. The Super 1600 car of Steve. Tinusi, though, trying to look through and get back in the Yaris, but the 1600 does indeed hold on to that second place, and that's 2 sideways in the Corsa up the front. The Super 1600 takes a look to the inside. Otzer with contact front left to rear right on Louis de Haas in the Opel Corsa. The Corsa pushes the C2 wide and has to go joker on lap 1.
Sensible decision, I think, to get out the traffic, especially with only 4 cars left in this 6-lap encounter. You just need to get some free air, don't you, and try and nail the lap times as best you can. Nice and tight to the wall on the final corner.
Well,
Louis de Haas was well in with Peter McGarry, wasn't he, in that open two-wheel drive semi-final we saw not that long ago, and now a real opportunity to win at home in a RallyX weekend is not to be sniffed at, is it?
Almost. Louis de Haas almost made it, didn't he? Through Super 1600, Steve Otzer goes around the outside. Of course, RX3, Hal, now, aren't they? They're known as.
They're all 600 RX3 cars,
still, yeah,
but
well,
not of the traditional Super 1600, which is of course why the C2 is based on that works car. There was never a Super 1600 version of many of the RX3 cars or Super 1600 cars.
No. I bring back Super 1600. Why can't we have Super 1600 rally cars again? People are making the rallycross cars. Let's do it. What's the problem?
The rallycross cars, the latest rallycross cars today are so much more advanced than the work Super 600 rally cars ever were.
Finished the end of the era for that particular time. Big fan of the C2. Right, Louis de Haas, the gap is 2.4 seconds in his Opel Corsa. They have Joker, Steve Otzer as Joker, so I guess we just need to watch. Now he goes in, so Louis de Haas has gone Joker on this lap. Watching for the Citroen, getting a good exit, trying to go around the outside, but there's not got enough pace, so now he is right behind him. And we only had a couple of laps, Hal, and everybody's jokered. So first of all, they all jump-started, now they've all jokered.
Lunacy. But, yeah, as long as you finish first, it doesn't really matter what the strategy is, does it? So, Louis de Haas doing a solid job up front, under a bit of pressure, but...
I noticed with the turn-in, both these cars into the chicane at the end of the front straight, they are very lively on turn-in, really, really pointy.
That's how you've got to be, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
With a front-wheel drive, so you can live on the throttle.
Struggling there with the transition from dirt to tarmac, that can be difficult with the front-wheel drive car on the diff. Like, you just start getting pulled left and right. You know whether to wind the throttle in or out or not to make it go in the direction you want it to go.
Good battle this, isn't it, for the lead? But so difficult to pass around this Valkenswaard circuit.
Really, it's just a case here of withstanding the pressure, and is it for de Haas? Ox has just got to keep poking the car out to the side. Here again, look, just get it in the mirrors all the time. Let them think you're having a look. Go out wide now, and then you go defensive on the way into the corner. But really, there isn't a way around as long as you don't run it out too wide or get yourself too deep on the brakes.
Turn 3 is a bit too tight on the exit to. What's gone on here then?
That's an extra joker lap, is it? So Otto went for an extra joker. I'm not even sure he needed to do an extra joker.
There was a necessity for 2 jokers there, or at least we weren't told that.
Maybe there was. Maybe he was.
Maybe
he
that was one of the
maybe
jump
it was
start
the first
penalties.
jump start. But
Perhaps,
then, yeah, and then everybody must have been put under caution immediately. Okay, well, there we go. Otto remains in P2, having done a second joker lap. But Louis de Haas takes a home win in the Opel Corsa. And Bert Tianis is in P3 in the Yaris. So 2 Dutchmen and a Belgian on the podium here at Valkenswaard for two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive after 4 starts. Junior cross car coming up now. I suspect these guys won't need 4 starts to get away. Carl Svedland, Jonas Hegeland Nielsen, the front row. It's Alex Antila and Carl Schnack on row 2. Stibberup, Fredriksson and Lepelars on the back row. Lepelars, the local driver. All of the other drivers we have seen on the regular in the RallyX series. Are we waiting on the car in slot number 5, or am I seeing things? Okay, so everybody who did a jump start is now going off the track very slowly. Where is the P5 car though? Is the P5 car missing? I think it is. They're coming down pit road. Yes, they are. Last minute. So that is Sigurd Stubberup Fredriksson. With a little pre-warm, pre-clean of the tyres. Right, here we go then with junior cross car. Carl Svedland and Jonas Hegeland Nielsen on the front row. Alex Antila and Carl Schnack on row 2. Neil Lepelars and Sigurd Stubberup Fredriksson are on row 3. And normally you hear the juniors on the revs a long time before they get away from the line. Svedland with a P3 and a P1 in Portugal will be looking to try and continue a run of great results. But earlier on today, Jonas Hegeland Nielsen made a great pass on Alex Antila from that same grid position in the semi-finals to the lead. I'm just waiting on the OK from the race director to get this underway. So apparently quite a lot of protests. I can't imagine why there would be any protests from that two-wheel drive final with 4 jump starts in it. I mean, wow. Perhaps they could save their protest for later and we could do some motor racing. What do you think? Stay with us. Some more racing anytime, sometime today. Right, junior cross car. Carl Svedlund versus Nielsen on the front row. Nielsen will try and make the same move he made on Antila, who's on row 2 with Carl Schnack. Lee Ballars and Fredriksson on the back row. It's a good start from Svedlund. Svedlund normally edges it on the run to turn 1, but no, Nielsen's going to get there in the yellow car first. Contact between them twice. Nielsen gets over on Svedlund, in and out of the throttle twice in the background. I think it's Antila. Antila's dropped further back, or still side by side as they get round onto the gravel section.
Antila
up
fifth
the
on
inside.
track.
How? Sorry, Svedlund making a move back on Nielsen for the lead. So Svedlund's going to get back through, surely, and Nielsen drops back down to P2. Spin for Lepelars.
Lepelars spins in the background, as you say. Weird start, wasn't it? Because Carl Svedlund made the best of the launches, and then Nielsen then just pulled away into the first corner. Svedlund a bit scruffy in turn 1, then that battle down in turn 3. Good fight between them, though. Like you say, Antila lost out badly at the start.
Antila lost out badly in the start, if you remember, the semi-final as well. So
That's not been ideal off the launches. Svedlund with a lot more inputs there into the first corner than we saw earlier on in the day. Nielsen going with him round the outside in the 3-3-4 machine. Now cuts back to the inside looking for a gap. There isn't a gap unfolding.
Very close between those top 4.
Svedlund continues to lead, has pulled a tiny margin there through turn 4, gets a bit crossed up. Nielsen is very strong towards the end of the lap here, but Svedlund driving comfortable. Look how much of the track he uses on the outside of the final corner. Now it's all about the braking into the chicane, gets the rotation done very nicely in the Kazmat machine. The gap between, a little bit of correction there for Nielsen, lost time, run to the outside into the gravel. That could have been...
Oh, Schnack's there now, Hal, isn't he? Nielsen's looking ragged.
That could have been Svedlund's trump card, couldn't it, with Nielsen losing that little bit of time. Schnack all over the back of the yellow machine now.
Schnack goes Joker, so Schnack's gone Joker, watching the background for Antila. Antila on the inside line was your top qualifier, but Schnack has managed to get in and out of the Joker, back in front again. Nicely done.
Great job, really good composure, especially since they don't have a spotter in this junior cross car category. It's all about using your spatial awareness, trying to monitor the gap in the mirrors, which I can explain from personal experience are not the most useful things in the world. You can see a little bit, but not a huge amount, and you're also rather busy behind the wheel.
Lepelars, we're hearing, is out, red flag. Lepelars has crashed, red flag. I hope Lepelars is okay. Oh, it's a fair old shunt. He's out the car already. That, we always say that's the most important thing, but unfortunately, sits down on the grass. Yeah, okay. So disappointed. They're just checking he's all right. It'll be a mixture of disappointment and a bit of shock as well.
Let's have a look back at that instant, and this is in...
That's on the
Joker section.
Just lost all my paperwork in the wind, and Hal's reactions are quicker than mine. He's got his.
That was a fall over, wasn't it, into turn 4. What a shame for the local driver. No luck this weekend. That was halfway through the race. They could call a result on that, I think, but I don't think they will. We've got the FC2 final in the grid at the moment, so we definitely won't have an immediate re-rack. Perhaps, Andrew, and I'm just speculating, they will wait until later on to decide if we've got enough time to rerun that one, which would be a shame because it was a great battle between Svedland and Nielsen.
I do agree though, mate. If you were to miss the Supercar final because they're very, very strict here on noise, I believe,
aren't they? Check the sporting regs as to how far through you need to get. If 50% difference is enough.
Yeah.
To call a result, then you would have that in your pocket, and if there's time come the end, then
rerun it, but don't rerun it and lose the open four-wheel drive final, which is it the last one of the day?
It is, yes.
Yes, it is. It is indeed. We've lost the four-wheel drive AM final because we only had one driver, I think, who was still competing, which is fair enough. So the FC2 final, if you're not sure, FC2 obviously is the first corner 2. That's the name of the chassis after the SC1, which was the car that was used in Nitrocross. This is the updated version of the Supercar Lights, which now becomes the FC3 or 4 Supercar Lights, isn't it? Because the FC3 is the RX2E car and the FC5 is the cross car. So there's a full suite of cars available to take a driver from entering the sporting cross car right up to the 1,000 horsepower FC1. But over here we're not using the FC1, so the FC2 now has its own final, and it was good last time.
Absolutely. So to clarify that, FC1 is the car that was used in Nitrocross last year.
Yep.
FC2 is what you see on your screen in front of you. Internal combustion, turbocharged supercar lights type concept. FC3 is the RX2E all electric cars. FC4 is what we know as supercar lights, and FC5 is the cross car category, and we saw in Portugal the new FC5 from first corner to be used. So you're right, that ladder exists, and the FC2 final was very good in Portugal, and I think what's the biggest takeaway from me from today is Kevin Eriksson was 100% right when we were chatting to him in Portugal and this event, that the FC2 can really take it to the internal combustion supercars. I think when you put a really competent driver in one of the best supercars ever built in Franks in the 208 WRX, that sways it slightly.
It's
but
a
Franks
bit of a fly in the ointment.
hasn't had it all his own way. And I think it could be close in the pro final. All you need is a misgear at the start or a slight mistake, and it will be a wild final.
I think he needs a good. If Franks gets a good start, I think he'll get it done.
That's what I'm saying.
But bear in mind that Ollie Eriksson, when we looked at the semi-final times, how there was 0.3 of a second between Franks' winning time and Ollie Eriksson's winning time. So, yeah, it should be good. Flag status showing us finished now.
So I'm just hearing from race control and from Stockholm that the junior cross car final has been declared a result with some joker times added, and we will have to inform you of that full result when we get it.
We'll talk you through that in a minute. So notional joker times, which came about after the fire in the joker lap in 2013. Estering, yeah. There we go.
Stig Olafur.
It was indeed the 5-cylinder Clio.
It was, yeah. Well, less cylinders that day. Well done.
Thanks, mate. That's the absolute limit of my hard drive. But it was a new regulation, and we'll explain it to you when we get a break, which hopefully we won't get any more of. Here we go then, time for the FC2 final from Valkenswaard in Holland on King's Day. On the pole, Oliver Eriksson. Next to him is Tommy Howman. On row 2, you've got Casper Jansen and Fraser McConnell. Row 3, we've got Simon Olofsson and Victor Christensen. 3 rows of those cars, but the junior cross cars have just rolled across the bottom of your screen, so they're going to be going back to the paddock before we get this race underway, and the red flag is still out too. Okay, FC2 final underway here at Valkenswaard. They're on the grid and racked up, ready to go. Oliver Eriksson and Tommy Howman on the front row. Then it's Casper Jansen and Fraser McConnell on row 2, and bringing up the rear, Simon Olofsson and Victor Christensen. Christensen's done well to get into the final at the first attempt. Let's see who gets away from the line. Well, Howman, Eriksson, Jansen and McConnell. Oh, it's a good start by Jansen from the second row, but he tucks in behind Oliver Eriksson. Tommy Howman going to try and go the long way round the outside to finish. Drive all a bit of understeer and then oversteer, puts the rear wheels in the gravel. Howman's out in turn one, he's buried it and he can't come back from there. Casper Jansen slots into P2 from Eriksson. Fraser McConnell is up to third. What a shame for Howman.
Oh, disaster for Tommy Howman. He had no option but to try around the outside, having made such a good start, got sunk into the gravel. And as we just described in the pre-show earlier on, it's so deep and soft, that sand on the outside. You get tucked in and you're stuck there for the rest of the day.
Christensen made a late call there, how to change his mind about going Joker or not. For me, that means we're down to a 4-car race because he lost too much time going in and out. These guys, of course, are so much more used to the car.
Christensen had made a great start as well from the back of the grid, really got it hooked up, but as you say, is some way off the back of the pack now. There is Tommy Howman getting out of his FC2 machine and going to safety.
Or Fraser McConnell's on the limit there, isn't he? Oh, he says sideways from turn 2 all the way to turn 3.
The line into turn 3 really opens up if you're on your own, and with Ollie Eriksson just extending that gap a little bit, that's allowed Jansen to use his own line and McConnell being that little bit further back.
What is it feeling a bit more sensible, How? After last time, we've got open four-wheel drive to come later in the day as well. You know, they're stretched out a little bit here. It's not quite as carnage as we saw in Portugal.
Yeah, the competency of these drivers at the front, and they've just separated that little bit on pace. We've seen Ollie Eriksson be so fast today. It hasn't been, Jansen so sideways out of turn 2 on the run down to 3. I don't think this has been Fraz's day of days, has it? He's been there or thereabouts, but he hasn't had the ultimate pace, and I'm sure he will work really hard tonight to try and find it. McConnell into the Joker this time around.
I saw him earlier, Hal, talking to Ollie Eriksson about something to do with when he was using push to pass. Yeah, he's there. He was over here with Ollie. He's looking for the time all the time. But yeah, as you say, he's got to find a tiny bit more for tomorrow.
He's clearly well on top of the car. The starts haven't been amazing, but it's just sometimes you need that last couple of percent to really find the difference.
We saw it earlier with that incredible, when he came through this section, do you remember, on the dirt, and he went out really wide, pulled the car in tight and smashed the lap time, but you've got to do that every time, hasn't he?
On a mission in the background, Fraser McConnell, fastest lap of the race so far is Casper Jansen on a 37.9, 38.7.
Joker for Jansen
for
now.
McConnell.
This is to cover McConnell in the background, so watch for Fraser McConnell coming through on the inside line, but Jansen's there in front.
Lots of inputs there for Casper through the Joker section. Didn't have it set up nicely, but managed to carry the speed so much quicker than Fraz on ultimate lap time at the moment. Ollie Eriksson, a couple of attempts off Jansen as well, but I think he's got enough of a margin. 38.5 that time around for Fraser. Jansen runs right to the outside of the circuit on the exit of turn 2. Oh, Ollie Eriksson's got a problem, Andrew. I'm sure he's got a problem left rear of the car. It's all sat down. Jansen goes to the inside.
Oh, it's gutting, Hal. I was just
right
looking
rear.
down.
He's lost the wheel right rear, I think.
So I was just looking down to see Eriksson's results from early. He had the 2 P2s in the FC2. I was thinking to myself, this is going to be the one where he's got it done, and unfortunately it's gone wrong for him again. He's been right at the top all day long, but it's Casper Jansen after a massive rebuild, after the huge shunt in Portugal, who takes the win from Fraser McConnell, and then P3 is going to go to Simon Olofsson. That's Olofsson's first podium, I think, in this car.
It is, yeah, you're correct.
Absolutely brilliant. So gutting for Eriksson. Pleased to see Olofsson continue with the learning curve. Fraz will be happy with P2, but as you say, we'll be hunting the extra time. But Casper Jansen, what a result for the team after all that work.
Yeah, amazing reward for the guys that have done all the work here up in Sweden to get that car fixed. Shame for Tommy Howman. That robbed us of a great race at the front. I think Tommy going out so early. Look at Victor Christensen's launch. He just had absolutely hooked up and then had nowhere to go. This is Ollie Eriksson out front. I really want to see where that problem occurred. Fraser McConnell right on top of the car there in turn 2.
So where did he just lose the wheel?
I said left rear. It was right rear, but it was my left as he was driving towards us. Let's have a look here.
Still on at this point. Has he cut the curb? Oh, he's cut the curb on the inside.
Yeah, you're right. That is a brilliant spot.
Look at the wheel.
That's a brilliant spot from the replays team in Stockholm. Kevin Eriksson has come running through the awning shouting, so they are clearly very keen to solve that problem. Remember, the pro final still to come in not very long.
And where was Eriksson in qualifying for pro?
Second, I think, was he?
Trying to think whether because I think he got the position in the last qualifying session. Anyway, FC2 final. Casper Jansen with a great result after a full rebuild, after a massive crash in Portugal. Takes from Jamaican driver Fraser McConnell and Simon Olofsson, who of course was the Supercar Lights expert, it now moves up into the podium in FC2. Victor Christensen P4 in his debut. Ollie Eriksson with the DNF DNF. What has that man got to do to take a win in the FC2, which him and his family worked so hard to build? And Tommy Howman, both cars from the front row, did not make it to the finish. Ericsson pulls in behind us with a wheel off the car into the awning now. Maria stops him on the way in. He's climbing out of the car. There it is, here it is, here it is. Ericsson gets out of the car. He's not happy at all. Get the jacks underneath. They don't want to rip the awnings floor up as they bring the car in, so they've got to jack it and roll it in with the
So they've got the jack under the side there to be able to lift the car enough to get the jack under the rear.
Kevin lifted it from the rear right quarter. Andreas is over there too. Look at Ollie thrashing on the jack himself. They've got to get that fixed. He wants to be out for the Pro Final, which is literally, what, 20 minutes away, Hal? Maybe not even that.
Even less. In with the sill stands. This is a great shot, isn't it? And this is why we're in the middle of the paddock, because you get to see the action unfold.
I wonder if we can get Fraz to come and join us while we're looking at this. Well, have we got much to? We've got Howman's car to get out of the gravel, haven't we? If we can see Fraser, I'll call him over and find out. No, he's going straight to the truck, fair enough. Casper Jansen gets out the car too. They're all going to put the stuff down. Maria's going into the back of the truck. Halid Abicic is over there as well, who's one of the main parts suppliers for FC2 and lights and everything else. Peter's out there now with the RF. Brilliant. So we can take a look around at the damage on the other side of the car with any luck. Don't know if Peter can hear us or not. Ollie's round there too. Here you go. Right, get round to what? How much damage is there? Have they just ripped the wheel nuts off, Hal, or have they pulled a corner off the car?
No, I think it's just torn the middle out of the wheel, actually, Andrew. But I think
the
concern here will be where the car landed.
Rear arm's hanging down. Or is that roll bar linkage? No, do you see? Or
I think the concern will be whatever it has landed on, and you won't want to risk a bearing being worn through or what have you, depending on how much time they've got.
Look at the speed of it, Hal. So they've got the toe links off already, the top link off. Now they're pulling the hub out.
I'm going to have a look. 2 seconds.
Go on, mate. Howridge is going for a look. I'm going to stay here in commentary. Fraz! Hal, send Fraser! I'm just shouting at Hal to send Fraser over if we can. Fraz is coming to hopefully join us in commentary and talk to us about that last race. We won't have long because I say they'll be getting them on the grid for the next one, but we're waiting for Howman to get recovered. Fraz, just chuck these on for a minute while we're looking at these brilliant pictures of OMSE who've worked with for so long, first corner, getting that car repaired. Mate, good result, P2. Me and Hal were saying in the final, we felt you'll be investigating where those other couple of tenths of a second are, because I know you want to be P1 and not where you were, but a good result still.
Yeah, no, we started P4. So, you know, to come out with a podium from starting on second row outside, I'll take that, you know.
Yeah.
The pace is a real fight between the tents for the entire day for everybody. But yeah, everyone was flat out a while ago, so should be exciting open four-wheel drive final.
Okay, so what's your feelings there? Have you got anything in the bag, like for open four-wheel drive? Stick around. We're going cross car.
Okay.
You've got a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I guess you're not busy until
not that long. But
not that long. Well, you can go when you need to go, mate. It's fine. Right. On the front row, Thomas Merstad and Kobe Powles. Kobe Powles racing at his home track. Then Jari van Hoof racing in his home country. Martin Newgar, Vettel Tree and Alex Lindequist. Oh, it's a good start from the back row, but then has to back out of his straightaway. Lindequist just got off the throttle down to turn 1. Thomas Merstad with the whole shot. Kobe Powles trying to hold on to P2. Newgar gets run out into the gravel with the green hood on top of the TN11. Up the inside there, that's Vettel Tree holding on to P3. Oh, down into the hairpin, sideways, but Kobe Powles in P2 from Thomas Merstad.
What a tantalising opportunity for Kobe Powles to try and take a win at this level at home, or as near to home as he's going to get for the Belgian driver in the RallyX Series this year. But Thomas Merstad has been the class of the field so far today, hasn't he? And really proving that in the opening lap of the final.
So, Fraz, what have you learnt then going into this next one? We'll let you go because I know you need to do your prep. What's the plan? Is there anything you picked up on that last final you can take into the pro final?
Just as these mistakes as possible. You know, gravel is getting dragged out onto the track, so you have to just be mindful of that. Picky lines, be smart, stay out of danger, and yeah, go have some fun.
All right, mate, enjoy it. Go on, we'll let you go and crack on. Thanks, McConnell. Thanks, mate. So, Fraz with the P2 in the FC2 final is now going to head out and go back and watch the OMSE crew at work trying to fix the FC2 of Ollie Eriksson. Can they get some redemption later on today? That first corner was close between these guys, Hal.
It was indeed. Ugar's still the only driver to have jokered, which surprises me, to be fair. Fastest lap of the race, a 38.4 for Eek Merstad, a 38.4, but a few hundredths back for Kobe Powell. So Powell is really there. This is going to come down to Joker strategy and the finest of margins as Powell is piling on the pressure.
Goes
on the way down to turn 3.
Can he get it done? He can't. Gets the cut back to the inside line.
Joker
He was
this time
so
around,
quick.
Kobe.
He's going to have to. He's
No
on
choice.
the outside. He goes Joker. Kobe Powell goes Joker.
Merstad made a mistake on the inside, Andrew. Look at the speed that Kobe Powell has got around the outside. He's going to return in P2.
Gets in front
Tree
of
goes wide.
Tree, so he holds on to the position. That's fantastic. That is the lap of laps from Kobe Powell, isn't it? Closing down the lead to Eek Merstad, putting him under pressure. Then he does a great Joker lap, and Eek Merstad makes a mistake.
That mistake could be critical in the outcome of this race, couldn't it? Because while Kobe absolutely nailed the Joker, you'll never have a better Joker entry than that, because you've already taken time out of the car ahead and you've carried the space around the outside into the alternative extra route.
Eek Merstad has to wait, Hal. The gap's 1.1 second. He has to wait. So we'll watch the lap times and
Good
see.
spotting from his team. Look at the front wheel lift up. He's on a massive charge. He's been so fast today. Thomas Eek Merstad, he won't want to let the ball drop at the final hour.
He has indeed had the clean sweep so far today. He's the only person in all the categories who won all 3 of his qualifying sessions. He won his semi-final and now he leads
Fastest lap
on
of the
the
race
car.
so far from Kobe Powell, a 38.141. That's 2 tenths quicker than Eek Merstad went on his best lap and 2.5 tenths better than Eek Merstad went last time around.
Powell's is on a mission here at his home track. This is brilliant from the RX3 European champion.
He's done it. He's on the back of Eek Merstad already, isn't he?
Eek Merstad goes Joker and it's game over. Then Kobe Powell comes up the inside line, racing his home track, coming around the right hand and now drops down into that line that's clear gravel. And it is a brilliant win after a genius lap from Kobe Powell. Takes the checker flag. Thomas Eek Merstad misses out on the clean sweep by just a second. And Martin Ugar with the early Joker comes through to P3. What a great race.
That was all about applying pressure at the right time. Powell's put all of the pressure on Eek Merstad, and Merstad made the mistake, didn't he? He didn't handle the pressure as well as he might have done.
Did you see the relief on Powell's? It's like exhaustion. I've given that absolutely everything that I can.
He had an absolute shocker by his own high standards in Portugal. Just couldn't make it work. The McGale cross car has really proven itself in recent weeks in all over the Europe in different championships, but that is what made the difference. It was the fact that Powell went around the outside, carried all that momentum in. Look, he absolutely nailed the Joker.
It was perfect.
Meanwhile, Eek Merstad made the mistake. I don't think it was the mistake that really cost him ultimately. Treated very well there to stay on the outside and not make contact at the Joker merge.
This is Powell's over the line. Look, chucks the car sideways. Absolutely brilliant. Kobe Powell takes the win by a second, but that doesn't give you the whole story. It was a great fight between him and Thomas Eek Merstad. It's looked like Eek Merstad's day all day today, but Powell's has done it when it really counts in the final. Martin Ugar gets P3, then it's 3 Van Hoof and Lindequist. That has got me all fired up, Hal. That's a mega final. And the FC2 final was good, but with a loss of 2 cars, especially when it's your 2 front runners.
The 48 jump starts in the front wheel drive final.
They're banging my head on the desk. Jump starts. Okay, here we go. Supercar Lights final is up next. Tobias Darbach on the pole from Roberts Vitols. Then it's Julian Mounier and Lucas Anderson, Mads Larsen and Kevin Darbach at the back of the pack. Let's have another final like that last one, please. Not another final like the one from earlier today with all the jump start. Come on, let's go. Anderson looking for a decent result here. Just got to get it together and keep it calm. Him and Mounier get a great start from row 2, but Vitols and Darbach on the front row have got enough on the run to the first corner. Darbach going to get there first. Vitols trying to go the long way around the outside. You've got to watch out from there. Mounier gets a little tap on the front left wheel, but does hold on to P3. Oh, and in the background, that's off. Is that Larsen?
Larsen's gone round. We need to see the battle at the front of the order, though. And
Here
it's
it is.
Darbach who has the advantage. A lot of understeer in the car into turn 4. Vitols did well there to fend off Mounier. Mounier also was very fair to get out the throttle and live to fight another day. I think it could well be these 3 on the podium later on, but Lucas Anderson will want to repay the JC Race Technique, the Race Technique team.
It's for you, say.
It's been a long day. Because they did such a good job, didn't they, to get the car repaired after that roll into the Joker split.
Yes, they did. And how, like, Anderson really, he will want so desperately to pull it together. He's been so close the last couple of seasons, and it hasn't gone his way. And he's going to have to work really hard this year if he wants to take that top step and win this title by the end of the year. He's got all the Scandinavian legs to go, but it's almost like he needs a reset after these first two and go again.
Yeah, and he's been dropped here as well. Is there a misfire I can hear in the background? I wonder if it's not all perfect for Lucas. We'll have to.
Yes, there is a misfire. You're right.
See, because he's dropped off massively here, hasn't he? Compared to the pack at the front, and he hasn't yet jokered.
Lap time was a 39.7. No, there's a heavy misfire for somebody. If Kevin Darback's all over the back of Lucas Anderson, then I think that will tell us what we need to know. Have a watch in the background and you'll see he's not as close as I thought.
But Andrew, I'm hearing from race control that Meunier has a 5-second penalty for hitting one of the track marker bollards that have been warned about in the driver's briefing, so that could bring Anderson back into contention for the podium. I wonder if the team are aware of that. I very, very much doubt it.
There's only one place, isn't there, where there are any track markers, and that's in the chicane. So watching the chicane now, let's see if one of those bollards is missing. If it is, that will be where Meunier has... yeah, it is. There was a line of them through there, so I reckon he's taken one out on the way into the corner.
Vittels is putting leader Darback under big pressure here, Andrew. On the run into turn 2, seems to have a lot of pace in the car at the moment.
The accuracy as well, and you've got to be so careful if you touch that inside line, that rubber belt. We saw after Nick Snoyes, you pull a corner off the car. He is being millimetre perfect. Decides this time he's being held up too much. Meunier has joker and comes out in front, but we know Meunier's got a 5-second penalty. Vittels won't know that.
And no race to Darback, and as things stand, Meunier could easily win this race on track, given how close Vittels was to the back of Darback last time around. I think Darback will have to joker this time. It's on to the last lap anyway, so he will definitely joker this time around.
2.3, Hal, it's not enough. It'll be tight. Okay, so this is going to be tight. It will give us another idea of the ever-changing delta between the joker and the standard lap. This time Darback will go into the joker. Meunier is going to go standard lap. Watch for Meunier on the inside line. Remember, Meunier has a 5-second penalty he doesn't even know about, but Darback's going to get there first anyway. Tobias Darback coming through the final corner. Great performance today. Has looked strong all day long and takes the checkered flag from Meunier in P2, but with a 5-second penalty that will put the Latvian driver Vittels up, and I think Lucas Anderson might make it as well. What's the gap? Yes, 4.5 to...
Yeah, and it was...
I think it's enough.
3, it's 4.9. It's going to be by 0.2 of a second, I think, that Anderson's going to take a podium here.
Which is a decent recovery. Well, it's a great reward for the team, as you say, Hal, after a roll earlier on today and the amount of work they put in to get that car back on track. But absolutely. Tobias Darback takes the win, the Danish driver on the top step of the podium. This was the start.
It was a big decision for the Darback family to move to Supercar lights. Tobias has driven in Supercar, multiple cross-car champion in the Danish series. Kevin stepping up from junior cross car straight into lights. It was a big call to come here with 2 cars, and I think it's absolutely paying off for them. Look at the exposure they're getting, the experience they're getting of racing some brilliant drivers in this category. I think it's 100% paying off as well, because look at the pace of both of them. Kevin was really quick this morning.
But he brings you along racing with other quicker drivers and seeing the things that they do to make themselves that bit quicker, watching the detail they put into looking at onboards and tents, and yeah. Just quickly, unlucky from Larsen there. It was a tiny bit of contact just at the wrong moment in the corner and really did get fired off into the gravel. It's like wheel on wheel.
Oh, Kevin Darback there spun in the final corner. But the best thing about having a bad result today is you've still got tomorrow, and you're only as good as your last result and all that. So you really want to end the second day on a high, don't you?
Right, we'll get this car recovered and we'll be back with you shortly. Open two-wheel drive pro final coming up for you next. 2 finals to go here. Maininks on the front row alongside Christoph Becks. Then it's Mervin Klaassen, Victor Johansson, Dries Bosnans and Tom Geenan miss him from the grid. It's a very quick start. Around the outside goes Victor Johansson from the second row, almost to the whole shot, gets another nudge. No. Pull it out of the gravel, please, Victor. Oh, that's gutting. So he got an amazing start, how then just one little nudge out of the way. He's got to go Joker surely on this first lap, and I hope he gets the overlap on the majority of this field, because it depends if anybody goes in front of him or not. Surely somebody's going to go. One car goes, which frees up Victor Johansson just a little bit.
Bosman's into the Joker. Can't help but feel that Johansson running wide there has robbed us of a battle between the status quo in open two-wheel drive and some of the home heroes who are doing such a good job here this weekend. No one better there than Maininks, who has been so fast here at the Euro circuit.
I think the big one for me, Hal, was when he won the session earlier today, Q2, was it by 2.3 seconds. He destroyed everybody.
Klaassen's under pressure here from Christoph Becks. Becks goes to the inside, little bit of contact, but gets away with it. Klaassen maintains the position.
Well held through there, and that was a wing and a prayer. Goes Joker in the background, and I think Johansson's gone Joker as well. Seems to be the cover off. Bosman's from behind and does hold on to the position, but there we go. So Maininks leads from Klaassen, and the gap after one lap is 1.0 seconds, 1.053. 2 laps actually, sorry, my bad at the end of that one. Some of these cars, Hal, look so sorted. I actually think they look almost a little more sorted than our open two-wheel drive front runners. I wonder if some of these guys will be thinking to themselves, you know what, I could do a bit more of this.
I would agree, but I also think there's the case of having them set up for this circuit,
for this track, yeah.
And whereas Johansson and Tiger, as Maininks is in the Joker this time around, is this to cover off Becks? It is indeed. So Maininks thinks the threat is from Becks here, and as Joker to cover off the yellow machine, and now it's all about getting the hammer down and trying to close off Klaassen, who is now your de facto race leader, although I think will come under big pressure at least when he Jokers.
Yeah, he's only got 1.4 and 1.9 was not enough earlier on today, and he makes a mistake.
If these two fight hard, this could play right into Klaassen's hands.
Klaassen made a mistake for me, Hal, on that last one. As you see, Becks trying to go around the outside from Maininks. Maininks gets a little nudge in the rear. Klaassen with a tiny bit of contact into the Joker lap. But Klaassen is going to lose out here to these top two, and they're going to race all the way to the line now. So can one of them pull off the type of brilliant moves we've seen Maininks put on Victor Johansson earlier on today?
I definitely would have waited if I was the spotter for Klaassen, because if these two hold each other up, you could arrive at that accident, couldn't you? Whereas if you're out front, they might hold each other up, and you might have enough of a margin. Becks is putting Maininks under massive pressure. Remember, these two race each other all the time in the Belgian and Dutch Championships.
So good between both these cars, look absolutely sorted. There is something out there with a horrible misfire going on, but that's irrelevant for our top two here in terms of their fight for the win. They've got a whole, two-thirds of a lap to go.
Becks has lost a lot of time there, a lot of understeer into turn 4, and that's game over.
Maininks going to take it then, hoping that might have been a bit more of a fight, but Maininks with a big old send over the line. Oh, and same for Becks as well, almost drifting it over the finish. Klaassen gets P3. Is it Johansson, Hal, with the misfire?
Sounds like it, going very slowly.
So Victor Johansson, previous champion of open two-wheel drive, and Maininks going, you know what, the diff can handle it. Maybe we'll rebuild it, maybe we won't.
What stage to win on, the biggest event here since 2012, and to score that kind of result. These cars weren't eligible when we last came here.
The machine, Hal. I've only just spotted that because he's been going so fast all day, it's not been possible to read it. Isn't that great? Go on, lad. Yeah. Very, very happy indeed. You would not look at that car if you didn't know this sport and go, I'll tell you what, that's the biggest weapon in the paddock, would you? But it is. It is. It's been amazing starts all day long. We think Victor Johansson, we heard a misfire in that race, and Johansson was a fair way back. What was his last lap? Yeah, it was,
it
was 2.2 off. This was Johansson trying to go around the outside in the first corner. He just runs out of road.
He did a great job there. Tiny bit of contact with just... That's what happens on the exit corner. Nothing then Malice there, Beck's had a good old look at the inside,
wasn't it?
But then bailed there.
He dropped it, hadn't he, and just hung on to it. He did well not to take Klaassen out.
I wonder if he bailed on the basis he got that penalty from race control for pushing and passing on Blesdale last time around.
Yorick Mainings takes a very happy win here with Christoph Becks in P2 and Mervyn Klaassen in P3. Victor Johansson, has he got a problem? Will he be back tomorrow? Dries Bosmans, Tom Keenan with the DNS. One race left to go today. I think the big question here is, can somebody finally win with the FC2 in the open class? Open four-wheel drive final from Valkenswaard, the final race of day one. On the pole, Victor Franks in the Peugeot 208 WRX Supercar. Then you got Ollie Eriksson, who's just recovered from having a wheel ripped off in the FC2 final. Howman, who's ended that race in the gravel. Nathan Otting, Casper Jansen, Fraser McConnell on the back row. Franz gets a good start. Otting going to try and go around the outside of Ollie Eriksson. Up the inside, though, has got Tommy Howman. Howman's got that line there, 3 wide in turn one. Otting is sideways in the focus and just holds on. Comes back in, collapses into the side of Ollie Eriksson, who's just had that car repaired right behind us. Howman defensive on the brakes. Victor Franks clearly in the lead as they head down into turn 3. Howman holds on. Casper Jansen goes past Eriksson. Eriksson's going backwards after all that work. Who's going to go Joker?
McConnell on the outside.
Yeah, and Eriksson on the inside.
They both lost out there with the fight in the Joker lap, but Ollie won't have known Fraser was there. That was a late call. I suspect Ollie made that call himself.
Casper's going round. Casper was at a spin in the background.
No,
he was
saved
so
it, but he's gone
wide.
very, very wide indeed. This is all playing into the hands of Victor Franks. But what a first couple of corners from Tommy Howman. Had great awareness. Casper Jansen still in the ground in the background, trying to drag the FC2 machine with the four-wheel drive powertrain out of the gravel. Ollie Eriksson gapping McConnell.
He's up to P4, so Eriksson's come back from what was not an ideal start to his race. And literally how that car had 3 wheels on it 10 minutes ago. Brilliant job by the team.
Yet again, Otting doing a fabulous job in the Ford Focus Supercar. He's in the Joker, he's out of the Joker. 3rd overall in the Pro Final in Portugal. He lucked into it, didn't he? He made the most of a situation where other cars went out. Here, he's racing some of the best drivers on the planet in rallycross, and he's running 3rd on merit.
Victor Franks is leading here. We said earlier on today he was enjoying driving the supercar. He was flamboyant, he was sideways. He's tidied it up big time in turn 1. He's just getting in there, getting the rotation done and getting out. Tommy Howman will really want to hold on to P2. Look at the fin, how hard he's trying. Got to hold off Otting. Otting is 2.8 back, and that's only just enough. So Howman's gone Joker now. Watch for Otting. Otting is caught up. Where is Otting? Where's Otting? To the left of shot.
We've lost him somewhere, I think.
Where has Otting gone? Has Otting disappeared in the background? Hold on in the back.
Yeah,
Otting's gone. So Nathan Otting is gone from this result.
What a shame.
No, the young driver in the supercar, as he crashed or as he retired. Tommy Howman holds P2. But the minute there he is, he's parked. So
it's broken with Casper Jansen as well, also parked. Ollie Eriksson running 3rd. McConnell just off the podium currently, but putting his teammate under big pressure.
Victor Franks has gone into the Joker lap with a lap to go. Franks comes out easily in front. So his job done now if he could just hold on to it.
Very composed drive this from Victor Franks. Haven't really spoken about him enough because he's out front on his own. I don't think the end result here is indicative of how good the racing's been so far today.
Problem for Howman. Sorry, Howman has gone backwards unless Howman's gone backwards. He's under massive pressure from Eriksson.
They won't be able to pass here. There's yellow flags out between 1 and 2. We need to be seeing the battle for 2nd in the background.
There it is. Oh, Howman's at the back. So Howman's had a problem too. Howman knew there was a problem because he dropped back. Eriksson has come back from having 3 wheels on the wagon 10 minutes ago, having a shocker of a start, and he's up into P2. Fraser McConnell's going with him as well.
What a reward for the OMSE team for the effort they just put in to get that car repaired.
Victor Franks takes the checkered flag in the background. It's super close between them, but Eriksson's going to come round. Great recovery by him to get P2. McConnell gets P3. gutted. Problems for Tommy Howman. Here comes Howman now on a go slow to the finish line. Broken something.
Rear wheel.
Rear left,
puncture.
maybe?
Left puncture. Left rear puncture.
Oh, but there you go. Victor Franks wins at his home track on his Supercar debut. He had the tools to get it done, both in terms of the car and the driver, but that is executed perfectly. He smashed them in the final, nearly 8 seconds, and that is the difference between the Supercar and the FC2. It's not going to be today that it's taken. Could Ericsson have done it? Could Howman have done it with the right day? But Victor Franks, he deserves the win. It's a great drive.
Absolutely delighted, and not a mark on the front of the Peugeot. That's the sign of a good day, isn't it? When there's no dirt, no damage. He had a wild ride.
The dent in the roof.
Had a wild ride through the first couple of corners in Q1, but as you said during that race, tidied it all up, and there'll be a lot of VMV Racing Victor Franks fans here this weekend, and what a place to achieve your first outright win in style.
Is that the anthem already?
I mean, as he's Belgian and we're in Holland, that's I don't know my anthem well enough to know what
as well.
it is.
Neither do I. Well, there we go. Franks rides the 208 home around the side, gets a high five from the marshals. That's dangerous business when there's a door there as well. Just don't run yourself over, Victor. Petter Solberg, are you watching today? Gotta love Petter, haven't you? The car looks mint, doesn't it? How it actually looks great in that livery too, I have to say.
Yeah, it pops, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So this was the start, look. Otting with the Supercar. Howman got a good start on the inside of Ericsson, and he's just there in turn 1. So Howman's up to P2. Then, actually, you know what? Otting, there were 3 wide, and it wasn't wide enough. So Otting ended up kind of squeezing Howman and Ericsson, but everybody got away with it. And then Ericsson, what happens to Ericsson here? Gets squeezed again, and doesn't Casper get up the inside here? Where was it? Ericsson went back another. Oh, there. So he lost another place coming out, and then him and Fraz into the Joker.
Ultimately, that's what got Ericsson second, wasn't it? Having that composure on Fraz. Let's see if we can see what happens in the background here. Otting third at this stage.
And then Otting just disappears. This is the point. Casper's already parked. Otting pulls off to the side very suddenly. Is that broken? The rear wheel doesn't look like it's on that particularly straight.
Nor to the front, to be fair, so I don't really know what's going on there. Howman hanging on to the bucking FC2 Bronco with a puncture.
Is it just a puncture for Howman, you think?
Yeah.
Rear left?
Yeah, left rear.
So it might have been dropping
off
it
the rim.
You're dropping it in a ditch like that can do it. Great stuff then from the open four-wheel drive final. Victor Franks takes the win from Oliver Ericsson. Fraser McConnell gets P3, so that's 2 podiums for Fraz today. Tommy Howman in P4, Nathan Otting and Casper Jansen both with a DNF. Well, Frank's looking happy enough. Casper Jansen's over there with Fraz as well. They've got the cars parked in Parc Fermé. They are up by the podium area. Reach inside the car, Victor. Pop the roof out before anybody sees what you've done. Just pop
it. Too late.
I know.
Won't come out now.
Yeah, no, you think so? No, you know, just
wibbly wobbly.
Oh, mate.
He won't care.
No, of course he won't. He's taking the win. It's great, isn't it? He's having a wicked day. Right, that's it. We're done. Victor posing for the photos.
I've just still got my hat on.
You have it? Oh, actually, yeah, it's King's Day, isn't it?
Where's
Sorry.
your hat?
Hold on a minute, hang on. Get ourselves ready now. The racing's done. I did wonder if the racing was ever going to finish today, Hal. Partly when we had 14,000 restarts on the 20th. There you go, mate. Here's your lay. There you go. Hold on a minute. Hang on. Happy King's Day. See you in the bar. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back at... I don't even know where these wires are going. This is a terrible outfit, but I might wear it. It's been that kind of a day. We'll see you tomorrow, 12:30. Hope you have a nice evening. If you're here in Holland, happy King's Day. Hope you had a great day, guys. And yeah, more of the same tomorrow. Hal, you're a legend.
See you tomorrow.
Laters.